Oh my god, my blind date forced me to get a marriage certificate. When Lu Ming was forced by his mother to go on a blind date, he met a beautiful young woman. Lin Wan, I have a daughter. I don't know if you mind. Lu Ming, age is not an issue. Lin Wan, alright then, let's go get the marriage certificate right away. Realizing he misunderstood, Lu Ming, who was socially embarrassed, immediately tried to make a run for it but was dragged by the beautiful young woman to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Married life. Lu Ming just wanted to say, oh my god, this is amazing tilde. Chapter 1, Blind Date with an SSR. Jade Pavilion Tea House. This is a famous high-end, private tea house in Haiban City, frequented by people of status and influence. It was Lu Ming's first time here. The environment of the tea house lived up to its reputation, with elegant and quiet surroundings, filled with the fragrance of tea. But at that moment, Lu Ming couldn't care less about the surroundings. Because he was here for a blind date. Lu Ming never imagined that, as a recent graduate, he'd end up in such a situation. They say marriage is the grave of love, but poor him hadn't he even tasted the sweetness of love before being pushed into the noose of marriage. He couldn't understand what his mother was thinking. She had strictly kept him from dating in his youth and chased away the girls who showed interest in him. Now, however, she was rushing him to get married. Just because she wanted grandchildren. She kept saying first settle down, then pursue a career, and how the Lu family had been passing down its name for 3 generations, and it was up to him to continue the family line. With all this pressure, Lu Ming had no choice but to tactically submit and agree to this blind date. He figured he might as well go, have a cup of tea, chat, and leave. Yunwu Pavilion. Coming back to his senses, Lu Ming found himself at the door of the private room he'd been assigned. Who? He took a deep breath, knocked, and then opened the door. A beauty is born in the south, her charm like peaches and plums. Suddenly, this line of poetry popped into Lu Ming's head. The woman across from him immediately captured all his attention, and the exquisite decor of the tea house couldn't distract him at all. You're here. The woman greeted him calmly, all while effortlessly pouring tea. The pale green tea flowed gracefully in the air, landing steadily into the cup. Hello, I'm Lu Ming. Lu Ming walked over and greeted her. I know, please sit. The woman smiled sweetly, inviting Lu Ming to sit. I'm a friend of your mother's. My name is Lin Wan. Lu Ming froze for a moment after hearing this. Her mother's friend. Then she wasn't his blind date. Probably a relative or friend of his blind date. At that moment, Lu Ming felt a bit disappointed. But then, he thought, blind dates were like a card game. There are N cards, R cards, S cards, SR cards, and SSR cards. It's not so easy to meet an SSR card on your first try. Since he was only here to get it over with, a disappointing outcome didn't matter. Thinking this way, Lu Ming felt a bit better. Lin. Sister, hello. He should have called her auntie, but seeing her beautiful face, Lu Ming couldn't bring himself to do it. So, he switched to calling her sister. Lu Ming, as your mother's good friend, I know a bit about you. The reason we're meeting today is that I want to introduce my situation to you. I have a daughter who is about 3 or 4 years younger than you. I don't know if you mind. Lu Ming was surprised she was introducing her daughter for a blind date. This was his first blind date, and he never expected it to be like this. Still, he respectfully replied. Sister Lin, may I see a picture of your daughter? After all, it was a blind date, and he needed to see what his potential partner looked like. He was quite curious. Lin Wan hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. Sure. She picked up her phone from the tea table, found a picture, and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took the phone, and as soon as he saw the picture, he froze. This was Lin Ruyan. She was Lin Wan's daughter? His blind date. Lin Ruyan. The campus beauty from Magic City University. Lu Ming's junior. They had once had a brief fling back in school, almost becoming a couple, but then some things happened that left them as strangers. He never imagined she would end up as his blind date. Reality was indeed more absurd than comedy. At that moment, Lu Ming's emotions were a tangled mess. Noticing the complex expression on his face, Lin Wan quickly asked. What's wrong, Lu Ming? Are you uncomfortable with this? Lu Ming's mind was racing, but he finally said, "Age isn't an issue, as long as your daughter agrees." For Lu Ming, Lin Ruian's being younger wasn't a problem at all, so he wasn't really bothered by it. At this point, his heart stirred. If his blind date was Lin Ruian, he didn't mind so much. He saw this as a chance to clarify the misunderstandings between them. Besides, his family was pushing him so hard, and if this didn't work, there would definitely be more blind dates. It might as well be this one. No problem. I'm her mother, I call the shots. Let us talk about marriage. What Lin Wan said next caught Lu Ming completely off guard. They were already talking about marriage. He hadn't even considered marrying Lin Ruian at this point. He just hoped to clear things up with her, and maybe get to know each other again. Sister Lin, don't you think it's a bit early to talk about marriage? Lu Ming said politely. After all, they hadn't even met properly yet. They say if love isn't for marriage, it's just a game, and blind dates are the same. And I'm in a bit of a hurry. If you have no objections, let us settle this soon. Before Lu Ming could respond, Lin Wan continued. I run a company worth billions, so you don't need to worry about living expenses. I can buy you a house, a car, and give you 1 million a month for pocket money after marriage. Lin Wan's generous offer was so fantastical, it sounded like a brainwashing pitch. Lu Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Ruian's family to be so wealthy, running a company worth billions. If he married her, he would get a house, a car, and 1 million a month for pocket money. This was literally the peak of life. Who could refuse such an offer? Though Lu Ming remained calm on the outside, inside, he was ecstatic. By the way, at this moment, Lin Wan seemed to remember something. I know your mom is eager to have grandchildren, but don't worry about that. I'm willing to. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's entire body froze, his mind went blank. He forced a smile and uncertainly asked, Lin. Sister, you are my blind date. At that moment, Lu Ming realized everything. Lin Wan paused, shocked, then nodded and asked, Yes, why? Is there a problem? Though he had figured it out, hearing Lin Wan's confirmation still sent chills down Lu Ming's spine. Even a TV drama wouldn't dare write such a plot. No wonder Lin Wan had mentioned she had a daughter who was 3 or 4 years younger than him and asked if he minded. Lu Ming thought she was referring to her daughter's age. But in fact, she was asking if he minded her having a daughter. Chapter 2, Kidnapped to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lu Ming's expression was a complex twist of confusion and shock, which immediately alerted Lin Wan. The smile she had been wearing vanished, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense and icy, as if he had fallen from spring into the middle of winter. What do you mean? Lin Wan's voice wasn't loud, but it sent a shiver down Lu Ming's spine. Despite the tension, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and gathered his courage. Lin Jia, I'm sorry, I thought my blind date was your daughter, but it turns out it's you're my mom's friend. We really aren't a good match. After speaking, Lu Ming abruptly stood up and rushed toward the door, attempting to escape this awkward situation. He sprinted out and reached the entrance of the tea room, only to hear Lin Wan's voice behind him. Grab him. 2 large men at the door received the order and, like catching a chick, easily restrained Lu Ming. Lin Zong. Take him to the car. Without further ado, Lu Ming was taken to the back seat of a Rolls-Royce Phantom by the 2 burly men. Lin Wan followed them into the car. Lin Jie, what are you doing? This is kidnapping. Lu Ming grumbled, upset. Yes, I'm kidnapping you, Lin Wan teased, pinching Lu Ming's cheek. Then, she gave the driver an order. To the Civil Affairs Bureau. The car smoothly started, heading toward the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lu Ming, a young man who had never experienced such a thing, felt his face redden with embarrassment. Since Lin Wan was his mother's friend, he believed she wouldn't harm him, but he still couldn't help but feel awkward. Lin Jie, what are you taking me to the Civil Affairs Bureau for? Lu Ming reluctantly asked. To register for marriage, of course. What else could it be? Lin Wan replied. At first, Lu Ming thought she was joking, but in the next second, Lin Wan pulled 2 household registration books from her bag and showed him one of them. It was unmistakably Lu Ming's family's household registration book. Thunderstruck. This did my mom owe you a huge debt. Are you selling me off? Lu Ming could barely form a coherent thought. This was the only possible explanation he could come up with. How could that be? I'm good friends with your mother. She really likes me, so she gave me the household registration book, so we could go straight to register after the blind date. At that moment, Lu Ming was stunned. If his mom had sold him off due to owing a huge debt, that would at least make sense. But what in the world was going on now? Was his mother really in such a hurry for him to get married? Even if she was in a hurry, given his looks, why would he have trouble finding someone? Lin Jie, I've told you, we really aren't a good match. Lu Ming turned to her, pleading. Lin Wan pretended to be angry but was actually rather cute in her feigned irritation. Why? Do you look down on me? Lu Ming quickly shook his head. Who could look down on someone who owned a company worth billions? Do you think I'm too old? Not pretty enough? Lin Wan asked. At the mention of this, Lu Ming vigorously shook his head. In his eyes, Lin Wan was even more beautiful than any celebrity. Back at the tea room, when he first saw her, he had been completely captivated. Her beauty was different from that of Lin Wan. If Lin Wan was like a daisy, youthful and vibrant, Lin Wan was like a peony, elegant, mature, sweet, and irresistibly attractive, exuding the charm of a mature woman. Now that she was so close to him, Lu Ming couldn't help but steal a glance. Her black dress highlighted her curvaceous figure perfectly, and her fair, porcelain-like skin made her appear no older than 26 or 27, not at all like someone in her 40s. With her being so close, Lu Ming could almost smell a fragrance stronger than any perfume. The combined impact of her beauty and the fragrance left him a little entranced. Why aren't you saying anything? You must think I'm too old and ugly, right? Lin Wan asked again. Lu Ming snapped back to his senses. You're beautiful, the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. He didn't hold back, speaking his thoughts directly. Lin Wan was slightly embarrassed by his straightforwardness, a hint of pink appearing on her face, but she quickly furrowed her brow and looked at Lu Ming. Then why do you think we aren't a good match? At this point, Lu Ming had to give her an answer. He sighed deeply and said, Lin Jie, to be honest, you're excellent and beautiful, but we still have a generational gap. Your daughter is about the same age as me. I just can't get past that. Feeling that he was being too blunt, Lu Ming quickly added, and have you considered your daughter's feelings? She might not be willing to accept me. In Lu Ming's mind, he could overlook the age difference given Lin Wan's appearance and capabilities, but the fact that she had a daughter was something he just couldn't accept. Despite his awkwardness, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a little guilty. He knew this was a form of rejection, but it still wasn't something he could overcome. Unexpectedly, Lin Wan didn't seem upset. Instead, she laughed. It's just a mental obsession, really. I'm even worse than you. I can't stand being too close to any man other than you. Lu Ming finally realized why Lin Wan was so insistent on him. He had been strictly forbidden from dating by his parents when he was younger, and he had never had a relationship. He was as pure as they come. Now, with Lin Wan saying she could not tolerate being close to any man except him, it all made sense. It seemed she had taken a liking to him for his purity. Wait a second. Lu Ming suddenly thought of something that didn't add up. Lin Wan said she had a mental obsession against being close to men, but how could she have a daughter like Lin Wan? Had she made up the mental obsession story to trick him? Lin Wan seemed to sense his confusion and immediately addressed it. Do you think I'm lying? How could I have such a big daughter if I really had a mental obsession against men? Lu Ming nodded. This was something he needed to understand. Lin Wan casually replied, I assure you, I've never had my first time. Chapter 3, The Beautiful Woman's Pout. When Lin Wan's words were spoken, Lu Ming was completely stunned. Can this be true? A woman with a fiery figure and an aura that exudes charm, still. Lin Wan continued, this has never been a secret. Those who know me well know I've never been in a relationship. And my daughter was adopted from an orphanage. Lu Ming was taken aback. Lin Ruyan was actually adopted. This beautiful Lin Jie has been single all this time. Lin Wan thought that Lu Ming might still be in disbelief. Still don't believe it? Want to see the adoption papers? Or you can ask your mom, she knows about all this. Otherwise, why would she let me set up this blind date with you? Actually, Lu Ming already believed it. Because Lin Wan had no reason to lie to him, and if it were fake, it would eventually be exposed. At this point, the Rolls-Royce had already arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lin Wan looked at Lu Ming seriously. "All right, we're here. I've explained everything, and the thing you were most concerned about doesn't exist. Let me ask you one last time, do you want to go in and register for marriage with me?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ming fell into deep thought. When it came to conditions, Lin Wan had assets worth hundreds of billions. Marrying her would mean he wouldn't have to work for the rest of his life. In terms of looks, she was the most beautiful woman Lu Ming had ever seen. Her appearance could completely make anyone overlook her age. Now, even the concern he had about whether she was a perfect virgin had been cleared up. So, what else was there to hesitate about? At this moment, all of Lu Ming's doubts disappeared. He realized he was really starting to feel something. Just then, a voice suddenly rang in his mind. "Please make a choice, host. 1. Refuse Lin Wan and leave immediately, system will disappear. 2. Go into the Civil Affairs Bureau with Lin Wan and register for marriage, system will activate." System. Lu Ming was startled by the sudden prompt, but then immediately realized what it was. As a seasoned bookworm for 10 years, he was very familiar with this. It was his cheat code. How could he just let it disappear? Without hesitation, he chose the second option: register for marriage with Lin Wan and activate the system. Even before the system had been activated, Lu Ming was already moved. Such a beautiful woman, with a hot figure, a wealthy family, and someone who only seemed to have feelings for him. Who could resist? "Lu Ming, you don't want to, do you?" After Lu Ming stayed silent for a long time, Lin Wan softly spoke. Lu Ming snapped out of his daze, looking up to see the sadness in her eyes. Her whole aura had transformed into a delicate lotus flower, making him feel a deep sense of pity. "She really likes me," Lu Ming thought to himself. "Do you really want to be with me?" When the words left her mouth, Lin Wan immediately nodded. "All right. Let's go get the certificate." Without another word, Lu Ming grabbed her soft hand and they both got out of the car. Half an hour later, when Lu Ming and Lin Wan walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, they were tightly holding hands, each with a red marriage certificate in their hands. Meanwhile, in Lu Ming's mind, the system's voice rang out again. "Congratulations to the host for activating the system. The God-level sugar daddy system has been activated." What? Sugar daddy system? Lu Ming almost stumbled when he heard the name. This name didn't sound very respectable, and even though he was familiar with systems, he had never heard of one like this. Usually, cheat codes were named something like "earn money by breathing," "spend and get 10x back," or "check in to get free stuff," right? But sugar daddy system? Could it be because he was too handsome? This system is specifically tailored to their host's current identity and status. It is the most suitable system for you. Then what are the functions of this system? Lu Ming, although helpless, thought that having a system was better than nothing. He turned to learn about its features. Assets given to their host by others will increase by 10% daily. This rate will increase as their host's level progresses. When the assets given by others reach a certain amount, the system will issue rewards. After the system finished explaining, a panel appeared. God-level sugar daddy system. Level, LV1. Assets, 0. Upon seeing this, Lu Ming's face almost turned black. What is this sugar daddy system? It's clearly just living off someone else. This made Lu Ming think of a famous saying: "The doctor says my stomach isn't good, so I can only eat soft rice." Looking at his current situation, he could only say this system was truly intelligent and tailor-made. Isn't this exactly what he is doing, eating soft rice? Lu Ming just wanted to say one thing. This soft rice is really tasty. Thinking about those who looked down on eating soft rice, they clearly didn't understand the good life with a rich woman when they were young, mistaking a girl for treasure. Moreover, Lu Ming roughly calculated the situation. He realized that while this system may not sound impressive, it actually had a lot of potential. As long as he kept eating soft rice, his assets would grow, his level would rise, and the growth rate would increase. One day, he might surpass everyone. And not to mention, there were also system rewards. Thinking about this, Lu Ming was filled with excitement. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Are you stunned? Lin Wan waved her hand in front of Lu Ming's face. Ever since they left the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lu Ming had been in a daze. Lu Ming snapped back to reality. He then noticed they had arrived at a picturesque location. Lin Jie. Where are we? Lu Ming asked, looking around at the serene environment. In the time it took him to zone out, he had been brought here. Hearing this, Lin Wan tightened her grip on Lu Ming's arm. Isn't it time to change how you address me? Huh. Lu Ming awkwardly scratched his head, feeling very out of place. Having never been in a relationship, he had skipped over dating and had instead registered for marriage with someone he'd known for less than a day, making them husband and wife. So, this made it difficult for him to get used to calling her anything else. He had been calling her Lin Jie just a moment ago, and now, to call her wife so quickly. This was a big change. Well, I'm still not quite used to it, how about we talk about it later? Lu Ming tried a few times, but couldn't he bring himself to say it? He decided to use a delaying tactic. But Lin Wan wasn't having it. In an instant, she hugged Lu Ming tightly, her body pressing up against his, looking up at him with watery eyes. No, I want it now. Please, please, I want to hear it. At that moment, Lu Ming was frozen in place. Before he could even react, things got even more intense. Lin Wan started rubbing against him, murmuring, "Good brother, Lu brother. We're already legally married, husband, husband, husband. You don't want me as your wife anymore? Please, I really want to hear it." Chapter 4: A Changeable Enchanting Woman. Lin Wan actually started to act like a spoiled child. She even begged for mercy in that kind of tender and pitiful voice, and at the same time, her hot body kept moving around in Lu Ming's arms. At this moment, Lu Ming felt that his heart had melted. This Lin Wan was truly a changeable enchanting woman. Either elegant and charming, or cold as an iceberg, or lively and clever. Each of them brought different experiences to Lu Ming. I surrendered. If she continued to make trouble like this, Lu Ming would not be able to control himself. Okay, I promise you. Lu Ming quickly stopped Lin Wan. Lin Wan, who succeeded, raised her head and looked straight at Lu Ming. Wife. Hey, husband. As soon as Lu Ming spoke, Lin Wan responded to her immediately. At the same time, she showed a bright smile on her face and jumped up. She kissed Lu Ming on the face. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment. Just wanted to say something. But I heard Lin Wan exclaimed, "Husband, you blush." I don't know what she is excited about. Oh my god. Husband, are you shy? You are too pure. You are so cute when you are shy. Like a little puppy. My little puppy husband, let my sister see, you are so cute, I love you so much. Lin Wan was talking incoherently, and at the same time she kept ravaging Lu Ming's face and hair. After Lu Ming forcibly stopped Lin Wan's little action, he was a little speechless. This wife doesn't look older than him, she is just a child. Fortunately, after a while, Lin Wan stopped. Walking a little further, the two came to the gate of a villa. At this time, a man in a suit had been waiting at the door for a long time. When he saw Lin Wan coming, he hurried forward and said with a smile, "Boss Lin, I'm He Dongqing, the general manager of Gudi Yinju. The villa purchase contract you asked me to prepare is ready." He Dongqing handed the contract to Lin Wan. After Lin Wan took it, she immediately passed it to Lu Ming and whispered, "Didn't you ask where we are just now? After you sign the contract, this will be our home." He Dongqing, who was standing aside, widened his eyes and was stunned when he heard this. Lin Wan, the head of Xuanmu Group with a market value of 100 billion yuan, is not only extremely capable, but also rumored to have never dated a man. More importantly, the Lin family currently has only her. This means that whoever marries this beauty will also get the wealth of the Lin family. It is simply a win-win situation for both wealth and beauty. Under such temptation, people who pursue Lin Wan are like a stream of carp crossing the river, and they are endless. But no man has ever been seen approaching her. Even He Dongqing was fantasizing today, hoping to see if he could use the opportunity of Lin Wan buying a villa to show off his face. What if he was chosen by chance and won this beautiful woman that everyone admired? Otherwise, as the general manager, he would not have to make this painful trip. But he never expected it. Lin Wan actually came with a handsome man. They were holding hands. And Lin Wan's attitude towards this man was very gentle, without any domineering and coldness in the business world. It was as if the status of both parties was that she was inferior and trying to please the man. Even this villa was bought for this man. This was simply unbelievable. Husband, what are you standing there for? I said I would give it to you after we get married. Sign it quickly. After you sign, this will be our home. He Dongqing was hit hard after hearing this. These two people are already married. He had only guessed before, but now Lin Wan's words revealed that the two had registered and obtained the marriage certificate. How many people were thinking about this beautiful flower, and it was just stolen by this man? He Dongqing was so jealous. He was very dissatisfied. The guy in front of him was just an ordinary boy from his clothes. It was just that face, which was a little too handsome. He wanted to exchange with Lu Ming, let Lu Ming be the general manager with an annual salary of 1 million, and be a handsome young man himself, and then marry a beauty. But He Dongqing didn't dare to reveal these thoughts. He still bowed slightly until Lu Ming signed the contract. He also tried to smile. Welcome Mr. Lu to live in our hometown Yunju, you can contact us if you need anything. After handling the relevant matters, He Dongqing quickly said goodbye and left. It was really uncomfortable to have to smile on the surface while feeling miserable. Lu Ming and Lin Wan, who were immersed in joy, naturally didn't know about this. Soon after Lu Ming signed the contract, the system's voice sounded in Lu Ming's mind again. Ding, congratulations to their host, you got a villa for the first time, worth 46,800,000 yuan. Gene medicine as a reward. Ding, congratulations to their host, your assets exceeded 40 million, and you will be rewarded with 48% of Hongyang Group's shares. Gene medicine and related documents have been stored in the system space. Hearing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but get excited. I didn't expect the system's reward to be so generous. My assets have reached 46.8 million, with a 10% increase. That means, tomorrow when I open my eyes, I will have earned 4.68 million. How many years of not eating or drinking would it take to earn this much money? Now I've reached the sky in one step. If he wasn't afraid of being treated as a psychopath by Lin Wan, Lu Ming would have jumped up. Let's go in and take a look. Lin Wan took Lu Ming's hand and walked into the villa to visit together. Lin Wan said that the green land, lakes, groves, etc. they just walked into were also within the scope of the villa and belonged to the villa's outer garden. This can be said to be a small manor. The green landscaping is so luxurious, not to mention the luxury of the villa. The villa has everything that Lu Ming can think of and can't think of. It really amazed him. The life of the rich is really unimaginable for ordinary people. After a quick tour of half an hour, the two sat on the sofa to rest. Lin Wan leaned close to Lu Ming. Honey, how about this villa? Do you like it? I like it. Lu Ming nodded and said, who would not like such a luxurious villa? Then do you have to give me some reward? Lin Wan blinked her eyes with a sly smile. Lu Ming was confused. Such an expensive villa, we have nothing to compare, nothing to show. But then I saw it again. Lin Wan pouted her crystal clear little mouth, moving it. Like this. Even if Lu Ming has never eaten meat, he has seen pigs run, so of course he knows what to do. Looking at Lin Wan's small and delicate lips, Lu Ming couldn't help but greet her with a faster heartbeat. The two kissed awkwardly until they couldn't breathe. Chapter 5 Your son. What? Lin Wan, that rich flower, was taken away by someone. Is this true or not? The certificate has been obtained. This news is so explosive. Many big guys have their dreams shattered. Who is this person? The news that Lin Wan had married a man and obtained a marriage certificate soon exploded in all major circles. The source of all this was naturally He Dongqing and the relevant staff who were present at the time. Gossip is human nature. In just a few days, those who had always coveted Lin Wan soon learned the news. Bang! A young man who looked unruly broke into He Dongqing's office. Who? He Dongqing was in a bad mood. Seeing someone breaking into the office without saying hello, he was about to curse. But when he looked up and saw the person coming, he immediately swallowed his words back. The young man ignored He Dongqing and walked past him. Then he sat directly on his office chair, leaned back and put his feet on the cabinet. He Dongqing didn't dare to say anything when he saw someone occupying his office chair. Mr. Wang, how come you have time to come to the company today? He Dongqing didn't dare to say anything because of the other party's arrogant behavior and had to greet him humbly. Who said the visitor is Wang Yaolin, the president of Qingshan Real Estate Company and the son of the largest shareholder. Where is Wang Yaolin? He is the owner of the company, and he is just an employee. Even if he becomes the general manager, he still has to get out of the company at his word. All the hard work of so many years will go to waste. Did I go to receive Lin Wan's order and offend this young master, so he is here to hold me accountable? He Dongqing was a little nervous. Everyone knew that Wang Yaolin was pursuing Lin Wan. And he suddenly had a brainless moment and thought of taking advantage of this reception to win Lin Wan. Wang Yaolin might have come to trouble him because of this. Thinking of this, He Dongqing felt a chill on his back. What's the matter with that Lu Ming? Wang Yaolin asked lightly, without any emotion. He didn't say anything about He Dongqing's little thoughts. In his opinion, there was no need. People of He Dongqing's status and position were like ants in his eyes. Such a low-level person wanted to win Lin Wan? That was just a pipe dream. He came here this time because he received the news that Lin Wan married a man named Lu Ming. And He Dongqing was relieved as if he had walked out of the gate of hell when he saw that he was not held accountable. He said quickly, I heard it with my own ears, Mr. Wang. Lin Wan said that this was a wedding gift for Lu Ming. Other staff members nearby also heard it at the time. I asked them to testify. No need. Wang Yaolin shook his head. What is the origin of this Lu Ming? He Dongqing looked embarrassed. He didn't know this Lu Ming at all. It was the first time he saw such a person last time. This. Mr. Wang, I don't know either. I haven't heard of this person in the circle. Wang Yaolin cursed immediately after hearing it. Waste. What's the use of you if you don't know anything? He Dongqing lowered his head silently and didn't dare to answer. Get lost. Faced with Wang Yaolin's dismissal, He Dongqing hurried out of his office as if he had been pardoned. After He Dongqing left, Wang Yaolin walked to the French window. His face was gloomy and he was very angry. As Lin Wan's pursuer for many years, he knew Lin Wan very well and knew how high her standards were. Who on earth was this Lu Ming, who was actually favored by Lin Wan? Thinking about how much effort he had put into pursuing Lin Wan over the years, pretending to be a gentleman and rejecting so many women, in the end Lin Wan was actually taken by a man who came out of nowhere. Wang Yaolin was furious. I want to see who this Lu Ming is. Dare to steal my woman. I will never let you off. Just when Wang Yaolin was furious, Lu Ming and Lin Wan had already moved into Gudi Yinju and started living together. On the sofa. My dear husband, why is your face so red? It's a little hot. Lu Ming retracted his gaze and looked at the TV in front of him. Lin Wan, who was wearing a black silk pajamas, suddenly leaned over and said with a smile. You feel hot all over when you see me, right? Lu Ming was a little overwhelmed. It's too hot. I'll take a shower first. He quickly found an excuse and prepared to escape. During the days of living together, Lin Wan's continuous lewd words made him really uncomfortable. When Lin Wan heard about taking a shower, her eyes lit up. She showed a sly smile. Why are you coming in? Let's take a shower together. He. At night. In the bedroom of the villa. Lu Ming and Lin Wan lay on the bed covered with a quilt. Lin Wan seemed to see Lu Ming's thoughts and said comfortingly. My dear husband, we are already married. I will always treat you well, don't worry. Lu Ming nodded in confusion, which made sense. But, my husband can't tell, you look thin when you are dressed, but you have muscles when you are undressed. Your muscles are quite firm. Lin Wan said while touching Lu Ming's muscle lines. I usually exercise. Lu Ming felt a little guilty. Although he was not fat, his muscles were transformed by drinking the gene potion rewarded by the system. After getting the gene potion, he took the time to drink it. Products from the system must be top-notch. After drinking the potion, Lu Ming clearly felt some changes in his body, and his physique and strength became much stronger. The two chatted with each other. Ring. At this time, the phone suddenly rang. Lu Ming picked it up and thought of something instantly. He was startled and almost dropped his phone on the bed. The video caller was his mother, Li Yuru. The video call kept ringing, and Lu Ming didn't dare to hang up, so he had to pick it up. After the call was connected, Li Yuru's figure hadn't appeared yet, but her voice came first. "Little bastard. You didn't go home after the blind date. Where did you go?" "Mom, oh, this." Lu Ming squeaked and didn't know what to say. But Li Yuru in the video found something wrong. "Little bastard, why are you not wearing clothes?" Hearing this, Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Is my mother's eyes so sharp that she saw it when she didn't hold the phone firmly? For a moment, Lu Ming really didn't know how to explain. At this time, Lin Wan next to him spoke. "Sister, are you?" Lin Wan took Lu Ming's phone and appeared in Li Yuru's sight. Seeing Lin Wan's rosy face and Lu Ming's shirtless body, Li Yuru, who had experienced it, understood it all at once. Lin Wan also continued. "Sister, are you? Lu Ming and I have registered our marriage." "Great." Li Yuru laughed out loud. She didn't expect her son to be so powerful and win Lin Wan so quickly. "Sister, what do you think of my son?" Li Yuru's gossip spirit was burning. Lin Wan thought seriously for a while and said shyly, "Lu Ming is very." Chapter 6 Giving Too Much. Lin Wan said this. Both Lu Ming beside her and Li Yuru on the other end of the video were stunned. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Lu Ming patted his forehead, speechless. Is he not going to marry a stupid wife? How can he say such a lewd word? Is this what the head of a 100 billion group can say? Is this the legendary woman in love has zero IQ? In the end, Lu Ming snatched the phone. I want to make up for the loss and explain something. Mom, Wana. Okay, stop talking. You are all adults and legally married, so it doesn't matter. Before Lu Ming finished speaking, he was interrupted by Li Yuru. Li Yuru continued to speak. You even called her Wana, which means you two get along well, so I feel relieved. But I still want to say that you must treat Lin Wan well. Don't do anything to let her down, otherwise I won't have you as my son. Lu Ming's face turned red. Although this kind of thing is legal and reasonable, it is really embarrassing in front of his mother. I will. Lu Ming nodded and said. After talking to Lu Ming, the control of the video was handed over to Lin Wan again. The two women began to chat. Lu Ming couldn't get a word in at all, so he could only listen quietly. The two started by talking about trivial things around them, then gossiping about secret affairs, cosmetics and jewelry. Finally, they talked about Lu Ming and Lin Wan. When will their wedding banquet be held? When will we have a child? What the child is called will determine what he will learn in the future. This chat lasted for more than half an hour, making Lu Ming drowsy. Lu Ming! Finally, he woke up with a roar from Li Yuru. Sister Lin, I am very happy that you can become my daughter-in-law. Today, I will make a promise here. If Lu Ming treats you badly, tell me at any time. I will teach him a lesson. Li Yuru and Lin Wan promised, but their eyes warned Lu Ming fiercely. It seemed that they were talking to Lin Wan, but in fact they were warning Lu Ming. Li Yuru was really worried that her child could not resist the temptation. Lu Ming, her child, has been handsome since he was a child. When he grew up, he stood out from thousands of people. He has a handsome look with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes. Just like the readers. If it weren't for her strict suppression and his ignorance, I don't know how many girls he would have harmed over the years. That's why Li Yuru was nervous about arranging blind dates for Lu Ming. I'm afraid that Lu Ming will be like a wild horse that can't be controlled and will do whatever he wants. After listening to Li Yuru's words, Lu Ming looked unhappy. Is this his own mother? Why is she favoring her daughter-in-law in her words and deeds? What if they quarrel in the future? No one will be willing to accept him when he returns to his parents' home. I'm afraid he was adopted. Luckily, Lin Wan's words warmed Lu Ming's heart. No, Sister Yuru, I believe in Lu Ming, he is very good. Lin Wan said with a happy smile. Finally, the two said a few more words and hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Wan looked at Lu Ming beside her, looking frustrated. She hugged Lu Ming's face with both hands, rubbed it and said. What's wrong, my baby husband is unhappy. Lu Ming pretended to be angry and complained unhappily. You and my mom chat so well, I'm afraid my mom will kick me out of the house. Looking at Lu Ming's aggrieved look, Lin Wan couldn't help but laugh, blinked her eyes, hugged Lu Ming with her arms, and acted like a spoiled child. No, my husband is not angry. I'll make it up to you. At the same time, she kissed Lu Ming's face crazily. This time, being treated like this by Lin Wan. Originally, there was not much material for the two of them to cover themselves in the quilt. By the way, Lin Wan suddenly remembered something. Took out a bank card from her bag and handed it to Lu Ming. There are 5 million in this card. You can spend it first and buy whatever you like. I will deposit money into it regularly. As my husband, Lin Wan, you will not be short of money. Lu Ming thought of it immediately. This was the pocket money that Lin Wan promised to give her during the blind date, but she gave so much at once. Lu Ming was not embarrassed and took it easily. Oh my god. It smells so good. What about not having a man's dignity? Get out of here. Who wouldn't want a wife who loves you so much and gives you so much money? Sure enough. The system's voice immediately sounded in Lu Ming's mind. Ding, congratulations to their host, you have won 5 million yuan. The assets you have earned have officially exceeded 50 million. Reward god-level cooking skills. Hiss. A large amount of information was instilled into Lu Ming's mind, making him feel a little uncomfortable. But it passed quickly. The god-level skills rewarded by the system turned Lu Ming into a world-class chef in an instant. Lu Ming felt that he was familiar with kitchen matters from then on. This made him feel pretty good. After all, he was married, and it was good to have this skill. God-level little white face system. Level, LV1. Property income, 51,800,000 yuan. Skill, God-level cooking. Lu Ming looked at his latest panel, and suddenly a sound came from beside him. GU. Looking over, it was Lin Wan's stomach. Lin Wan hid embarrassedly. Lu Ming smiled, put his hand on her smooth belly and said, "My wife is hungry." Of course she is hungry. She has been tossed around so many times this day and consumed so much energy. Hearing this, Lu Ming objected. It's obviously me. You don't need to. Logically speaking, I consume more. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. Lin Wan covered her ears and acted like a spoiled child in the quilt. Lu Ming looked at this scene and said nothing more, his eyes full of love. Then, he casually put on a pair of shorts and got up and walked outside. Husband, where are you going? Lin Wan popped her head out of the bed, looking adorable. My baby is hungry, so of course I have to go get food. I'll go too. Lin Wan jumped out of bed. Be careful, your body hasn't recovered yet. Lu Ming scolded her sweetly, but Lin Wan didn't reply. She followed Lu Ming like a little wife and walked to the kitchen. The kitchen of the villa was open, and Lin Wan sat on the sofa opposite. She didn't go over to help, because she didn't know anything about cooking. So Lin Wan just stared at Lu Ming in the kitchen. She felt that she loved the man in front of her even more. Chapter 7 Begging for Mercy. Although they had been together for a short time and got married, she could see how excellent the man in front of her was. It wasn't because she had been single for too long and was too lonely, nor was it because of his super high appearance. It was because he was good to her. Lin Wan was very glad that she had snatched such a good man. Lin Wan was more and more fascinated by him, and her eyes were always on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, who was cooking, found that Lin Wan was always looking at him. Why are you looking at me? Lin Wan came back to her senses and responded, because you are handsome. That's a good reason. I know that he is handsome. Lin Wan was amused by Lu Ming's words. After a while of silence, she suddenly asked anxiously, will we always be together? Hearing this question, Lu Ming regained his serious expression and said seriously after thinking for a while, if you don't leave me, I will depend on you for life and death. Lu Ming felt that this sentence was his most sincere voice at this moment. Lin Wan's heart trembled. Lu Ming's words deeply hit her heart. The haze that had just appeared in her disappeared instantly, and she became sunny again. My heart felt sweet as if it was covered with honey, and my mouth couldn't help but grin. I stood up and came behind Lu Ming. I hugged Lu Ming tightly. I smelled Lu Ming's scent. Lu Ming, I love you so much. Lu Ming was stunned. Put down the kitchen utensils in his hand and turned Lin Wan around. Holding Lin Wan's face with both hands, he looked at her tenderly. Will you marry me? As soon as these words came out, Lin Wan was stunned. Then her eyes couldn't help but become watery, and tears began to fall. This was Lu Ming's formal and first confession and proposal. Although they were already married and slept together. But all this happened too quickly, skipping many steps from normal people's love to marriage. Emotions also need a sense of ritual. And girls value these the most. Although Lu Ming could ignore all this and simply live a good life in the future. But he still wanted to make up for it all, to let Lin Wan feel his love. Faced with Lu Ming's affectionate confession, Lin Wan laughed and cried, and gave her answer. I do. Lu Ming lowered his head, and the two kissed passionately. They stopped until they couldn't breathe. Okay, just cook some vegetables and you can eat. Yeah. Lin Wan, who had left Lu Ming's arms, nodded obediently. Stepping aside, looking at Lu Ming. Lu Ming picked up the kitchen utensils on the side again and put the prepared ingredients into the wok. He flipped the wok with his left hand and stir-fried with his right hand, and from time to time he picked up some seasoning from the side and sprinkled it casually. Everything was smooth and flowing, as if the god of cooking was possessed. All this was so charming to Lin Wan on the side. Although part of the reason was because of Lu Ming's handsomeness. But more of it was Lu Ming's smooth and appropriate movements. The cooking process was like a dazzling acrobatics, and it was so satisfying to watch until the end. Lin Wan couldn't help but speak until Lu Ming put the dishes on the plate. Hubby, I didn't expect you to cook. And you cook so well. It's so beautiful, I'll never get tired of watching it. She had been holding back for fear of disturbing the scene in front of her, and only exclaimed after Lu Ming finished. Lu Ming was a little confused. Is cooking good? What's the use of looking good? The most important thing is to taste good. Let's get ready to eat. Yeah. I'll help you. Lin Wan, who had not made any contribution to cooking, consciously prepared to serve the dishes on the table. But at this moment, Lin Wan, who was careless for a moment, touched the pot that had just been cooking. Hiss, ar. With a cry of surprise, Lin Wan's hand was immediately burned with a hot blister. Lu Ming quickly grabbed the burned hand and said with concern. Does it hurt? It hurts. Lin Wan almost cried. It's okay, I'll help you deal with it. Lu Ming comforted her and then found the medicine box. He carefully pricked the blister and squeezed out the water inside. Then he carefully disinfected, applied medicine and bandaged the wound. During the process, Lu Ming kept his head down and treated the wound seriously. From Lin Wan's perspective, looking at Lu Ming's god-level profile, who was concentrating on taking care of herself, a warm feeling rose in her heart. She seemed to have changed. In the past time, Lin Wan was fighting alone in this process. No matter what kind of injury she suffered, she licked her wounds silently and endured it alone. She supported Shuaimu Group, a company worth hundreds of billions, and became a legendary female strongman in the business world. Now, she found that she was no longer the cold female president. In front of Lu Ming, she loves to laugh, cry and act like a spoiled child. When her hand is burned, she will think of Lu Ming first, hoping to get his care. Now she has become a woman who wants to be pampered by Lu Ming. Realizing this, Lin Wan is happy. She enjoys this feeling. Although she is a domineering boss, she is also a woman. Okay, let's eat. Aren't you hungry? After treating the wound, Lu Ming took Lin Wan's hand and sat at the table. Looking at the lover around her and the delicious food, Lin Wan was in a good mood. I couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks and pick up a rib. This is too delicious. The ribs entered her mouth and chewed a little. Lin Wan instantly felt an extreme deliciousness coming. Her taste buds had never felt this way before. With Lin Wan's status, what kind of restaurant has she not eaten? She had eaten at many Michelin restaurants abroad and clubs that claimed to serve private dishes of imperial chefs. But she felt that none of them were as delicious as what her husband was cooking now. Husband, you are so amazing. This is the most delicious food I have ever eaten. Lin Wan kept using her chopsticks, like a happy little hamster, constantly devouring the food on the table. How can it be so exaggerated? Maybe you are hungry. Although Lu Ming said so, he was actually shocked by his current cooking skills. The god-level cooking skills rewarded by the system are indeed extraordinary. If he were to participate in a cooking competition, it is estimated that there would be few opponents in the world who could rival him. Lu Ming and Lin Wan enjoyed this delicious meal to their heart's content. After a while, Lu Ming found that Lin Wan opposite him began to be dishonest. Perhaps she had almost finished eating. She began to eat less seriously. She frequently stretched her feet to tease him. We are eating, don't mess around. After Lu Ming warned her, Lin Wan still did what she wanted, constantly using her feet to mess around under the table. She even had a smirk on her face. This made Lu Ming decide to teach her a lesson. He ignored Lin Wan and let her relax her guard. When she reached out again, he grabbed it. Lin Wan's jade feet. Then he started tickling her soles. Har, har har har. It's so itchy. Husband, I don't dare anymore tilde. Woo woo woo, stinky husband. Chapter 8 Mom found a dad for you. Lu Ming played with her for a while, and then let her go after seeing Lin Wan begging for mercy. I told you not to eat well. HMPH, you dare to do it again next time. What did you say? No, no. Lin Wan pouted, shook her head, and pretended to surrender. But she had made up her mind to do it again next time, but be careful not to get caught. No more teasing from Lin Wan. The meal was quickly finished. After cleaning up the dishes, the two returned to the bedroom. Ring. At this time, the phone rang suddenly. Lin Wan picked up the phone, and Lu Ming beside her subconsciously took a look. But this look made Lu Ming's heart suddenly skip a beat. Because the caller note displayed on the phone screen was his daughter. Lin Wan's daughter. Lin Ruyan. The scene of his first meeting with Lin Ruyan immediately appeared in Lu Ming's mind. At the school gate, Lin Ruyan pulled her suitcase and walked into the campus with light steps. At that time, Lu Ming received her. At that time, the first contact with Lin Ruyan was still polite and kept people at a distance. But as she joined the student union later, she had more contact with Lu Ming. The relationship between the two was advancing by leaps and bounds. But. Hello. At this time, Lin Wan answered the phone. Mom. Lin Ruyan's voice came from the other end of the phone. What's wrong, Yin Yin, is there anything? Mom, can't I call you if there's nothing? I miss you so much, so I called you. Did you miss me? Hearing Lin Ruyan speak like this, Lu Ming was shocked. He had never heard Lin Ruyan speak so delicately and softly. In his impression, Lin Ruyan was still so cold even if he was close to her. She always spoke in a light tone, rarely containing emotions. But the voice on the phone just now. This made Lu Ming think of Lin Wan. Although Lin Ruyan was not Lin Wan's biological daughter, the two were so similar. In front of outsiders, Lin Wan was a cold female president, and Lin Ruyan was a cold school beauty. But in front of their relatives and lovers, they were such cute and delicate little women. While Lu Ming was surprised, the two also chatted. My good daughter, of course Mom misses you too. You haven't called me for a long time. I'm calling you, and National Day is coming soon. Then I can go home to see you. Lin Wan said immediately when she heard that her daughter was about to go home. Really? I just want to tell you a good news. You are coming back soon, and I will introduce you to each other then. What? Lin Ruyan was confused. You have a father? Clang. As soon as these words came out, Lu Ming's brain seemed to be shaken. I became Lin Ruyan's father? It seems that this is the truth. Recent events are too incredible, and I have been immersed in Lin Wan's gentleness. I completely forgot. Once I marry Lin Wan, my relationship with Lin Ruyan will change drastically. From the previous relationship of senior and junior, confidant, to strangers going their separate ways, and finally to now. I became her father. It's so far away. Who would have thought of this? At the same time, Lu Ming couldn't help but worry. If Lin Ruyan knew that he was her father, what would her reaction be? Would she object? What should I do then? At this time, a very surprised voice came from Lin Wan's phone. Really? Mom, have you found someone you like? Who is he? Tell me now. I want to see what kind of man can melt my mother's iceberg. From the words and emotions of Lin Ruyan on the phone, it can be seen. As Lin Wan's daughter, Lin Ruyan does not want to see her mother die alone, and still hopes that she can find someone she really likes. So she did not object when she heard Lin Wan say that she had a father, and was happy for her. However, in Lu Ming's view, all this is based on the fact that Lin Ruyan does not know that she is the father that Lin Wan has found for her. Faced with Lin Ruyan's inquiry, Lin Wan said gently, "You will know when you come back, and you will know each other by then. I'll tell you secretly, he is very handsome." After saying that, Lin Wan glanced at Lu Ming and continued, "And we have already obtained a marriage certificate and live together." After these words came out, Lin Ruyan on the other end of the phone was silent for a while, obviously shocked. "Yin, I suddenly say this to you now, you may not be able to accept it. But Mom really thinks he is the one destined for me." After hearing what Lin Wan said, Lin Ruyan finally spoke. "It's indeed a bit fast, but I still believe in Mom. My mom is a legendary female president in the business world, how can her vision be bad? The man who can be praised by you must be very outstanding, so that you can marry and live with him so quickly." Lin Ruyan's words made Lin Wan very relieved. She is worthy of being her good daughter. But she also spoke again to give a shot of precaution. "There is one more thing, Mom will tell you first." Lin Ruyan took a breath and made some mental preparations after hearing this. Lin Wan's words were more explosive than the other, and she was worried that Lin Wan would reveal some shocking news again. After getting ready, "Mom, tell me." Lin Wan said shyly, "That's right, your father is not very old." "Not very old? How old is that?" Lin Ruyan was a little confused. She prepared herself for a long time, but her mother said this. "Age issue? If you really love each other, age is not a problem. He is only 2 or 3 years older than you." As soon as this was said, Lin Ruyan screamed on the other end of the phone. "What? He is about the same age as me. Mom! Are you kidding me?" She thought that as long as her mother really liked him, age and other things would not be a problem. But she didn't expect Lin Wan to find someone so young. This shocked her. He is only 2 or 3 years older than her, and she still has to call him dad. How can she say this? "Mom, don't joke with me." Lin Ruyan asked again. She held on to the last glimmer of hope, hoping that it was just a joke or that Lin Wan was wrong. But the fact is the fact. "Yin, Mom is not kidding you, this is true." Suddenly, Lin Ruyan on the other end of the phone was silent. "Yin, why don't you say anything? Do you feel it's inappropriate?" Lin Ruyan did not respond. "Yin, I know you may find it hard to accept for a while. But I'm sorry, this has become a fact. Mom loves him very much, I hope you can support Mom's choice." Chapter 9. It's great to have a man. After Lin Wan finished speaking, there was still no response from the other end of the phone. She had no choice but to hang up the phone. This matter was indeed a little difficult for Lin Ruyan to accept, so she should give her some time to calm down. After that, Lu Ming and Lin Wan were silent for a while. They had expected Lin Ruyan's reaction. Especially Lu Ming. He had long thought that this matter should not be so easy to pass. After all, you have to call someone who is only 2 or 3 years older than you dad. Who can accept this? But what makes Lu Ming more worried is Lin Ruyan still doesn't know that her father is her former senior brother, Lu Ming. Lu Ming can't help but feel sorry for Lin Ruyan for 3 seconds. After she finally accepted that her mother found a father who is about the same age as her, she has to accept the explosive news that this person is Lu Ming. At that time, Lin Ruyan shouldn't be so upset. "Husband, do you think Yin can accept this?" At this time, Lin Wan looked melancholy. Although she is an independent person, she is still a president who always has the final say. No one can change the decision she made, not even her daughter Lin Ruyan. But in Lin Wan's heart, she still hopes that her daughter can support her choice and wish her to be with Lu Ming. Take it slow. Our affairs are indeed a bit shocking to her. It will be fine once she thinks it through. Lu Ming hugged Lin Wan and patted her back gently. "Hey." Lin Wan in his arms was obviously still in a bad mood, full of sorrow. Lu Ming decided to tease her. "Don't be unhappy. Just because your daughter doesn't accept me, will you not be with me? Hearing this, Lin Wan jumped up from Lu Ming's arms like a startled rabbit. Shaking her head, of course not. That's fine. Nothing can stop us from being together. She is your daughter, so she naturally hopes you are well. As long as we love each other well and prove that we are truly in love, she will accept me sooner or later. Yes. Lin Wan was moved by Lu Ming's remarks. Gradually, Lin Wan's mood began to improve. She stuck to Lu Ming all the time, and the air was filled with the sweet breath of love. But Lin Ruyan on the other side exploded. R. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ruyan couldn't hold back any longer and screamed to vent. Yin, what are you doing? You scared us to death. The roommates in the dormitory were suddenly frightened by Lin Ruyan's scream. Why don't you say anything? Seeing that Lin Ruyan screamed and didn't respond, the roommates hurried to her side. At this time, Lin Ruyan looked like she was in agony. This was exactly what Lin Ruyan, who couldn't accept what her mother said and was mentally collapsed. Yin, say something. Are you sick? Are you okay? Why don't you go to the hospital? Faced with the concern of her roommates, Lin Ruyan finally responded. I'm fine, it's just. Lin Ruyan, who was in urgent need of comfort, told her roommates their whole story. After listening, all of Lin Ruyan's roommates were stunned. This is beyond their scope. It is beyond their understanding. If it is something else, they can still give some ideas or help complain. But this kind of thing, it is too magical. If they were in their place, they would also collapse and don't know what to do. Even one roommate was a little stupid and suspected that she had heard it wrong, and emphasized it again. If I heard it right, your mother found you a father who was about your age. It stabbed Lin Ruyan's heart again. But Lin Ruyan had to nod bitterly and admit it. No wonder even someone as cold as you collapsed. No one can accept this kind of thing. Isn't your mother a cold female president? Why is she not sober? Yeah, I don't understand what auntie is doing. Girls' thoughts are always more mature than boys. In their view, boys who are 2 or 3 years older than them are at best just graduated. If their family is not well off, then they have just entered the bottom of the society. They would not accept such a person even if he were their boyfriend. Not to mention being their father. Several roommates put themselves in his shoes and felt uncomfortable. So they felt even more distressed for Lin Ruyan. But as Lin Ruyan's roommates, they saw that Lin Ruyan was so depressed, so they naturally couldn't say anything bad. We must think of some ways to comfort Lin Ruyan, otherwise it would be bad for her health if she continued like this. So several people comforted her. Yin, think more positively. Things may not be that simple. Yes, you know best what kind of person your mother is. She has such high standards, and the person she chooses should not be wrong. Maybe he is very capable. Don't think too much, you will know when you go home. Yes, your mother will definitely not look down on ordinary people. After these words, Lin Ruyan's dull eyes finally showed some color. That makes sense. With my mother's conditions, I don't know how many rich young men are pursuing her, but she didn't like any of them. They got married so quickly this time, so this person must be extraordinary, otherwise my mother would definitely not like him. Seeing Lin Ruyan return to normal, the roommates finally felt relieved. Yeah. The holiday will come in a few days. You can go home and see him then. Maybe you will see the excellence of that man and accept it in your heart. The more they talked, the more curious Lin Ruyan became. What kind of man actually conquered her cold CEO mother? This made her eager to go home and see him. And while Lin Ruyan was looking forward to it, Lu Ming, who was lying on the bed holding Lin Wan, couldn't help but worry. He also heard that Lin Ruyan would go home for the holiday in a few days. I don't know if Lin Ruyan will go crazy when they meet. In the midst of gains and losses, Lu Ming slowly fell asleep. The nightlight is like water. The next day, Lu Ming woke up from his dream. He vaguely felt that someone was watching him. After opening his eyes, he found that Lin Wan had woken up at some point. At the same time, her eyes were always staring at him, sweeping back and forth on his face, as if she was admiring a rare treasure. Seeing Lu Ming wake up, Lin Wan immediately gave Lu Ming a passionate good morning kiss. Hubby, good morning. After saying that, she hugged Lu Ming's arm tightly. Being hugged like this, Lu Ming could immediately feel Lin Wan's broad mind. The rested body immediately had some reactions. Morning, why did you wake up so early? Are you not used to it? Didn't sleep well. Lin Wan shook her head quickly. After so many years, I am so happy to have a man to sleep with. Chapter 10, 100 Billion Hongyang Group. Lin Wan looked energetic, but the dark circles under her eyes could not escape Lu Ming's keen eyes. Could it be that Lin Wan didn't sleep for long last night, or didn't sleep at all? Lu Ming gently placed his big hands on Lin Wan's eye sockets and gave her an eye massage. Said with a hint of heartache. Don't do this again in the future, and sleep well. A good rest will keep you healthy. As he spoke, he pushed Lin Wan down and let him lie on the bed to continue resting. When Lin Wan heard this, she felt a warm feeling in her heart. Lu Ming's concern and care made him very happy. It's okay, I was a little excited last night, I was too energetic. I feel like I can watch you all night long while watching my husband. The more I watch, the more energetic and excited I become. And I'm used to it, so I don't need to sleep too long. Staying up late is a common occurrence for Lin Wan. As the person in charge of a multi-billion-dollar company, the burden of the group lies on her. Although she doesn't have to worry about small matters, once there is a big matter that needs her to solve, it may take her several sleepless days and nights. So she has long been accustomed to staying up late. The biggest fear of staying up late is not physical fatigue, but psychological loneliness. In the past, she didn't care about her physical fatigue after working late into the night. But in the middle of the night, the loneliness of being alone looking at the lights of thousands of homes was the fear that made him grit his teeth. Every time that happened, even with her strong heart, she almost collapsed. And now, she has Lu Ming by her side. A man who accompanies her late at night. Whether he was awake or asleep, at night, being beside him and listening to his breathing as he slept made Lin Wan feel a strong sense of security and happiness. The loneliness I felt late at night in the past will no longer appear. Even if you don't sleep, you won't feel mentally tired, and your mood will be sunny and full of hope. Lin Wan felt that she was not sleepy at all and rejected Lu Ming's suggestion to catch up on some sleep. No, I'm not sleepy. Let's get up quickly, we have to go out later. Lu Ming was successfully distracted by Lin Wan and stopped urging her to catch up on her sleep. And asked, are you going out? Where are you going? I won't tell you. You'll know soon. Lu Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing that Lin Wan really didn't look sleepy, he gave up the idea of letting her catch up on her sleep. I got up and planned to wash up. Just at this moment, the system's voice suddenly rang in Lu Ming's mind. Ding! Daily asset increase reward has arrived. Lu Ming was delighted. I quickly picked up my phone, and sure enough, a text message popped up saying my bank account had arrived. 5,180,000 yuan was transferred into your account 7688 at 10:05 on September 21st. Account balance, 5,260,045.03 yuan. In this way, my cash exceeded 10 million. Based on the 10% increase, he received a total of 5.18 million in cash today. The tens of thousands of dollars he had saved over the years were almost negligible, and coupled with the 5 million given by Lin Wan, he now had a full 10 million in cash to spend. Don't think that 10 million in cash doesn't sound like a lot, but this is real cash. Not assets. Even some wealthy people who claim to have family assets of over 100 million may not have 10 million in cash to squander. Assets are assets and cash is cash, and the two should not be confused. This moment, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a little excited. 10 million. An average person will never earn this much money in their entire lifetime. Lu Ming had never had so much money before. Although he had a system after marrying Lin Wan, he would have more and more money in the future, even to the point where he would have too much to spend and too much to count. But at this moment, Lu Ming was really happy. Oh, right. Don't I have a company share awarded by the system? Lu Ming suddenly rang out. When his assets exceeded 40 million, the system rewarded him with 48% of the company's shares. The relevant files have been lying quietly in the system space. Life has been so blissful lately that Lu Ming almost forgot about it. Only the genetic medicine that enhanced combat power was remembered by Lu Ming, and he took it before going to bed, while the file was left gathering dust in the space. Immediately, Lu Ming took out the file from the system space. Hongyang Group. Lu Ming took a look at the company name. He then picked up his phone and searched for information about Hongyang Group. This check. Lu Ming was shocked. The headline information that came out of the search was that Hongyang Group's annual revenue last year reached 58.6 billion. You know, Lin Wan Group, as a listed company with a market value of 100 billion yuan, has an annual revenue of only 40 billion yuan. So, Hongyang Group is even more powerful than Lin Wan's Group? It turns out that the system rewards are the big part. Both genetic medicine and Hongyang Group are good things. Lu Ming continued to check some relevant information. It was discovered that Hongyang Group is essentially an investment company whose investment business scope is extremely wide, covering many lucrative industries such as finance, real estate, trade, technology, and medicine. And most importantly, although Hongyang Group is held by multiple parties, the current largest shareholder only holds 18% of the shares. That means that Lu Ming currently holds 48% of the shares and is the largest shareholder of Hongyang Group. Lu Ming couldn't help but be shocked. The system is really powerful. I don't know how it acquired many scattered shares for itself. If Lin Wan wasn't in the room, Lu Ming wanted to shout, "Everyone stand up." But he was wrong, the system was awesome. Lu Ming originally thought that he was already very satisfied with having 10 million in cash and living in a villa worth 50 million. It turns out that the system had already given me a big gift. I am still too easily satisfied. What are tens of millions? A company with an annual revenue of over 50 billion and a market value of at least 100 billion, the system will give it away as soon as it says so. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Honey, are you okay, Tilda? Lin Wan, who was in the living room, had no idea about Lu Ming's actions. She just asked him when she saw that he hadn't come out for a long time. Here I come. Lu Ming hurried out of the bathroom. When I came to the living room, I saw breakfast on the dining table. Salads, sandwiches, coffee, omelets. It was obviously the breakfast that Lin Wan prepared for herself. I'm not very good at it, so it might not taste that good. Lin Wan said softly, pinching her hands. Over the years, he has only set foot in the kitchen a handful of times. Although these breakfasts are simple, they took a lot of effort for her to prepare. Thank you, wife. I love everything she cooks. Lu Ming pulled Lin Wan to sit down together, and started praising her before they even started eating. But she was obviously enjoying it very much. Lin Wan, who was worried that what she cooked was not tasty and was very embarrassed, smiled instantly. Chapter 11 Woman, you are playing with fire. Then the two of them started to eat breakfast. Lu Ming looked at the beautifully arranged breakfast in front of him and couldn't help but feel hungry. He picked up the sandwich and started eating. It's just ordinary. It's hard to make such a simple thing taste bad, unless you have a talent for dark cuisine. It was obvious that Lin Wan had tried her best and had put a lot of thought into the presentation and style of the dish. Delicious, I love it. So Lu Ming still had to praise his wife. After Lin Wan accepted Lu Ming's praise, she also took a bite of the sandwich. But then he frowned. It's not tasty at all. It has no taste at all. Honey, don't eat it. Let's go out and buy some more. Lin Wan was furious, but she was more angry about her poor cooking skills. Although she didn't dare to compare her cooking with her husband's, her cooking was much worse than those sold outside. So she wanted Lu Ming to stop and they could eat again outside. Lu Ming looked at Lin Wan's cute appearance, smiled and touched her head to comfort her. What's wrong with you? Just be a little more plain, it's healthy. In fact, I think the most important thing is not whether the breakfast tastes good, but the thought that goes into preparing breakfast, which is far more important than breakfast. With this kind thought, I feel sweet when eating sandwiches. Lu Ming didn't say this just to comfort Lin Wan. He hasn't had a home-prepared breakfast for a long time. He had lost the habit of eating breakfast since he went to college, because no one prepared breakfast for him and he was too lazy to eat it specifically. Just lie down a little longer and you can have lunch. And so many years later, there is a woman other than my biological mother who is willing to prepare a careful dinner for me. This already touched Lu Ming's heart. Even though the breakfast tasted pretty average. Lu Ming's comfort made Lin Wan feel better, but she still felt aggrieved. But it still can't change the fact that my cooking is not delicious. In this regard, Lin Wan was a little stubborn. She wanted to prepare the best things for Lu Ming. Lu Ming couldn't help but smile and joked, "Why don't I teach you?" Although Lu Ming was just joking. But Lin Wan's eyes lit up and she responded seriously, "Okay. I want to learn." Lu Ming was stunned for a moment. Is this what a CEO's wife should do? Really? From now on, husband, you should teach me how to cook. Seeing Lin Wan was so serious, Lu Ming nodded, "Okay, as long as you want to learn, I can teach you anytime." Aha! After getting Lu Ming's response, Lin Wan happily kissed Lu Ming on the face. She couldn't wait to learn how to cook a delicious meal for her beloved man. Lin Wan did not realize that she had undergone another huge transformation in this regard. In the past, she was still that cold female president. We eat just to fill our stomach so that our body can keep working with energy. Sometimes, in order to save time and focus more on work, she would ask her assistant to prepare simpler and quicker food. It is just to avoid wasting too much time on this so that we can speed up our work. But now, she attaches great importance to 3 meals a day. To enjoy delicious food with your loved ones, especially food made by yourself. She is willing to spend time learning cooking. Lin Wan is already looking forward to the days of study. Just imagine the young couple, snuggling together in the kitchen, cooking together. What a dreamy and happy picture. And wait until your cooking skills are perfected. If she could really cook a great meal for her beloved husband and get real praise from him, she would be happier than making money. After a while, Lu Ming ate up all the breakfast made by Lin Wan. Lin Wan was just about to get up and clean up the dishes. He was stopped by Lu Ming. "You still have a wound on your hand, let me do it. And it's time to change the medicine." As he spoke, he pulled Lin Wan to the sofa and brought out the medicine box. He squatted down and unwrapped the wound that had been bandaged yesterday. Disinfect again and change the dressing. During this process, Lin Wan's eyes flickered and her heart felt warm. How can the man in front of me be so gentle and considerate? This moment, Lin Wan felt that she was the happiest woman in the world. I actually found this man who cooks delicious food, is handsome, gentle and considerate, and has good physical strength. Honey, do you think I'm dreaming? Lin Wan suddenly spoke. Lu Ming was a little confused and continued with his work. Why do you say that? Otherwise, how can I be with someone as nice as you? Hearing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but think of what Lin Wan said to her mother during the video call yesterday. Said jokingly, "What's good about me? Good physical strength. That's right. My little puppy husband has great physical strength. I have a say in this." Unexpectedly, Lin Wan was not shy at all after hearing Lu Ming's teasing, and she even became more aggressive. The other hand is not honest either. He reached into Lu Ming's clothes and started groping his abdominal muscles. "You woman, you don't understand what you've gotten yourself into." Lin Wan didn't care and didn't stop her actions. Lu Ming quickly finished the work at hand. "Next second. You." Before Lin Wan could finish her words, Lu Ming blocked her mouth. Then he pushed me hard onto the sofa. The weather is like a woman's face, it changes at any time. It started with a wet drizzle, accompanied by soft, pleasant thunder, and then a strong wind suddenly came. The huge force made the sofa unstable, and the sofa legs made a creaking sound as they rubbed against the ground. Finally, heavy rain and thunder and lightning came with strong winds and lasted for a long time. Finally, peace returned. After the rain, Lu Ming and Lin Wan's clothes were soaked. The two had to go back to the bathroom to take a shower. Lu Ming came out first and waited for Lin Wan outside. Just see. Lin Wan was wearing a black leather skirt, a black vest and a shirt, and she walked out with her long white legs. With such a beautiful face and this dress, she looked so pure and sexy. Especially since I have just been nourished by love. Their whole person was radiant, revealing a unique charm, which made Lu Ming eager to try again. Lin Wan came out and saw Lu Ming's look. He said quickly and timidly, "No, I have to go out quickly." She was very tired now, and was very scared seeing Lu Ming's wolf-like look. Lu Ming smiled dumbly after hearing this. "You little coward. Besides, you were the one who played with fire first, so you can't blame me." I don't care. Lin Wan started to act shamelessly again. Playing tricks is a woman's right. Lin Wan was so cute that Lu Ming's heart melted. Okay, blame me, it's me who wasted time. Come here, I want to eat you. Chapter 12 The Rich Woman's Arrogance. After fooling around all morning, Lu Ming and Lin Wan finally went out. The same driver from last time was already waiting at the door in his Rolls Royce with the flying goddess. After getting on the bus, Lu Ming couldn't help but ask, "Where are we going?" But Lin Wan remained tight-lipped and refused to reveal a single word no matter how Lu Ming asked. "You little coward, you are just trying to whet my appetite." When Lu Ming called her like that, Lin Wan thought of something and her face turned red. She was a little shy and stubborn. "Don't call me that. I just want to tell you, I'm just trying to keep you in suspense, so what?" Looking at this, he seems to be ready to die. But the next second, Lu Ming used his ultimate move and Lin Wan immediately surrendered. Seeing that Lin Wan was still so stubborn, Lu Ming immediately moved closer to her. His body pressed tightly against Lin Wan's, and he held her and controlled her with his right hand. Then, he put his mouth next to Lin Wan's ear. "Blow gently and talk. You really won't tell me." A deep and pleasant voice, with a hint of warmth, sounded in Lin Wan's ears. My ears are itchy. Go away, go away." This is what Lu Ming discovered recently. This is the spot that Lin Wan is most ticklish about. Once it's touched, she will surrender. Really? Lin Wan started begging for mercy after a few seconds. Stop talking. I surrender, cluck cluck, let me go." Lu Ming let go of Lin Wan with satisfaction. This move would become his secret weapon to subdue Lin Wan from now on. "Then tell me, where are we going?" Huff. After Lu Ming withdrew, Lin Wan adjusted her breathing. Then he admitted defeat and said, "Let's go buy a car." "What car?" When Lu Ming asked this question, Lin Wan said unhappily, "Of course it's a sports car. It could be a bicycle." Oh. Lu Ming finally came to his senses. At the same time, I felt a little excited. It's a sports car. What man doesn't he like the roaring sound? This was one of the things Lin Wan promised to give him during their blind date. But Lu Ming had already forgotten about it and didn't care at all. Unexpectedly, Lin Wan still remembered it. "I'm going to take him to see the car today. Let us not talk about it. A sports car is like a man's second wife." Just after Lin Wan gave him a sports car, the assets he had earned from living off her would be raised to a higher level. The amount of system increase will become larger every day, and there are other system rewards. These are the highlights. "Thank you, my wife. My wife is the most beautiful." Lu Ming turned around and kissed Lin Wan on the cheek. "It feels good." Not to mention, although Lin Wan is a little older than Lu Ming, she often stays up late to work. But her overall condition is very fresh and lively. As fair and tender as those girls of 17 or 18 years old. There is no need to use any makeup to cover up the blemishes. When you kiss it, it is as chewy and smooth as jelly, making you want to take a bite. After one kiss, Lu Ming even wanted a second kiss, a third kiss, and couldn't stop. But Lin Wan dodged it. "It's just a kiss, there's no such thing as biting. Go away. Lin Wan pushed Lu Ming away, determined not to let him get any closer. The two were fighting. The car was slowly slowing down, and was obviously about to reach its destination. Lu Ming looked out the window. There were huge crowds of people outside, with heavy traffic and pedestrian flow. Fuck, the Rolls Royce flying goddess. Look at the license plate. Bin B66886. This is the coolest one. Fuck, so handsome and beautiful. What a god. A godly car and a godly couple. As soon as Lu Ming and his team's car approached the exhibition hall, it attracted many people's attention and everyone was talking about it. His eyes followed the car from the moment it moved until it stopped and someone walked out of it. "I want to see who their boss is." Finally, seeing the divine combination of Lu Ming and Lin Wan, many people couldn't help but marvel. Lu Ming didn't care about being watched at the moment. After getting off the car, he looked at the banners and signs hanging everywhere. Only then did I know. It turns out that a luxury car show was held at the Excellence Exhibition Hall today. All the cars that can enter this luxury car show are luxury cars from top brands. This is what attracted so many people to come and watch. Of course, the ultimate goal of the display is to sell goods. Some people came to watch, while Lu Ming and his group came to purchase. I just got off the car. 3 staff members from the exhibition hall ran over quickly. When he arrived in front of Lu Ming and Lin Wan, he greeted them warmly. "Welcome Mr. Lin to come and make our auto show more glorious." "Well, let's go in." After saying that, he took Lu Ming's hand. Led by the staff in front, we walked into the auto show. Inside the auto show center, there were people coming and going to the exhibition. It was very lively. After walking through their complex exclusive passage, Lu Ming and Lin Wan came to the VIP area of the innermost and top-level luxury car show in the auto show, which is the place closest to the luxury cars. There are no guardrails, and you can touch the glowing car body at any time by just reaching out your hand. Unlike ordinary visitors, who can only stand outside the guardrail and watch from afar. Therefore, the dozen or so luxury cars in the center of the exhibition hall were displayed in front of Lu Ming. The Bugatti Veyron uses an 8-liter square supercharged M16 engine with a top speed of 434 km/h. Ferrari Enzo has been the winner of Forbes' title of the world's most expensive car for several consecutive years. The Pagani Zonda accelerates from 0 to 100 km/h in 3.7 seconds and reaches a top speed of 345 km/h. The Porsche Carrera GT convertible 2-seater sports car has an imposing and expanded appearance, with muscular panels protruding from the headlights to the back on both sides, and its dynamic performance is very terrifying. Lamborghini Murcielago is the best sports car Lamborghini has ever made. Technically, it accelerates from 0 to 100 km/h in just 3.8 seconds. All the cars displayed in this showroom are expensive, limited edition, top-quality brand sports cars. Now Lu Ming knew why they came to the auto show to look at and buy cars. These limited edition top-level sports cars are rarely seen in normal times, and you cannot buy them at 4S stores at all. Even if you make an order at a brand 4S store, it will take a long time. I don't know how much effort went into this auto show to gather so many luxury cars. This made Lu Ming's eyes sparkle with gold, and he was deeply immersed in it. "Do you like it?" Lu Ming nodded in affirmation. "Which man wouldn't like that? Pick any one you like." Lin Wan has always wanted to give Lu Ming the best things, and a sports car is no exception. So she didn't take Lu Ming to the 4S dealership to look at those ordinary sports cars that were sold everywhere. Instead, they came to this auto show and let Lu Ming choose freely. When Lin Wan said this, Lu Ming hadn't said anything yet. The staff members behind him were dumbfounded. "Just pick. Is this the arrogance of a rich woman? Any car at this auto show is a limited edition luxury car worth tens or even hundreds of millions. They also wish someone could tell them to pick whatever they want. Very sour. Everyone feels so sad." Chapter 13. Like them all. Bought them all. No one dared to doubt that what Lin Wan said was just bragging. After all, those who could visit this VIP booth were either rich or noble. Some people even recognized Lin Wan's identity. So let alone buying any one of the cars at the auto show, with Lin Wan's financial strength, it would be no problem for her to buy them all. The other side. Lu Ming has already walked forward and is in close contact with each luxury car. Each luxury car has its own style and personality, making Lu Ming regard them as treasures. After a circle, Lu Ming, who was originally full of joy, frowned. This is so hard to choose. Every car is his favorite, how can he choose? What's wrong? Don't you have anything you like? Seeing Lu Ming looking worried, Lin Wan walked over and asked. "How could I not like it? I just like it too much. That's why I don't know how to choose." Lu Ming quickly shook his head in denial. "How could you not like these multi-million luxury cars? You know, before this, he was just an ordinary handsome man, and he would probably never have access to such a luxury car in his entire life. Now he suddenly had the opportunity to choose one of more than a dozen luxury cars, and he was stunned. I really can't choose. Don't you have a favorite?" Lu Ming gritted his teeth and took another look at all the luxury cars, trying to pick one out. But in the end, he was still very conflicted. "I can't choose one, why don't you help me choose one?" Seeing Lu Ming so fond and conflicted, Lin Wan thought about it and suggested. "How about, we buy them all?" As soon as these words came out, the whole place seemed to quiet down a bit. Lu Ming suspected that there was something wrong with his ears and asked uncertainly. What? Lin Wan also raised her voice a bit. I say. By them all. This time Lu Ming heard it clearly and no longer suspected that he had misheard. He said in disbelief, Are you kidding? By them all? How much will that cost? Lin Wan smiled and spoke calmly. It's probably only about 400 or 500 million, right? It's not like we can't afford it. After saying that, she took Lu Ming's hand and interlocked their fingers. As long as my husband likes it, I am happy to spend any amount of money. All of this was heard clearly from beginning to end by the crowd watching behind. Everyone went from being dumbfounded to being speechless, looking at each other in bewilderment. Only 400 to 500 million. Only? Since when did for a 500 million become so casual? Beauty, do you have no idea what for a 500 million means? For ordinary people like them, even if they pack up their belongings and sell themselves, they still can't raise that much money. How come to you, it sounds as simple as drinking water? At this moment, they were all deeply shocked. I realized that there are real differences between people. Like Lu Ming, he is so handsome and has such a beautiful rich woman who loves him. He can buy whatever he wants. And they could only wait on the side. Everyone wishes they were Lu Ming, because rich women like to pay the bills. Pity. This is all their fantasy. That's the reality. After hearing Lin Wan's proposal to buy everything, Lu Ming quickly rejected the idea in his heart. But he was still very touched. In Lu Ming's mind, he thought it was good enough to buy an ordinary sports car. Unexpectedly, Lin Wan brought him to a luxury car show and chose a limited edition sports car. This was beyond his original psychological tone. Not to mention, just because of his indecisiveness, Lin Wan had to spend for a 500 million to buy all these cars. He couldn't get over this and was really ungrateful. He would not obtain more assets from Lin Wan endlessly just to earn system enhancement money and rewards. Because Lin Wan is his wife who he wants to spend his life with, not a tool to earn system bonuses. Besides, even if he did nothing, the money he had was enough to ensure his lifelong food and drink. Why be so obsessed with making money? So Lu Ming wanted to reject Lin Wan's kindness. But he hadn't finished speaking yet. A greeting voice came from behind them. Sister Wana. Lin Wan and Lu Ming turned around at the same time. I saw a woman with a ponytail, wearing a women's suit, and looking very capable and neat walking towards me quickly. After arriving near the two of them, she immediately noticed Lu Ming, who was very close to Lin Wan. Sister Wana, my husband, Lu Ming. Lin Wan hugged Lu Ming's arm and introduced him. At the same time, he introduced the visitor to Lu Ming. This is my very close sister, Wang Yingying. But after listening to Lin Wan's introduction, Wang Yingying was surprised. Sister Wana. You really have a boyfriend? I heard some gossip and I couldn't believe it. There is actually a man in this world who catches your eye. After finishing speaking, Wang Yingying looked at Lu Ming and said, Hello, I'm Wang Yingying. I didn't expect you could melt our ice queen. You are so handsome, no wonder Sister Wana was conquered by you. Anyone else would be conquered by you. As soon as Wang Yingying finished speaking, Lin Wan responded nervously. Lu Ming and I are a legal couple. We have registered and obtained a marriage certificate. Yingying, please don't mess around. Wang Yingying didn't think much about it. What? Sister Wana, I was just saying it casually. How could I? Half the story. Wang Yingying suddenly realized something. He widened his eyes and looked at Lin Wan and Lu Ming in disbelief. What? Sister Wana. You just said that you two have already obtained your marriage certificate. Wang Yingying always thought that the word, husband, that Lin Wan introduced to him when they first met was just a nickname. After all, it had only been a few days since he heard that Lin Wan had a boyfriend. She never imagined that the two had already registered their marriage. Besides, Wang Yingying and Lin Wan have a pretty good relationship. She was someone who knew Lin Wan relatively well, and knew her character and high vision. Although she is a little older, she seems to be frozen in time. Many powerful people are trying to get close to her. But they could not move forward and undoubtedly ended up hitting a wall. She originally thought that Lin Wan would be like a fairy in this life and would never enter the mortal world. But I can't figure it out no matter how hard I scratch my head. How come you married a man so quickly? This speed would shock anyone. Sister Wana, you are not kidding me. Didn't we just meet a few days ago? It's only been a few days. You stopped being single and got married. Obviously, Wang Yingying was shocked and confused. In her opinion, Lin Wan's behavior might not be very rational. How can this amount of time be enough to get to know a person, let alone fall in love with him or get married? It shouldn't be. With Sister Wana's intelligence, how could she not consider these things? Wang Yingying looked at Lu Ming with a bit of wariness. She wondered if Lin Wan had been fooled by this man. Please give me some free recommendation tickets tilde. Chapter 14. As long as my husband likes it. Although Lin Wan is the person in charge of a $1 trillion group, she has no experience in love and is simply a novice in love. Perhaps it was because of this that I was deceived by the sweet words of the man in front of me and got married so quickly. Actually, Lu Ming and I met through a blind date. Then we registered our marriage on the same day and are living together now. We love each other very much. After saying that, Lin Wan looked up at Lu Ming. Lu Ming also lowered his head, and their eyes met, filled with happiness and love. After hearing this, the doubts and resentment that had just surged in Wang Yingying's heart slowly disappeared. Eyes are the windows to the soul. The love she saw in Lu Ming and Lin Wan's eyes was not fake. This is her confidence as a luxury car salesperson. She is very good at seeing a person's true face from his eyes. So the thought that just popped up in her mind disappeared. It seems that Sister Wana has really found true love. As long as people's senses change, many things will become different. Wang Yingying began to think about it. There must be some advantages of Lu Ming that she doesn't know about. It's impossible to just be handsome. Sister Wana is not such a superficial person. That's why Sister Wana was conquered by him. The more Wang Yingying thought about it, the more she felt that Lu Ming was not an ordinary person. No wonder. Normally, my President Lin is so busy that he doesn't even have time to have a meal with me. Yesterday he suddenly told me that he wanted to come to the auto show, and I didn't understand it. So you want to buy it for your man? Lin Wan was full of pride. That's not true. You must treat your man well with all your heart. Looking at Lin Wan's happy expression, Wang Yingying would never admit that she was a little jealous. Although she has had relationships before, they all ended in failure and she is still single now. She never expected that one day it would be her turn to eat dog food. In the past, she was the one showing off her love, but today she experienced the feeling of eating dog food. Stop showing off, stop showing off. You'll die of overeating if you keep showing off. Okay, let me tell you something serious. Lin Wan calmed down and prepared to ask Wang Yingying something. Let me ask you this, is it okay for me to buy all the cars in your showroom? Wang Yingying was stunned for a moment. Sister, you have never liked cars, right? Why buy so many cars? Wang Yingying was so shocked that her mind was not clear for a moment. But then he looked at Lin Wan and the man next to her. Then he patted his forehead. I thought to myself, how confused I am. What else can I do? Isn't it obvious? The purpose of Sister Wan's trip is to buy a car for her husband. My husband likes all of them. So I bought them all. Lin Wan looked at Wang Yingying, who was stunned for a moment and did not answer, then added. Wang Yingying was invisibly filled with dog food. Wang Yingying, are you a fool? Is there any need to ask this? Isn't this just looking for dog food? Wang Yingying wanted to cry but had no tears, not knowing what happened to her today. Is it because I haven't been in a relationship for too long? It has been a long time since Wang Yingying's last relationship. As a girl, she also looks forward to having a sweet love. But the previous relationship ended in a bad way, and there was nothing sweet about it. This led to her obsession with having a sweet love relationship, but she has never found a boyfriend. I'm afraid that starting a new relationship will get hurt. That's why I can't get the love I want. What she fears most is others showing off their love in front of her. Now that's good. Others stopped talking and restrained themselves. I am too talkative to ask so much. Yingying, you are so outstanding. You will definitely have it in the future. Also, about the car, please tell me if it's okay. Good professional ethics allowed Wang Yingying to adjust her mindset immediately. Sister Wana, although with your assets and status, it is no problem for you to buy all the cars, but it may not be possible now. Wang Yingyin said helplessly. Indeed, with Lin Wan's wealth and status as the boss of a billion-dollar group, no matter her status or money, she can't buy any luxury car. But the key is, why? Sister Wana, you know we have been promoting this auto show for a long time. Some of these limited edition cars were already bought out during the promotion. It's just that it's still in the display period now, and once the show is over, some of these cars will be delivered to their owners. Hear this. Lin Wan also understood. Indeed. If the cars hadn't been sold yet, she could take them all, no problem. But some of the cars already had owners, and she couldn't take them away from them. You know, people who can afford these cars must be from prominent backgrounds. It is not okay to take away someone's love by force. Wana, we can just buy one. Lu Ming on the side quickly spoke up to persuade him. He didn't want Lin Wan to spend so much money on a car. Now I just happen to have such a perfect reason, I can just use the donkey to go downhill. Lin Wan thought for a moment and asked again. How many are left now? Now, 6. I want them all. In the reception room, Wang Yingyin rushed to get the documents related to buying a car. Wife, no. Before Lu Ming could finish his words, Lin Wan already knew what he was going to say and interrupted him. Hubby, money is really nothing to me. I know you don't want me to spend too much money, but really, this little money can't express my love for you. You are my lover, husband. As long as you like, I will buy you everything, and the best. Don't say no again. After listening to Lin Wan's words, Lu Ming fell silent. He felt Lin Wan's passionate love for him. Just because I said I liked them all, she wanted to buy all the luxury cars for me. No matter how much she said she only wanted one, she still insisted on buying all of them. This made Lu Ming feel extremely doted on. I'm afraid that even if Lu Ming asked for the stars in the sky, Lin Wan would seriously consider it and find a way to get them for him. This moment, Lu Ming was truly moved. She said nothing more and accepted Wana's love for her peacefully. Under the guidance of the staff, I signed all the car purchase documents. Immediately, Lin Wan swiped the card. Congratulations to Mr. Lu for becoming the owner of Bugatti Veyron, Ferrari Enzo, Pagani Zonda, Lamborghini Murcielago, Porsche Carrera GT, Bentley Continental Supersports and Aston Martin 177. We are expediting the processing of the temporary license plate, and we will deliver the car to your home after the auto show is over. At the same time, the system's voice also rang in Lu Ming's mind. Ding, congratulations to their host, you have won 7 luxury cars by eating gigolo. The value is 86,200,000 yuan. Ding, congratulations to their host, the assets earned from living like a gigolo have officially exceeded 100 million. Reward, God-level medical skills, 22% of the shares of Hongyang Group. Chapter 15 I love you with my actions. The system gave another very generous reward, but Lu Ming didn't have time to take a closer look. The system sound rang again. Ding, congratulations to their host for reaching level 2, and the daily amplitude has increased to 20%. Lu Ming didn't expect that the system level would actually be upgraded. By the way, the daily increase was also increased from 10% to 20%. Based on my current assets of 100 million, I can get 20 million for free every day when I wake up. 20 million a day. Before the week was over, another 100 million was raised. I'm afraid this money will be spent faster than it comes back. And this time the system rewarded shares of Hongyang Group. That's a multi-billion-dollar group. The 48% of shares awarded last time plus the 22% this time, that's 70% in total. Without a doubt, Lu Ming is the king of Hongyang Group. Has unparalleled power over the huge Hongyang Group. But what surprised Lu Ming the most was the reward of divine medical skills. You have to know that no matter how powerful and rich you are suffering from a terminal illness. Then everything is just a passing cloud, which you cannot bring with you when you are born and you cannot take with you when you die. I believe that there are countless wealthy people who are willing to give up their entire life fortune just to stay healthy. Countless medical knowledge emerged in my mind. In an instant, Lu Ming went from being a person who knew nothing about medicine to a national master. The rewards of the system are so magical. Even if the system gives some rewards that are beyond the scope of human beings next time, Lu Ming will not be surprised. What's wrong, husband? Are you tired? Lin Wan saw her husband sitting on the sofa in a daze and thought he was tired. No, it's okay. I'm just so happy. Seeing her husband happy, Lin Wan also smiled happily. Then he suggested, "It's still early, why don't we go out for a walk? Next to the auto show is the famous Excellence Plaza in the large seaside city. There is everything from food, clothing, housing, transportation, food, drink, and entertainment." Okay. Lu Ming naturally agreed readily. There is so much money that I don't know how to spend it. But during the entire shopping process, Lin Wan and Lu Ming almost only looked at men's products, and did not even glance at the women's clothing stores when they passed by. Lu Ming wanted to buy something for Lin Wan, but she declined. "No, I have so many at home that I can't put them all away." In the end, Lu Ming had no choice but to be a tool and was always led around by Lin Wan. She shopped for men's clothing and almost changed Lu Ming's outfit from scratch. I even bought a limited edition Patek Philippe watch. I don't really know the specific Lu Ming, but he is pretty good looking anyway. At this time, Lu Ming had already given up, and Lin Wan refused to let him pay, so she was the one who was paying. Lu Ming didn't resist and bought him anything. All are received. After strolling around the street, Lu Ming's income increased by nearly 10 million. Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. Lu Ming's appearance was originally very attractive. After being improved with genetic drugs, it has taken a big step forward. Now, after changing into a set of branded clothes, their whole person is shining. When walking on the street, many women looked back frequently and changed from 1 step to 3 steps. She doesn't consider the feelings of the man around her at all. Even Lin Wan, who was beside him. As he walked, he would turn his head from time to look at Lu Ming. Because he didn't look at the road, he almost tripped and fell to the ground. Fortunately, Lu Ming caught him in time. "Silly girl, please watch the road when you walk. Honey, you're so handsome. I can't control myself. I just can't help but want to look at you." Lin Wan looked at Lu Ming and said with stars in her eyes, "But then I felt a little depressed. I regret it. I shouldn't have taken you out shopping. Buying clothes. Dressing you up so handsomely. Just now, many young and beautiful girls were looking at you. If I hadn't been there, they would probably have rushed over to ask for your contact information. But what will you do if I'm not around next time? They will definitely hook up with you." Seeing Lin Wan's slightly spoiled and arrogant look, Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Wan was kind of cute like this. Silly wife. Lu Ming touched Lin Wan's head. "Huh, you still despise me? Wife, are you blind to yourself?" Lin Wan didn't understand. "What do you mean?" Lu Ming turned Lin Wan's body so that it was facing the glass curtain wall of the shopping mall. 2 figures were reflected in the glass. "I mean, how can you not realize how beautiful you are? In my heart, you are the most beautiful. How could I dislike you and leave you?" Lu Ming's words came completely from her heart. As soon as he entered the tea room for his blind date, Lu Ming was immediately fascinated by Lin Wan. In his opinion, Lin Wan was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Lu Ming spoke sincerely and affectionately. For a while, Lin Wan blushed and her heart started beating fast. Slippery tongue. "I'm ignoring you." Lin Wan's mood improved again and she smiled again. "Yeah." Lu Ming hugged Lin Wan's waist and played tricks with his hands, making Lin Wan giggle. After a while of playing, "Put your hand out." Lin Wan stupidly stretched out her left hand. "Not this one, but the other one." "Oh." Although Lin Wan didn't know what Lu Ming was going to do, she still did as he said. Lu Ming took off a black rubber band on her right hand. Under Lin Wan's gaze, he put it on his right hand. "What is this for?" Lin Wan didn't quite understand. Lu Ming raised his right hand and shook it. "It's a declaration of sovereignty. From now on, this rubber band will be worn on my hand, and anyone who sees it will know that I am a man who needs to tie his wife's hair. That way, naturally no one will come back to seduce your husband." After listening to Lu Ming's explanation, Lin Wan understood immediately and threw herself into Lu Ming's arms. "Hubby, you're so nice." Putting aside Lin Wan's other identities, she is essentially a woman. Women always have a sense of insecurity when they are in love. Afraid that the man you love will be taken away by another woman. With Lu Ming's handsomeness and gentleness, most women cannot resist his charm. Lin Wan was really afraid that one day Lu Ming would really leave her. I have already fallen into Lu Ming's arms. Can I continue to live the lonely life I used to? This scared her just thinking about it. However, Lu Ming responded with action at this time. Use a black rubber band to isolate yourself from other opposite-sex relationships. It's like a dose of reassurance. It made Lin Wan feel full of security. Let her know that to make a woman feel at ease, it is not just about saying, "I love you and you are the most beautiful," but about proving yourself with actions. "Hubby, I love you even more." Lin Wan felt full of happiness in Lu Ming's arms. "It's not good for you to do this." A sudden voice suddenly sounded. It ruins the current atmosphere. Chapter 16. You are a waste, trash. Lu Ming turned around and saw that the person who came was a man wearing a high-end suit. Although he looked good, he was not as handsome as him. But this man exudes an inexplicable and unpleasant temperament, and seems to be very hostile to him. I have never seen this man before, so he should be. It was just as Lu Ming expected. This person knew Lin Wan, and Lin Wan also turned around at this time. After seeing the person coming, he frowned subconsciously. When Lu Ming saw this, he realized that Lin Wan didn't like the guy in front of her very much either. "What's it got to do with you?" Lin Wan retorted. "He is." Lu Ming asked. "He is just an insignificant person, and he is extremely annoying, without any self-awareness." Lin Wan turned around and patiently explained to Lu Ming that she had nothing to do with the man in front of her and that she hated him very much. "Since my husband can think of putting a rubber band on his body to show that he is taken and avoid the opposite sex, I should naturally explain it patiently." After Lin Wan finished her explanation, Lu Ming nodded. It wasn't that he didn't believe Lin Wan, but he asked out of curiosity. As a result, Lin Wan explained a lot to him. It was as if she was afraid that Lu Ming would misunderstand her because a man he knew greeted her. She was wrong. How could Lu Ming be such a petty-minded man? Lu Ming looked at Lin Wan with a slightly anxious look, and stroked her head with his right hand, as if he was petting a kitten. "My dear wife, this is so cute." Lu Ming thought secretly. Lin Wan's behavior actually made him feel very refreshed. A cold female president was anxious to explain to him because of such a small matter. That proves how important I am in her heart. Gradually, under Lu Ming's touch, Lin Wan calmed down. The two men had completely forgotten to ignore the man in the suit and left him aside for a long time. The man in the suit watched the two people ignore his existence and show affection in front of him, and he was so angry that his teeth were about to break. "You." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lin Wan in a domineering manner. "Wang Yaolin, what we do has nothing to do with you. Could you please move aside gracefully?" At this moment, Lin Wan was no longer as gentle and lovely as she was when she was with Lu Ming. Her words were filled with the coldness and indifference of a female boss. Yes, the person who came was the young boss of He Dongqing's company, Wang Yaolin. After he couldn't get any useful information from He Dongqing, he spent a lot of manpower and financial resources to investigate Lu Ming's information. After getting the information, he was so angry that his liver hurt. The news that Lin Wan and Lu Ming have registered their marriage is actually not false. When he first heard the news, before it was confirmed, he still hoped it was just a rumor. Because based on his understanding of Lin Wan, there had never been a man named Lu Ming around her before. Even if he showed up later, it would be impossible for him to conquer Lin Wan so quickly and make her marry him. So it is very likely that the current man named Lu Ming is pursuing Lin Wan and is getting closer to her, or the worst possibility is that they have become boyfriend and girlfriend. But no matter which possibility it is, Wang Yaolin still has a chance. But he never expected it. That news is really not a rumor. His hopes were shattered in an instant. He just couldn't understand why he was defeated by Lu Ming, who came from an ordinary family. Just because Lu Ming is a little more handsome than him? Although when he saw Lu Ming's photo in the profile, he couldn't help but secretly feel that he couldn't compare to him in terms of appearance. But a man should be compared in all aspects. His education. His family. His wealth. Lin Wan should, maybe, possibly. She is not the type who only looks at the face, right? 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 He has been pursuing Lin Wan for so many years and is well aware of the excellence of her countless suitors. So he continued to package and improve himself, and tried his best to stand out from the many suitors and become the first choice. But who could have thought? One day his house will be robbed. And in his eyes, he is just an ant among ants, an ordinary person with nothing good except being handsome. This is undoubtedly an insult to him. Lin Wan. How am I inferior to this guy? Why did I chase you for 5 years? You didn't even look at me. In terms of looks, no, in terms of background. Education. Net worth. How am I inferior to him? This guy is just an ordinary guy, he is not as rich as me. Whatever you like about this guy, I can do it for you. Wang Yaolin was so excited that he spoke louder and louder unconsciously. When the people around saw someone losing their composure and yelling so loudly, they all turned their eyes over here. Wang Yaolin. It was all your wishful thinking. When did I ever take you seriously? I have clearly rejected you many times. It was like this before, and it's even more so now that I'm married. Don't bother me anymore. Facing the onlookers around her, Lin Wan showed no mercy. The pointing and talking of passers-by made Wang Yaolin almost lose face. Under the double blow, Wang Yaolin looked at Lin Wan with resentment. Are you just attracted by his face, you superficial woman? He has no money or power, he is just a gigolo. One day you will regret it. I am the one who can bring you happiness. Wang Yaolin may have had some mental breakdown, and he was talking without thinking. He continued to pursue Lin Wan and attacked her in his words. As Lin Wan's husband, Ming did not tolerate him and stood up immediately. Wang Yaolin, right? You're a piece of trash, garbage, and a second man. Where do you get the confidence to say that you are the one who can bring happiness to Wana? You. Hearing Ming's insults, Wang Yaolin was furious and was about to speak when he was interrupted by Ming. I was absolutely right when I said you were trash. You've been chasing Wana for 5 years, but she never even looked at you. When Wana and I met for the first time, we got our marriage certificate on the same day. In comparison, aren't you a loser? And you are still a sanctimonious rubbish. You wear an expensive suit, look elegant, and pretend to be a gentleman. You have the nerve to say what you did for Wana. If I guess correctly, you have many other women in places where Wana can't see, right? Maybe in your heart, those things outside are just for fun and you never take them to heart, but the more this is the case, the more disgusting garbage you are. Besides, Ming hadn't said the main point yet, and Wang Yaolin might have been hit in a sore spot. He chose to use a louder voice to interrupt Ming's speech. You are nothing but a gigolo. You are not as rich as me. You are not as powerful as me. Who do you think you are? Wang Yaolin kept using these 2 sentences to attack Ming. Because that's all he has to say. He didn't dare to refute what Ming said just now, because he didn't know how Ming knew about the things behind him. Chapter 17 Kick Wang Yaolin away. Ming was not angry at all when Wang Yaolin called him a gigolo. He doesn't think it's bad to be a gigolo at all. This is at least an affirmation of his divine looks. And what a great guy, if you can really eat this bowl of rice, you have to say it's delicious. This Wang Yaolin doesn't even have a chance to be a gigolo. Besides, he is a gigolo with a system. He couldn't compare with him before, but if you really think about it now, with the shares of Hongyan Group in his hands, his wealth is much higher than that of Wang Yaolin. It doesn't matter if I have money or not, at least I have a healthy body. Ming kept looking at Wang Yaolin while speaking meaningfully. Wang Yaolin felt a little uneasy when he was looked at like this, but he was also certain that there was no way Ming could know anything. Everyone has a healthy body. Without money and power, you are waste. Wang Yaolin said with his neck stiff. He didn't dare to say too much about the body, but when it came to money and power, his tone became much tougher. After all, this was where he thought he had crushed Ming. You. Lin Wan, who was standing by, became instantly furious when she saw him insulting her beloved husband. Just as he was about to speak, Ming stopped him. This is a man's war. Ming asked Wang Yaolin in a questioning tone. Really? Just your body? As soon as Ming said this, the eyes of the people around him immediately turned to Wang Yaolin. There was a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Wang Yaolin's heart also skipped a beat. My heart was like a typhoon, a mess. Because Ming was right. He really isn't very good. But he kept this matter very secret and no one knew about it. But why did Lu Ming know? But as a man, he would naturally not admit such a thing, especially in public. There are so many people watching me, maybe some are filming. As a well-known rich young man in the local area, there must be someone who knows me. So it must never be admitted. Stop talking nonsense. Wang Yaolin was a little flustered at this time and spoke without restraint. Lu Ming smiled when he heard it. Your irritability, night sweats, red cheeks, hot flashes, and puffy eyes are all signs of kidney deficiency. Lu Ming possesses God-level medical skills, and he could tell at first glance that Wang Yaolin was suffering from kidney deficiency. Lu Ming spoke so professionally, and Wang Yaolin's expression became increasingly ugly. All of this proves that Wang Yaolin does suffer from kidney deficiency. For a while, the onlookers couldn't help but snicker and cast sympathetic glances. This made Wang Yaolin even more embarrassed. This kid is so fucking weird. Wang Yaolin thought to himself. He was the one who came to cause trouble for Lu Ming, but he always lost in every confrontation. I am the young master of the Wang family, but I can't deal with this kid. Not only did he insult himself, he called himself trash and rubbish. He also revealed that he had kidney deficiency. Although I don't know how he knew it. But even if he tries his best to deny it now, I guess few people will believe it. Thinking of this, Wang Yaolin was so angry that he almost went crazy. There is no way to talk anymore, so I have to take action. Come on. After receiving Wang Yaolin's order, the four big men behind him rushed directly towards Lu Ming. Passers-by around also avoided it for fear of being hurt innocently. Stop. Only Lin Wan stood up at this time and stood in front of Lu Ming. Wang Yaolin, if you dare to touch my husband in the slightest, I will destroy your Wang family when I return. But at this time Wang Yaolin had lost his mind and ignored Lin Wan's threats. Go. Go. Beat this guy to death. The four big men continued to approach. Lu Ming was worried that Lin Wan would get hurt, so he quickly pulled her behind him. Then, four big men arrived in front of Lu Ming. The two men stretched out their long arms, ready to control Lu Ming. The other two clenched their fists and punched Lu Ming hard, wanting to give him a good beating. The crowd watched as four muscular, ferocious-looking men, who seemed to have received professional training, besieged Lu Ming, a handsome young man. It seems like I can guess what the ending will be. How could such a handsome young man possibly be a match for four big men? If he were controlled, who knows what would happen to him? No one could bear to watch. But the next second, four screams rang out one after another. Everyone was stunned as they looked at the four big men lying on the ground twitching. What's going on? I didn't even dare to look at it. I couldn't see it clearly. How come you fell down right away without even touching that handsome guy? They look strong, but I didn't expect them to be just show-offs. Yeah, I thought that handsome guy was going to get beaten up, but I didn't expect. Could this handsome guy be a martial arts master? I think I saw him tapping those people a few times. Lu Ming is not a martial arts master, he doesn't know any martial arts. But he took genetic drugs and has extraordinary physical fitness, physical strength and power. In his eyes, the movements of these big men were as slow as ants, and he could easily dodge their attacks. Plus, he possesses God-level medical skills. He knew the acupuncture points of the human body very well. As long as he wanted, it would not be a problem for these people in front of him to become disabled, let alone simply losing their combat effectiveness. You are a piece of trash, and the people you brought with you are also trash. You fell down without even touching me. After dealing with the four big men, Lu Ming said to Wang Yaolin with a provocative look on his face. After being provoked, Wang Yaolin, who had already lost his mind, did not even think about whether he was a match for Lu Ming, and rushed straight towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I'm going to destroy you. The weak Wang Yaolin was like a sissy at this time. Even if he clenched his fists, he didn't seem to pose any threat. Looking at Wang Yaolin rushing towards him, Lu Ming didn't move at all. He caught Wang Yaolin's fist on the spot. It was indeed weak and lingering. Wang Yaolin, whose fist was caught, was suddenly panicked and tried desperately to pull his fist out. But I couldn't pull it back. Lu Ming grabbed it with force. R. Wang Yaolin instantly felt a huge pain coming on him, his face turned pale and he kept gasping for breath. This guy is too weak. I think this guy is more like a pretty boy, with weak fists and feet. I can do it with you, but with this ability, you still want to beat someone up. Yeah, it's a real dish. This guy is crazy. For big guys can't beat this handsome guy. Where does he get the courage? As he spoke, the people watching started laughing. Lu Ming also smiled and said, Wang Yaolin, is that all? Are you weak because of kidney deficiency? After saying that, he slapped him directly and then kicked him hard. Kicked Wang Yaolin away and he fell flat on his face. Chapter 18 Full of security. Wang Yaolin suddenly fell on the curb. He had always lived a life of luxury, so when had he ever suffered such an injustice? My knees and hands were burning with pain. But he didn't dare open his eyes and look up. Because he could feel him throwing himself in front of a crowd of onlookers. He didn't dare to get up. Or he was too embarrassed to say it. With his eyes closed, he could hear the group of people in front of him laughing quietly and even whispering. But because he was so close, he could hear what they were saying. It's so funny, it seems this guy is really weak. What's the use of having money when he is so weak? Yeah, even if you have money to buy meat, you can only look at it but can't eat it. It feels so good to see him get beaten, har har har. After hearing these people's discussions, Wang Yaolin finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He feels so wronged. Nothing went his way today. He couldn't scold Lu Ming, nor could he beat him, and was even laughed at by a group of people. Thinking of this, Wang Yaolin couldn't help but cover his face with the ground and cried secretly. But at this time, a team of security guards suddenly rushed over, and the crowd quickly dispersed when they saw this scene. The security guards came to Wang Yaolin and helped him up. Wang Yaolin, who covered his face, had no idea what was going on at this time. He struggled desperately, fearing that others would see him in this embarrassing state. But how could he be a match for the security guards? They lifted him up with great effort. When Wang Yaolin was arrested, he recognized the man. It turned out to be one of our own. Looking at so many security guards, Wang Yaolin instantly gained confidence and shouted loudly. I am the son of Wang Yongkang, a shareholder of Your Excellence Plaza. That kid just now hurt me on purpose, come on. Help me beat him back. When Wang Yaolin said this, he was being lifted up by 4 security guards holding his limbs. The tears and tear marks on his face were still clearly visible, but his expression was arrogant. It feels contradictory and funny. Hey! What are you doing? Put me down. I told you to beat him. Where are you taking me? I am the son of Wang Yongkang, a shareholder of Your Excellence Plaza. Did you hear me? Are you deaf? I'll go back and ask my dad to fire you guys. But strangely, the purpose of this group of security guards seems to be very clear. As soon as he came over, he picked up Wang Yaolin and left. No matter how he struggled or cursed, they paid no attention. They carried Wang Yaolin away in a daze. What's going on? Didn't this guy say he was the son of a shareholder of Excellence Plaza? Why did the security guards still carry him away? Who knows? Maybe he was just bragging. Whatever, did you see it just now? That young man was crying but he stood up and acted arrogant again. It made me laugh to death. Today's show was so exciting, with all kinds of twists and turns. Luckily I captured it all. That's it. The video of Wang Yaolin being rejected in love proposal, being diagnosed with kidney deficiency, and being abducted by shareholders of his own plaza began to circulate. With Wang Yaolin being taken away, the matter came to an end. Xiao Shuang, where are my bodyguards? How does my security system work? Today I was in danger at Excellence Plaza and no security personnel showed up. This is a serious loophole and dereliction of duty in the security system. Find out what's going on right now. Lu Ming looked at Lin Wan, who was on the phone. For the first time, he saw what Lin Wan was like when she was angry. The female boss's anger turned into a sharp ice knife, which raged all over the ground mercilessly along with the biting cold wind. At the same time, Lu Ming also realized that, yes, Lin Wan is the CEO of a trillion-dollar group. How could there not be bodyguards protecting him secretly? It's just that Lin Wan doesn't like to get too close to strangers, and she is with Lu Ming now, so the bodyguards have been following her at a distance for protection. But this accident happened so long ago. Not a single bodyguard showed up. It seems there is indeed a big problem. It was only later that Lu Ming heard that Lin Wan had launched the most rigorous internal investigation after returning and had carried out a major reshuffle of her company's security department. After the call, Lin Wan's expression changed immediately. The frost on his face slowly faded away, and his face was filled with spring breeze and love. He said while holding Lu Ming's arm, "Hubby, how come you are so awesome? I feel so safe with you." What Lin Wan said was naturally what was in her heart. When the bodyguard didn't show up just now, she still felt a little panicked. She didn't know what horrible thing Wan Yaolin would do. Lu Ming also took Lin Wan into his arms and said solemnly, "Wife, I will always protect you." Lin Wan snuggled in Lu Ming's arms, feeling completely safe. The two hugged for a while. Lin Wan raised her head and asked curiously, "Husband, have you ever learned martial arts? You knocked down those big guys in just a few moves." Hearing this, Lu Ming was stunned for a moment. He didn't want to reveal too much of his abilities. If the incident had not happened suddenly and was not dangerous, Lu Ming would not have wanted to show it. I could only say vaguely, "No, maybe they are like their master, who is in poor health and has nothing to do with him." Lu Ming's words immediately made Lin Wan laugh. "Although I know it's unlikely, it may not be that simple." But he didn't think about it too much. He laughed happily for a long time. Lu Ming thought that the matter had finally been forgotten. Unexpectedly, Lin Wan suddenly thought of something. "Oh, right. There's one more strange thing. I know that Wan Yaolin's father Wan Yongkang is indeed a shareholder of Excellence Plaza. But why didn't the security guards help him but took him away?" I don't know," Lu Ming said with a puzzled look. But in fact, he actually guessed what was going on. It should be that the people behind Excellence Plaza knew his true identity. Wang Yaolin's father, Wang Yongkang, is indeed a shareholder of Excellence Plaza, but he actually only holds a little over 3% of the shares. Excellence Plaza is actually an asset of Hongyang Group, which holds 85% of the shares. The remaining 15% of the shares were distributed among other people. Wang Yaolin's father Wang Yongkang is one of them. But what is the use of such a small amount of shares? Lu Ming owns 70% of the shares of Hongyang Group and has absolute controlling rights over it. Excellence Plaza is just one of the industries under Hongyang Group. If he wanted to clear out the Wang family's shares in Excellence Plaza, it would only take a few words. And on Wang Yaolin's side, "You bastards! How dare you catch me? I am the son of your shareholder. Did you hear that? Are you deaf? I'll make sure you guys pay when I get back." Wang Yaolin continued to curse until he was carried into the office. But at this moment, a figure threw a big bag at Wang Yaolin who was being carried. Bang! Chapter 19. What? He is the major shareholder of Hongyang Group. This slap stunned Wang Yaolin and he stopped talking. He seriously suspected that today was his Mercury retrograde outbreak period. Otherwise, why would everything go wrong in his territory at Excellence Plaza? Even a few bastards dared to catch him, and he was even given a big bag by someone. This was the second time he was beaten today. "I'll fuck you." The words haven't been finished yet. Par. Wang Yaolin was hit hard on the left cheek again. The crisp sound echoed in the office, and Wang Yaolin had a red slap mark on each side of his face. It is very symmetrical. Open your dog eyes and take a good look at who I am. Wang Yaolin, who was covering his face, felt very familiar when he heard the voice. This is not. Is that the voice of his father Wang Yongkang? Wang Yaolin quickly opened his eyes. Standing in front of him was his father Wang Yongkang. At the same time, he was the one who slapped himself twice. Wang Yaolin felt very aggrieved. Not only did his father not come forward to help him, he also slapped him twice. "Dad! Why did you hit me? Why didn't you come out to help me in Zhuiyue? Didn't you see that I was beaten by that guy named Lu Ming just now? Am I your son? How could you bear to watch me get beaten? Or do you have an illegitimate child outside? That guy even revealed my kidney deficiency. How am I going to face people in the future?" Wang Yaolin burst into tears, no longer looking like the well-dressed rich young man he had been before. But Wang Yongkang's expression did not show any emotion, and he even became angrier. "You piece of shit! Shut up! How could I have a useless son like you? Sooner or later, the Wang family will be destroyed by you." If I hadn't discovered you and sent someone to take you away in time to prevent the incident from getting out of hand, you would have been ready to die. Wan Yongkang's words stunned Wan Yaolin. Unexpectedly, his father not only did not sympathize with his situation, but became even angrier. Impossible. I've investigated. That Lu Ming is just a guy from an ordinary family. I don't know how I got lucky enough to hook up with Lin Wan. Wang Yongkang interrupted Wang Yaolin directly and scolded him. Lin Wan's Shuangmu group is so easy to mess with. If she targets us, will our Qingshan real estate be in trouble? What on earth is going on in your head? I didn't intend to hurt Lin Wan, I just wanted to teach that kid named Lu Ming a lesson. Besides, if they target our Wang family, Shuangmu group will have to pay a lot, and maybe Lin Wan won't take the lead for that kid. Wang Yaolin didn't know how deep Lin Wan's love for Lu Ming was. In his opinion, it was impossible for Lin Wan to give up such a huge benefit and go against the Wang family for Lu Ming. He. Wang Yaolin didn't understand why Zhao Yongkang sneered. But what Wang Yongkang said next made him fall into deeper shock. Okay. Even if you are right, Lin Wan will not help him. But what about Lu Ming himself? You said he came from an ordinary family. He is a major shareholder holding 70% of Hongyang Group, and you say he is from an ordinary family. What? This is impossible. Wang Yaolin was so shocked that he couldn't say anything else. His father was a shareholder of Excellence Plaza. He naturally knew that Excellence Plaza was an asset of the Hongyang Group. I also know what the terrifying existence of Hongyang Group represents. As long as someone in Hongyang Group speaks up, what does the little bit of Excellence Plaza that his father holds count for? They were cleared out in minutes, and there were plenty of people from the outer sect willing to take over. At this time, Wang Yaolin was already beginning to feel fear in his heart. He knew that what his father Wang Yongkang said was definitely more reliable than what he said. After all, he was the one in charge of Qingshan real estate and had many more information channels than he did. So, the guy he had always insulted as a pretty boy was actually the major shareholder of Hongyang Group. I just learned about this, and this is internal information that cannot be announced to the public. Only we, the relevant shareholders, know about it. After hearing what Wang Yongkang said, Wang Yaolin felt his whole heart trembling. This. Dad. Then, what should I do? Wang Yaolin could hardly speak clearly. He knew very well what would happen if he offended this big boss behind the scenes, as long as he said a word. There are many people who are willing to kill those who are trying to please the Wang family. He never imagined that the pretty boy he thought of actually had such a terrifying background. But think about it. How could an arrogant female boss like Lin Wan really marry an ordinary person? I am such an idiot. Dad, please think of a solution quickly. Help me. Wang Yongkang sighed heavily and said, I can't think of any good solution for now. I can only bring you to apologize and beg for forgiveness on my knees. Wang Yaolin was silent. He knew that this was the best way, and he didn't dare to think about other ideas like escape. Where else can he run to? No matter how far away the world is, he will be captured and brought back, and the Wang family will also be implicated. Go back and wait for my notification. Wang Yaolin nodded, opened the door like a puppet and walked out of the office. Wait a moment. Wang Yongkang suddenly called him. Wang Yaolin turned his head suddenly, and a flash of color appeared in his eyes. I thought my father had some good idea. But Wang Yongkang just said it embarrassedly. The matter of kidney deficiency cannot be delayed. I know a Chinese medicine doctor, I'll take you to see him after this matter. Wang Yaolin collapsed and ran out of the office. The other side. Lu Ming and Lin Wan were a little hungry after walking for a whole day. Honey, are you hungry? In fact, after walking around the streets for an entire afternoon, Lu Ming was already starving. Lin Wan looked at Lu Ming with a smile, knowing that her little puppy husband was hungry, and smiled. I'm not hungry. I'm full just looking at you. After all, you're so pretty, my husband. Lu Ming looked helpless, knowing that Lin Wan was teasing him. Okay, just kidding. I'll take you somewhere. Lin Wan took Lu Ming's hand and walked towards the Excellence building behind Excellence Plaza. It is a landmark building in Haiban City and also the tallest building in Haiban City. The two took the elevator to the 118th floor. This is the top floor of the Excellence building. The elevator opens. It turned out to be an elegantly decorated restaurant. Elegant music was playing in the restaurant, and looking through the glass windows, the view was broad and unobstructed. This restaurant has a nice environment. Lu Ming praised. Yeah. I put a lot of effort into this. And that is not all. Many of the restaurants in Excellence Plaza are owned by me. You can eat whatever you want from now on. Lin Wan spoke about each family one by one, just like a child showing off a lollipop and then eating it with his friends in the end. This also made Lu Ming laugh secretly. What would her expression be if I told her that the entire Excellence Plaza belonged to her? Chapter 20 New Reward Method. As the owners of this restaurant, Lu Ming and Lin Wan certainly enjoy the best service. After all, he is the boss. Do you want to be fired? Therefore, the dishes ordered by Lu Ming were served very quickly. Yes, these were all the dishes ordered by Lu Ming. Lu Ming asked Lin Wan to order the dishes, but Lin Wan always considered him. Honey, you order whatever you like. It doesn't matter even if the entire menu is presented to you. The waitress serving at the side was so shocked when she saw Lin Wan like this that she almost screamed out. Fortunately, his strong desire to survive made him shut up. The female boss is actually married. And she looked gentle and obedient in front of this man. In the past, when she occasionally saw the boss coming to dine, he was almost always alone, and his face was always very cold, which made people afraid to approach him. This really overturned his perception of his boss. But Boss Lin's husband is so handsome, no wonder Boss Lin treats him so well. If I had a husband like this, I would treat him better than this. The waitress couldn't help but think of all sorts of random things. Hello. It was not until Lu Ming ordered the food that he came to his senses. Soon after Lu Ming placed the order, various delicious dishes were quickly served. Xiaoting, please go out first, we can do it ourselves. Lin Wan dismissed the waitress from the private room. She just wanted to enjoy her alone time with Lu Ming. And she just saw it. When Xiaoting was ordering food next to her husband Lu Ming, her eyes kept unconsciously glancing at Lu Ming. Her husband was so charming that she didn't mean to blame Xiaoting. She just asked her to go out and serve her husband herself. Husband, try it. The food here tastes pretty good. I recruited the chef from somewhere else. But your food is the most delicious after I eat what you cook. Lu Ming smiled and picked up the chopsticks. I picked up some vegetables and started eating. I have to say, the taste is pretty good and the ingredients are very fresh. But it's still a little worse than what I did myself. However, here we are not only enjoying the food, but also enjoying the beautiful environment. Dining on such a high floor feels like being in the clouds, and you can overlook the entire city in a blink of an eye. Especially now, there are delicious food, good wine, beautiful scenery, and the beautiful woman you love is by your side. This is simply the ultimate enjoyment. How does it feel? Lin Wan asked Lu Ming. This restaurant is her work. She naturally hopes to be liked by her sweetheart. Lu Ming also expressed his feelings at the moment. After listening, Lin Wan smiled and said, "Husband, you and I are really compatible. We all thought similarly. So I used to like to come here to eat when I had nothing to do. But now, I feel even more emotional because I am eating here with my beloved husband." Lu Ming smiled and put down his chopsticks. He reached out and grabbed Lin Wan's small hand, playing with it in his hand. Lin Wan's small hands have delicate skin, are soft and boneless, and are extremely comfortable to hold. Lu Ming couldn't help but feel playful and didn't even eat properly. Seeing this, Lin Wan said, "Husband, come here." Lu Ming was a little surprised and didn't know what Lin Wan was going to do. "Come over here, hubby, I'll make this meal a better experience for you. This is my dual responsibility as a wife and boss." Lin Wan blinked her eyes, looking mischievous. After hearing what Lin Wan said, Lu Ming was also very curious about how to make the dining experience even better. So he stood up and walked towards Lin Wan. When she reached her side, Lin Wan grabbed Lu Ming and pulled him. Lu Ming sat on Lin Wan's big white legs in an instant. Lu Ming was still confused. "Just see." Lin Wan picked up a piece of roast duck on the table and brought it to Lu Ming's mouth. Seeing this, Lu Ming came back to his senses. Only then did I understand what Lin Wan meant by the better experience. It turned out that he just sat on her lap and let her feed him. This feeling. It's really good. Lu Ming swallowed the food that Lin Wan fed him in one gulp. He thought it was just average when he ate it before. But now that Lin Wan was feeding him, Lu Ming actually felt that the food had become even more delicious. After Lu Ming ate the roast duck slices that Lin Wan fed him, the voice of the system suddenly rang in his mind. Ding, congratulations to their host for having a free meal for the first time, reward, God-level driving skills. The system prompt made Lu Ming stunned for a moment. Hasn't he already been a gigolo? Why does the system say that this is the first time I've been given free food? Is there a bug in the system? Lu Ming quickly asked the system. After a systematic explanation, Lu Ming finally understood. It turns out that the system will also reward this kind of actual freeloading. To put it simply, as long as Lin Wan feeds him, the system will regard him as a gigolo and he will be rewarded. It turned out that Lu Ming had always believed that in order to be a gigolo, he needed to gain some benefits from Lin Wan. I didn't expect that being fed a meal would be okay. But it's not too late to know now. Is it delicious, honey? My wife feeds me better. I want to eat more. Now that he knew about this, Lu Ming would of course take the opportunity to make a good use of it. After hearing that Lu Ming still wanted more, Lin Wan picked up the food on the table again. It was delivered to Lu Ming's mouth again. Ding, congratulations to their host for having a gigolo, assets gained from gigolo plus 2,000.000.0000 yuan. The system prompt sounded again. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Just by eating another bite of food, he made 2 million. This is so cool. So later on, Lu Ming always asked Lin Wan to feed him. Lin Wan did not refuse and served Lu Ming well. Then. Ding, congratulations to their host for having a gigolo, assets gained from gigolo plus 2,000.000.00 yuan. Ding, congratulations to their host for having a gigolo, assets gained from gigolo plus 2,000.000.00 yuan. Ding, congratulations to their host for having a gigolo, assets gained from gigolo plus 2,000.000.00 yuan. Lu Ming just kept accepting the food like this and ate all the food on the table. However, Lu Ming was still not satisfied and said, I'm still a little hungry. Then I'll order a few more for you. How could Lin Wan bear to let her husband go hungry, so she quickly ordered a few more dishes. Then he started feeding Lu Ming again. Ding, congratulations to their host for having a gigolo, assets gained from gigolo plus 2,000.000.00 yuan. Ding, congratulations to their host for having a gigolo, assets gained from gigolo plus 2,000.000.00 yuan. Ding, congratulations to their host for breaking through 200 million yuan in assets from living off others. Reward, Haiban City's event information table for the next 3 days. After finishing the meal, Lu Ming had amassed 100 million in assets. There are also God-level driving skills and an information table of events in Seaside City for the next 3 days. Lu Ming read the general introduction of this information sheet. It is said that this information sheet records the major events that will take place in Haiban City in the next 3 days. This is good stuff. Chapter 21, Lightning Speed. It took nearly 2 hours to finish this meal. However, Lu Ming and Lin Wan were enjoying it so much that they didn't notice that so much time had passed. The two of them rested on the sofa in the private room. After a while, Lin Wan's cell phone suddenly rang, and she picked it up and looked at it. Honey, did you rest well? Ying sent me a message saying that all the procedures for the car have been completed. We can always drive back. Hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He immediately decided to go and take over the luxury car that belonged to him. Back to the auto show. At this time, the auto show was still bustling with people. The flow of people is even greater than during the day. Lu Ming and Lin Wan still took the VIP channel and came directly to the center of the auto show. They also met Wang Ying, who had been waiting for them for a long time. You two are really famous. The first thing Wang Ying said when she saw the two of them was a joke. Lu Ming and Lin Wan were confused. What? You two beat him up on Wang Yaolin's turf at Excellence Plaza. Such an explosive thing has been revealed, and it has now spread everywhere. Hearing this, Lu Ming and Lin Wan smiled at each other. This incident was just a small episode during their shopping today, but they didn't expect it to spread so quickly. This is not a good thing for Wang Yaolin. Didn't the Wang family suppress the news? Lu Ming asked curiously. Wang Yingyin nodded. Yes, such a shameful thing, the Wang family will naturally take action. So these things are only known to people in our circle, and our auto show is in Excellence Plaza, so of course I will receive the news earlier. Wang Yingyin's words made Lu Ming secretly relieved. He doesn't want to be famous. Being famous prevents him from living a low-key life as a gigolo. By the way, the paperwork for your vehicle purchase has been completed. It's all here. Then Wang Yingying returned to the main topic. He handed the documents and keys of the 6 luxury cars to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it. There was a huge stack of documents related to 6 luxury cars. It felt very heavy in his hand. We'll drive one back, and I'll ask you to deliver the rest, Lu Ming said to Wang Yingying. There were only him and Lin Wan, so they could only drive 2 cars at most. The others had to be sent back by the people at the auto show. But of course the couple took 1 car home, so Lu Ming asked Wang Yingying to send the remaining car back. Of course. This is what we are supposed to do. Wang Yingying agreed readily and then asked. Which car are you going to drive back? The car is right outside, you can drive away directly. So, the group came to the exhibition hall. Lu Ming looked at the luxury cars that belonged to him, and finally chose the Aston Martin 177 and got in the car. The appearance of the Aston Martin 177, which is limited to 77 units worldwide and has a domestic quota of 5 units, deeply touched Lu Ming's heart. As a super sports car, although its appearance does not have a strong impact, it has a noble and elegant posture. The wide and flat body has lines extending all their way to the headlights, forming a drop that gives the front face a 3-dimensional feel. The well-defined concave lines on the side and the convex wheel arches create a very powerful posture. The interior inherits Aston Martin's luxurious and exquisite craftsmanship, with a large number of exposed carbon fiber panels, demonstrating the pursuit of lightweight. Looking at the many exquisite designs of the interior, Lu Ming couldn't put it down after getting in the car. Only. Lu Ming had just gotten in the car. Some people who came to the auto show protested loudly. Hey! Why can you get in the car and experience it while we have to stand outside and watch? Are you looking down on us? This is not fair. The man's voice was so loud that it attracted a lot of attention. Many people also looked over here with curiosity. Wang Yingying, who was standing by, looked very unhappy when she saw the situation. She would not tolerate people who disrupted the order of the auto show, and she immediately retorted. He's the car owner, why can't he ride in his own car? If you can afford it, you can ride in it too. As soon as these words came out, the man who protested loudly immediately changed his expression, lowered his head and dared not say another word, then turned around and left the auto show. Now everyone in the audience knew that Lu Ming bought this Aston Martin 177. In the attention of the whole audience, Lu Ming started the Aston Martin 177. The roar of the engine instantly sounded in the exhibition hall. It is full of power and makes people's blood boil. For Lu Ming, who possesses God-level driving skills, operating this Aston Martin 177 is a piece of cake. With the sound of harsh tire friction, the Aston Martin 177 left a circle of black tire marks on the booth and turned over. Then he stepped on the accelerator again, and the thunderous sound of the engine exploded. Lu Ming drove the Aston Martin 177 towards the exit that the exhibition organizer had reserved early in the morning. Like a silver-gray arrow of light, it disappeared from everyone's sight. After leaving the exhibition hall, the car came to a road with heavy traffic. But the car's speed didn't slow down much. Under Lu Ming's continuous operation, the Aston Martin 177 moved flexibly in the traffic. Many vehicles quickly moved aside when they saw Lu Ming's car, not daring to drive too close to Lu Ming. Lin Wan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, saw Lu Ming weaving in and out of traffic without showing any fear. Instead, he tilted his head and stared at Lu Ming blankly. Honey, are you scared? I'll slow down a bit. After a burst of excitement, Lu Ming calmed down and slowed down the car. Although Lu Ming has God-level driving skills, the driving skills are deeply engraved in his bones. It can be said that he is one with the car. This level of difficulty was just a piece of cake for him, and he was completely confident. He was worried that Lin Wan would be scared and think this was dangerous driving. But Lin Wan didn't show any sign of abnormality, instead there were stars in her eyes. "I'm fine, honey. I believe you." Hearing this, Lu Ming felt a warm feeling in his heart. My wife trusts me so much that she even puts her personal safety in my hands, and I'm not worried at all that he might get into an accident while speeding. "Honey, please drive faster." Lin Wan's words made Lu Ming a little stunned. Why did she ask him to drive fast? Seeing Lu Ming stunned, Lin Wan explained. "Honey, you looked so handsome when you were driving just now. Just like in the movies." As Lin Wan spoke, she also used her hands and feet to act out the actions in the movie. Seeing this, Lu Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little nympho. "I was just focused on looking at my handsome movements while driving. Okay, let's go for a drive somewhere farther away." As Lu Ming spoke, he drove Lin Wan to a place in the suburbs where the speed limit was higher. In this kind of place, Lu Ming can better demonstrate his God-level driving skills, and the Aston Martin 177 can also better demonstrate its performance. The 6-speed manual transmission can complete the 0-100 km/h acceleration sprint in 3.5 s, and the top speed will reach 354 km/h. It gave Lu Ming and Lin Wan a strong feeling of being pushed on their backs, and they both couldn't help but shout out loud. Woo! Chapter 22. The man in the video. Just as Lu Ming and Lin Wan were enjoying the passion brought by speed, the scene that happened just now at the auto show was photographed by the participants and posted online. And because the reversal was too quick, with the addition of two beauties, Wang Yingying and Lin Wan, this video went viral instantly. The number of views and likes has skyrocketed. The comments are even more varied. Fuck. There are beauties, two of them. To be honest, these two beauties are really awesome. Aren't they prettier than those anchors? Har 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 har, that beautiful lady who was scolding others was so sharp that my buddy was completely speechless. That's fine. Can't I drive my own car even if I bought it? It's so funny. The louder the protest, the more embarrassed I was. I couldn't even stay still and ran away in shame. I heard that the beauty in the video is a rich woman. She bought 6 luxury cars at the auto show at once. What the hell? Is this true? Beautiful women, look at me. Rich women, look at me. Seeking support from a rich woman. Luxury cars, beauties and a twisted plot have made this video very popular. Soon, Lin Wan came across this video. At this time, Lin Wan had no classes, so she stayed in the dormitory and watched short videos out of boredom. Then I saw this video. As Lin Wan's daughter, she recognized at first sight that the beautiful woman sitting in the sports car in the video was her mother Lin Wan. Although she was sitting in the car at the time and the reflection through the window glass was a little blurry, she still recognized it at a glance. Then he looked at the beauty outside the car. I remembered again that this was my mother's friend Wang Yingying. Lin Wan once took her and Wang Yingying out for dinner. That further proves that my vision is correct. My mother has never liked sports cars, so the luxury car she bought this time should be for my father. So, the man in the driver's seat is the father she found for me. Lin Wan analyzed it carefully. At the same time, he also looked carefully at the man in the driver's seat in the video. Unfortunately, the person who filmed this video was on the other side. The main perspective of the video is also focused on Wang Yingying and the person who is protesting. So I could hardly capture the man's front face, and it was very blurry. Even if Lin Wan took a screenshot of the video and then enlarged it. I even tried to find videos taken by other photographers, hoping that there would be clearer shots of the man in videos from different angles. But the end result is still the same. I couldn't see the man clearly. But Lin Wan looked at the side profile of the man in the video, but always had a familiar feeling. Do I know this man? Lin Wan was shocked by her own idea. I quickly recalled the faces of my mother's suitors. But still can't find a similar one. If I had known earlier, I would have asked my mother to tell me who that man was. I wouldn't have to be so curious and guess all the time. It's so annoying. Lin Wan thought about it, picked up the phone and called Lin Wan. He really couldn't stand it anymore. The desire for knowledge was like a feather scratching his heart, making it itchy. So I decided to call my mother to ask. But Lin Ruyan made several calls, but no one answered. Under normal circumstances, she would be used to it. After all, as the president of a group, Lin Wan is very busy and often needs to attend meetings. There have been times in the past when the phone couldn't be reached, so I would just wait for my mother to finish her work and call her back. But Lin Ruyan felt very uncomfortable because no one answered the phone today. I feel itchy. The man in the video looks so familiar. But I just can't remember who it was. This made her very eager to know who that man was. But no one answered the phone. This feeling of being only one step away from the truth, within reach, but unable to take the last step. Only those who have experienced it know the truth. If I have to describe it, it's like following a TV series for a long time and knowing that the final ending is happy end. But it has only been updated to the penultimate episode, and the last episode will not be aired until next week. There is no sense of perfection in not seeing the male and female protagonists being sweet and affectionate with each other. Why? In the end, Lin Ruyan had no choice but to sigh and give up. I opened the calendar, looked at the date and consoled myself, it's okay. The holiday will be coming soon. Then I can go home and see with my own eyes who that man is. Just when Lin Ruyan was feeling extremely itchy and restless. On the other side, Lu Ming and Lin Wan drove the Aston Martin 177 back to Yunli's former residence villa. The two men got out of the car. Maybe it's because I just experienced the Fast and Furious experience. Lin Wan's face flushed slightly, and she was still very excited. When I first got off the car, I walked a little unsteadily, and then I walked onto the lawn. His legs went limp and he collapsed onto the lawn. Lu Ming saw this. He quickly ran over and wanted to help Lin Wan up. Unexpectedly, Lin Wan suddenly exerted force and pulled Lu Ming down with her. The two of them lay down on the lawn together. In fact, this was also because Lu Ming sensed Lin Wan's intention and was deliberately pulled down by him. Otherwise, with Lu Ming's physical fitness, even 10 Lin Wans might not be able to pull him down. The fallen Lu Ming quickly took Lin Wan into his arms. Smell Lin Wan's pleasant fragrance, listen to the sound of water flowing in the artificial lake, and look at the stars in the sky. The tiredness of the day disappeared in an instant, and there was an indescribable peace and comfort in my heart. Lu Ming couldn't help but close his eyes and feel it carefully. But Lin Wan beside him turned her head, blinked her starry eyes, and spoke gently. Hubby, I love you so much. I'm so happy to be with you. Lin Wan couldn't help but recall the days before Lu Ming. After my daughter left for college, I was often left alone. In daily life, I handle work even when I am eating. Because she couldn't find anything else to do. Only by paralyzing yourself with endless work can you avoid having the energy and mind to think about other things. But after being with Lu Ming, she could eat, go shopping, and even race cars with Lu Ming every day. Besides, lie on the lawn together and listen to the wind and admire the moon. These were things she had never imagined doing before. After living for so many years, she finally realized that life can be so interesting and beautiful. She fell in love with this life. Hubby, we will always be together, right? Lin Wan couldn't help but ask. How she feared that this life was just a dream or a temporary possession. Hearing this, Lu Ming opened his eyes and looked at Lin Wan seriously. He hugged Lin Wan with more strength and held her tightly. Yes, we will. We will always be together and happy forever. Aha! Lu Ming's words made Lin Wan feel completely safe, and her face was filled with a happy smile. The two of them didn't speak after that. Just lying quietly on the lawn. Chapter 23, What is the reason for your rapid improvement in cooking skills? In the breeze, Lin Wan gradually fell asleep. She was so excited that she didn't sleep well last night, and she played outside with Lu Ming all day today. Obviously exhausted. Listening to her breathing gradually becoming even, Lu Ming smiled. He turned sideways and looked at her face quietly. I have to say, Lin Wan completely conforms to Lu Ming's aesthetic taste. Lu Ming recalled the amazement he felt when he first saw Lin Wan during a blind date. It was then that he knew what a peerless beauty was. Her skin is as white as cream, her eyebrows are as dark as green mountains, her pupils are as clear as water, and her lips are as red as clouds. All this made Lu Ming unable to help but move closer and kiss her on the cheek. As the night deepened, the weather is gradually getting cooler. Lu Ming carefully picked up Lin Wan and returned to the room. Holding her, he fell asleep peacefully. No words were spoken that night. Early the next morning, as soon as Lu Ming woke up, the system notification sound rang in his mind. Ding! Daily asset increase reward has arrived. Immediately following, 40 million yuan was transferred into your account 7688 at 9:06 on September 6. Account balance, 45,260,045.03 yuan. The SMS reminder for the bank card also arrived soon. Now the system has reached level 2, with a daily asset growth rate of 20%, and Lu Ming's assets from living off his wife have exceeded 200 million. So I got the system's 40 million reward for free early in the morning. His account suddenly increased from 5 million in cash to more than 45 million. Plus the 5 million on another card given by Lin Wan. Doesn't that mean I have 50 million in cash now? This money comes too easily. Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh. It's impossible to spend it all, it's impossible to spend it all. After being amazed, Lu Ming also discovered that Lin Wan was not around. So I got up, washed up, and walked to the living room. Then I saw Lin Wan's back, busy in the open kitchen. Lin Wan heard Lu Ming's footsteps at once. She turned around and was surprised when she saw him. "Hubby, you're awake. Did you sleep well?" As he spoke, he walked towards Lu Ming. Had the first hug of the day. After Lu Ming hugged Lin Wan, he rested his chin on Lin Wan's head. "I slept soundly until dawn. You must have been exhausted yesterday." Lin Wan nodded in Lu Ming's arms. "Me too. I haven't had such a comfortable sleep in a long time. When I woke up, I felt not tired at all and was in a good mood. Oh, I made breakfast. Come and eat it, or it will get cold." Lin Wan suddenly remembered his breakfast, came out of Lu Ming's arms, and pulled him to sit on the chair. Then he went back and forth several times and took out various breakfasts from the kitchen. Today's breakfast is a rich Chinese breakfast. There are soy milk, fried dough sticks, 8 treasure porridge, and small buns. "You did all this so early in the morning?" Lu Ming asked in surprise. "These things are not easy to make and are quite time-consuming." Lin Wan blinked and said, "Yes, why don't you try it?" As he spoke, he pushed a bowl of 8 treasure porridge in front of Lu Ming. "Good." Lu Ming picked up the 8 treasure porridge and took a bite. The dense and slightly sweet 8 treasure porridge instantly exploded in Lu Ming's mouth, and the fragrance of several different grains became more obvious as he chewed. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He picked up another bun on the table and took a bite. The meaty juice and the texture of the buns complement each other perfectly. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's appetite was whetted. The speed of chewing in my mouth has become much faster. Today's breakfast is delicious. Lu Ming couldn't help but praise. In fact, he was quite surprised. Although the breakfast Lin Wan made this time was not a delicacy, it was undoubtedly a qualitative leap compared to the last time. If last breakfast was a cooking experiment by a kitchen novice and was barely edible, today's breakfast is much better than those breakfast shops outside. Lu Ming was really surprised by the great progress. Only one day has passed. It was as if Lin Wan had opened up the Ren and Du meridians of cooking and became a natural cook without any guidance. "You're making rapid progress. How did you do it?" Lu Ming couldn't help but ask curiously. After receiving Lu Ming's praise, Lin Wan's face was filled with a delighted smile. With a hint of pride, she said proudly, "This is my true level." But after hearing this, Lu Ming just looked at Lin Wan quietly, which made Lin Wan feel shy and she surrendered on her own initiative. "Well, I studied all day yesterday." Hearing this, Lu Ming was stunned. "Yesterday? Weren't we together yesterday? How could you have time to study?" Lu Ming clearly remembered that they had been together since they got up, and he didn't see how Lin Wan learned to make breakfast. "That's it." Lin Wan turned on her cell phone and waved it in front of Lu Ming's eyes. The documents in the mobile phone are all food recipes that Lin Wan found on the internet, and many of the ingredients in the documents have been marked by Lin Wan. It turned out that one of the reasons why Lin Wan didn't sleep last night was because she collected these things on the internet and organized them into a document. It is convenient for you to check at any time. In order to make a good breakfast, Lin Wan used almost all of her free time. When Lu Ming was shopping, when he was waiting for the formalities to be processed, when he was resting after dinner, Lin Wan didn't waste any time. She called up the document and studied hard. Today I got up early in the morning and started preparing. This was so that Lu Ming could eat the breakfast she made as soon as he got up. After knowing this, Lu Ming was stunned. I didn't expect that Lin Wan would work so hard to learn cooking just to have a delicious breakfast. A warm current rose in Lu Ming's heart, and he was so moved that he couldn't help but speak. Thank you, honey, you are so kind to me. From childhood to adulthood, no one has been so kind to me except my parents. I love you, my wife. Hearing Lu Ming's sincere words, Lin Wan also blushed a little and said shyly, "You are my little milk dog husband, of course I have to treat you well." Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh that having such a wife in his life was enough. In the past, Lin Wan had always been a cold and arrogant female boss, who had never been involved in worldly affairs and had never been so nice to others. But now, she has become a gentle and lovely wife and even works so hard to learn cooking. At this time, Lu Ming was extremely glad that he and Lin Wan were married. Otherwise he might have missed the best wife in the world. What are you daydreaming about? Eat quickly or it will get cold. Lin Wan interrupted Lu Ming's thoughts and brought him back to reality. Lu Ming nodded coquettishly and just picked up the spoon, but seemed to think of something and put it down again. Why don't you eat again? Lin Wan looked at Lu Ming's actions and asked in surprise. Lu Ming grabbed Lin Wan's arm and shook it, saying coquettishly, "Wife, I still want you to feed me." Lin Wan was stunned for a moment, but immediately picked up the spoon. "I don't want to either, but my little milk dog husband is acting like a spoiled brat, how can I refuse him?" Chapter 24. The father and son came to apologize. Ding, congratulations to their host for having a gigolo, assets gained from gigolo plus 2,000.000.0000 yuan. Ding, congratulations to their host for having a gigolo, assets gained from gigolo plus 2,000.000.00 yuan. Ding, congratulations to their host for having a gigolo, and reward, perfume formula. Lu Ming ate up today's breakfast gently fed by Lin Wan. While eating his fill, he also spent 42 million in assets from his life as a freeloader, and was also rewarded with a perfume formula. But Lu Ming didn't pay attention to it. It was more important to interact with his wife right now. I don't know why the food my wife feeds me tastes better. Thank you for your hard work. After eating, Lu Ming did not forget to praise Lin Wan sweetly. Lin Wan rolled her eyes at Lu Ming and said, "What nonsense." But he continued, "As long as you like, I can keep feeding you." In Lin Wan's opinion, it is a pleasure to feed the man she loves. It is a happy thing, not troublesome or hard at all. While Lu Ming was touched, he was also very happy to be able to continue to receive the system's rewards for free. At the same time, a black car was driving towards their villa. Inside were Wang Yaolin and his son Wang Yongkang. In front of the uniformer residence villa, Wang Yaolin and Wang Yongkang got out of the car and looked through the iron gate outside. "Dad, is this it?" Wang Yongkang slapped Wang Yaolin on the head and said unhappily. "This house was sold to Lin Wan by our company. How could I have gone wrong? How could I give birth to such a stupid son like you?" Wang Yaolin touched his head aggrievedly. "I just forgot for a moment." The words haven't been finished yet. Another slap came. "Shut up." Now Wang Yaolin didn't dare to speak anymore. "You better adjust your attitude now. Lu Ming is not an ordinary person as you thought before. He is the absolute controlling shareholder of Hongyang Group. If you want to mess with our Wang family, you don't have to do it yourself. You must apologize to me sincerely later. If we don't get their forgiveness, we will have to beg for food in the future." Wang Yaolin kept his mouth shut, not daring to speak, for fear of getting slapped if he said something wrong, so he could only nod his head wildly to indicate. "Are you mute? Speak to me." Wang Yongkang slapped Wang Yaolin on the head again. Now Wang Yaolin was devastated. "I get beaten whether I speak or not. He is so difficult. I guess the beatings I received since I was a child were never as many as today." Of course he knew what his father said. After all, he also knew the strength of Hongyang Group. So he didn't sleep well last night. I tossed and turned in bed, wondering how to apologize in a sincere way today. Thought about it all night. He finally made up his mind. When she met Lu Ming, she no longer cared about face or dignity. The apology should be as sincere as possible. After all, this concerns the life and death of their Wang family. After the father and son reached an agreement. Ding dong. They rang the doorbell. Then they immediately bowed to the camera on the gate, hoping that the owner of the villa would be able to see their sincerity at first sight through the camera. But as time goes by, 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes passed. They still didn't get any response. Didn't you hear? The two guessed. I had no choice but to ring the doorbell again. Bo again. But a few minutes passed. Still no one responded. The father and son could not help but sit face to face in silence. Dad, is the doorbell inside broken? Wang Yaolin tentatively put forward a hypothesis. But Wang Yongkang just shook his head silently. How is that possible? As a top-end villa, it is impossible for Yunli residents to have such a mistake. The only possibility is, I guess our performance was not sincere enough. After all, it is impossible for you to forgive us just because we bowed. So we still have to continue to show our sincerity to others. Wang Yongkang guessed. Because it is the only reasonable way. He knew that Lu Ming and Lin Wan had already moved into the Yunli old residence, and they had arrived here early in the morning. It was obvious that the other party couldn't have left earlier than them. Moreover, with such a big villa, there must be some servants hired to take orders at home. Even if they are not at home, maids responsible for cleaning and housekeeping will appear. But they had already rung the doorbell twice. No one showed up. That can only be the reason. Then what should we do, Dad? They don't want to see us. It seems they are unwilling to forgive me. Wang Yaolin asked anxiously. Calm down. Why are you panicking? It's too early to say this now. Maybe they just want to see our sincerity. Wang Yongkang glared at Wang Yaolin and continued. Then we won't ring the doorbell anymore. Lu Ming should know that we are here, but he just doesn't want to see us. We just waited at the door, and when he saw our sincerity, he would naturally be willing to meet us. That's when things will turn around. Clear? Wang Yaolin nodded seriously. Dad, you are so cunning, oh no. So resourceful. What awaited him was another slap from Wang Yongkang. After that, the father and son waited quietly at the door of the villa. They hoped that Lu Ming would see their sincerity and be willing to show mercy and meet them. But what they don't know is, Lu Ming and Lin Wan had no idea that the two had arrived. Because they were watching a movie together leisurely in the video room. There was no doorbell ringing at all. It is not as Wang Yongkang said that he could not see their sincerity and was unwilling to meet with them. Time passes by every second. The sun gradually rose. The sun in September is extremely scorching. Wang Yongkang and his son, who had been standing in front of the villa gate, were already sweating profusely. The shirt he was wearing was already soaked and stuck to his body, and his hair, which he had carefully styled before going out, was now a mess. Finally, Wang Yaolin couldn't help but said, Dad, there's still no one. Wang Yongkang glared at him fiercely and said, then keep waiting. No matter how long it takes, you have to wait until someone shows up. The weather was so hot that Wang Yaolin wanted to go home. But Wang Yongkang seemed to see through Wang Yaolin's thoughts and shouted angrily, why don't you think about it? If it weren't for you, the rebellious son. We are here in the hot sun. If you can't wait here, then go back and wait for them to come after you. Now Wang Yaolin didn't dare to speak. He had never suffered such hardship since he was a child, but there was nothing he could do. Although it is a bit hot, think about the consequences of offending the big sharks. I might have to live on the streets as a beggar for the rest of my life. My heart trembled. Wiping the sweat from my forehead, I continued to wait silently. Chapter 25, Pig-Headed King Yaolin. But the two of them were wrong after all, even though Lu Ming and Lin Wan had already left the audio-visual room. But because they didn't ring the doorbell again, the two of them had no idea that someone was waiting outside. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. Are you hungry? Lu Ming noticed that Lin Wan seemed a little hungry and asked with concern. A little bit. Then I'll go cook. Just as Lu Ming was about to cook, he was stopped by Lin Wan. Didn't you say you would teach me how to cook? Ever since she tasted Lu Ming's cooking skills last time, Lin Wan has been coveting his cooking skills. I want to learn a few tricks from him to improve my cooking skills. Lu Ming naturally remembered and nodded. Then let's go, I'll teach you how to cook today. They both went to the kitchen. Started one-on-one cooking teaching. Both of them were serious about this cooking lesson and did not take it lightly. Lu Ming has strict requirements. He strives to be meticulous in every step of cooking and cannot just get by. Otherwise, delicious meals cannot be made. Lin Wan was also fully focused, carefully remembering every word of Lu Ming. That's it. Lin Wan studied and practiced again and again. The dishes were just enough for the two hungry people to eat. After the review, Lu Ming pointed out the shortcomings and mistakes. Lin Wan fried it again. This led Lu Ming to a surprising discovery. Lin Wan's learning ability is so strong that it is terrifying. She would never make the same mistake that Lu Ming pointed out. It is almost impossible to fully master a dish in no more than 3 times. Although not as good as Lu Ming, he has already reached a level worthy of being accepted by the upper class. 2 hours later, Lin Wan was able to skillfully make the 4 dishes for lunch today. Just keep going like this. Lu Ming had every reason to believe that it wouldn't be long before Lin Wan's cooking skills would improve by leaps and bounds, and she would have no problem becoming a chef in a restaurant. Just when Lu Ming and Lin Wan finished their cooking lesson and had eaten their fill, Wang Yongkang and his son outside the villa. I have been standing in the scorching sun for 6 hours. The 2 men stood there with hungry stomachs and dry mouths. From early morning till now, they have not had a drop of water or a drop of food. Finally, Wang Yaolin felt dizzy. He stumbled and fell to the ground. Just the next second, Wang Yaolin screamed again and jumped up from the ground, coming to his senses instantly. The ground has been exposed to the sun for so long that you can fry eggs on it. How could Wang Yaolin just lie there? Dad, I'm so hungry. Why don't we go eat something and drink some water first? Unexpectedly, Wang Yongkang, who had been silent before, suddenly changed his expression. He kicked Wang Yaolin down with one kick. Wang Yaolin was kicked to the ground. The hot floor made Wang Yaolin want to get up quickly. But Wang Yongkang didn't let him go and stepped on Wang Yaolin a few more times. Why did I give birth to such a stupid thing like you? I am old now. It is embarrassing for me to come with you to apologize. This old bone has been exposed to the sun for so long and I didn't even cry out. You keep grumbling that you can't stand it anymore. If it weren't for you, how could I have endured this? Are you going back now to destroy our Wang family? I tell you, you have to wait for me even if it takes until the end of time. Wait until Lu Ming forgives you. Otherwise, even if you leave, I will kill you and send you to them first. Standing for long periods of time and being exposed to the sun have already made Wang Yongkang miserable. But Wang Yaolin keeps teasing his father. The anger that Wang Yongkang had been suppressing for so long finally erupted and was directed towards his son Wang Yaolin. While cursing, Wang Yongkang stomped on Wang Yaolin with his size 43 big feet. That energy. It was as if the person under his feet was not his son, but like his enemy. But think about it. If Wang Yaolin hadn't provoked Lu Ming, why does he need to lose face? Shamelessly waiting here. The more Wang Yongkang thought about it, the angrier he became, and he showed no mercy. He beat Wang Yaolin, who was standing on his feet, to the ground, with a bruised face and nose. Wang Yaolin did not dare to resist. After all, it was his father who did it. Can that be called beating? That's the father educating his son. Dad, I don't dare anymore. I'll just wait here and won't go anywhere. Stop hitting me. At this time, Wang Yaolin was crying and his nose was full of snot, and his expensive suit was trampled into tatters. Dad, I was wrong. I was wrong. At this time, Wang Yaolin's face had been beaten into a pig's head. Under Wang Yaolin's wailing and begging for mercy, Wang Yongkang finally stopped panting. It's not that he's soft-hearted, he's just old after all, and he got tired after fighting for a while. Otherwise he even wanted to beat this useless son to death. Then just practice a new trumpet. Squeak. Just at this moment, the door of the villa suddenly opened. Wang Yongkang and Wang Yaolin turned around quickly as if they had heard the most beautiful sound in the world. The figure they had been waiting for finally appeared. Go away. Who are you? Why are you fighting in front of my house? Go fight somewhere else if you want. Lu Ming and Lin Wan walked out of the gate. Wang Yongkang pulled Wang Yaolin by the collar and hurried forward with a bright smile. No, Mr. Lu, we came here specially to apologize to you and Mr. Lin. Lu Ming looked at the two people in front of him, confused. After looking for a long time, I still couldn't recognize who these two people were. Boss Lu, this is my rebellious son Wang Yaolin. I'm teaching him a lesson. Hearing what Wang Yongkang said, Lu Ming and Lin Wan were both stunned. The two looked at each other, both surprised at the man in front of them. He is Wang Yaolin. Lu Ming pointed at the pig head with a bruised face and nose but trying hard to open his eyes and smile and asked. Yes, it's this rebellious son. Received recognition from Wang Yongkang. Lu Ming and Lin Wan were both stunned. They met Wang Yaolin just yesterday. Although Wang Yaolin suffered from kidney deficiency at that time, he was still dressed in a suit and looked like a young man. But the person in front of me. Oh no, pighead. It's simply impossible to imagine the two together. If Wang Yongkang hadn't admitted it himself, Lu Ming and Lin Wan would definitely not recognize that the pig-headed man in front of them was the arrogant young man Wang Yaolin yesterday. You hit him? Lu Ming couldn't help but ask. Yes. Lu Ming couldn't help but give Wang Yongkang a thumbs up. This old man was so cruel that he couldn't bear to beat his own son like this. Why don't you apologize to President Lu and President Lin immediately? Wang Yongkang looked at his son who was dumbfounded and silent, and scolded him in frustration. Only then did Wang Yaolin come to his senses. He started bowing continuously and shouting. Mr. Lu, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. I have offended you before because of my ignorance and recklessness. I hope you will be magnanimous and forgive me this time. I promise I won't dare to do it next time. No, that's not right, I promise there won't be a next time. Chapter 26 Important Meeting. Lu Ming looked at Wang Yaolin, who was trembling and apologizing continuously, with a puzzled look on his face. What happened to the Wang family father and son? But at this time Wang Yongkang stuffed another thing into Lu Ming's arms, while saying, Mr. Lu, this is the apology gift we specially prepared. I hope you like it. Because Wang Yongkang stuffed it directly into Lu Ming's arms, Lu Ming subconsciously hugged the thing. It was so heavy that it felt heavy when he held it in his arms. Look down. It is a shiny sandalwood box, decorated with gold stripes. This gift, even the box it comes in, looks so high-end and worth a lot of money. Not to mention the things that are placed inside. I think it must be something extraordinary. Lu Ming still couldn't figure out why the Wang family father and son did this. I beat my son so hard in front of his house that he looked like a pig. Not only did he give a valuable gift. I keep apologizing to myself. Mr. Lu, Mr. Lin, what happened yesterday was all a misunderstanding. Didn't he offend you yesterday? I beat him up and brought him here to apologize to you. I will take good care of this rebellious son from now on. Can you please let him go? I promise he won't appear in your sight anymore. After listening to Wang Yongkang's words, Lu Ming finally understood. It turns out it was because of what happened yesterday. Although they had some minor conflicts yesterday. But Lu Ming never took it to heart. And he wasn't hurt at all. On the contrary, Wang Yaolin was at a disadvantage throughout the whole process. He was scolded, beaten, and exposed to shocking news by himself, and finally carried away by the security guards of Excellence Plaza. This made Lu Ming feel relieved, and he even felt that Wang Yaolin was already very miserable. Unexpectedly. Today, my father brought me here to apologize. He was made into this pig-headed state by his own father. Lu Ming couldn't bear it anymore. I didn't take yesterday's incident to heart at all. Hearing this, Wang Yongkang and Wang Yaolin smiled in surprise. Boss Lu, you have forgiven me. He never cared about Lu Ming's expedition. But the father and son seemed to be unable to explain it. Seeing the two of them like this, he could only say helplessly, yes. I forgive you. I don't need this thing either, you can take it back. I didn't expect these words to come out. The cheerful smiles of Wang Yongkang and his son suddenly turned into panic. Mr. Lu, we really apologize sincerely. Please believe us. Seeing this, Lu Ming knew that he might have to accept the apology gift. These two people feel uneasy when they see that I didn't receive the gifts. Okay, I accept the gift. You guys go back. Stop fighting. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he took Lin Wan back to the villa. He even kindly said a word for Wen Yaolin. Lu Ming is not a good person either. I just feel that Wen Yaolin is so miserable, so cruel. Boss Lu, Boss Lin, take care. When the Wang family father and son saw Lu Ming accept the apology gift, they looked at their backs as they left and shouted loudly. After returning to the villa, Lin Wan went to clean up the dishes, and Lu Ming finally had time to check the system information that had been jumping wildly today. Ding, congratulations to their host for having a gigolo, assets gained from gigolo plus 2,000.000.00 yuan. Ding, congratulations to their host for having a gigolo, assets gained from gigolo plus 2,000.000.00 yuan. Lin Wan still fed Lu Ming the lunch he prepared, so Lu Ming earned more than 50 million yuan in assets from the lunch. Now the assets of his soft rice house suddenly exceeded 300 million, and the system rewarded him with good things. Ding, congratulations to their host for breaking through 300 million yuan in assets earned from living like a gigolo. Reward, increased physical recovery. God level little white face system. Level, LV2. Assets received, 312, 250, 000. Skills, God level medical skills, cooking proficiency, God level driving skills, improved physical recovery ability. Improved physical recovery. Lu Ming carefully pondered the new things rewarded by the system this time. This skill improves his body's recovery ability. I just don't know to what extent it has been improved. Lu Ming opened the system introduction. After watching it, I was deeply shocked. According to the system introduction, the improved body recovery ability is not as simple as saying that a cut finger will stop bleeding and heal automatically. That is, as long as he doesn't die immediately, he can recover no matter how serious the injury is. Until you recover to good health. It just depends on the severity of the injury to determine the time it takes to recover. This is completely beyond the scope of human cognition. Although Lu Ming had thought about it before, whether the system would reward him with something beyond his imagination one day. But I didn't expect this day to come so soon. This thing is simply invincible. Just as Lu Ming was amazed, Lin Wan also came back after washing the dishes. Hubby, what are you thinking about? Lin Wan walked to the sofa and sat next to Lu Ming. Nothing, just daydreaming. Lin Wan was about to say something. Their cell phone suddenly rang, and I picked it up. She just responded with a few words and then hung up the phone. Lu Ming also roughly heard that it was a call from the company. After hanging up the phone, Lin Wan said to Lu Ming apologetically, "Hubby, I'm sorry. There is a very important meeting at the company that I have to host. I have to rush over now, so I can't finish the meal with you." Lu Ming was a little surprised. It was almost 6 o'clock and time to get off work, but they still had to hold a meeting? Is it so important? You have to go there specially after get off work. Lin Wan nodded and said, "Yes, this meeting is related to the development of our company in the second half of the year. Our company is the Greater China agent of the Low Group, and this meeting is about cooperation with the Low Group." Lu Ming also knew about Lin Wan's company before. Lin Wan's Shuaimu company was split and founded based on her surname. Although it sounds like some old traditional companies, even like a wood company. But in fact, the company's main business is beauty and skin care products, including product research and development, brand promotion, sales and other entire industrial chain. However, due to their high cost and risk of product development, it may not be successfully developed even after several years. Therefore, the main profitable business of Shuaimu Group is to act as an agent for some excellent brands in the market and be responsible for their sales in Greater China. In this way, they can obtain the profit sharing agreed upon early on. Honey, this meeting is really important to the company. I have to go to the company. Can you eat by yourself first? I will make it up to you later. Lin Wan kissed Lu Ming and said gently. Lu Ming touched Lin Wan's head and smiled. It's okay. Work is important too. You can't neglect all your work just because of me. Chapter 27 Depth Charge. Lu Ming understood very well. As the president of a large group, Lin Wan should be very busy every day. But he has been with her these past few days and she has never seen him work. Why don't I take you to the company? Lu Ming suddenly thought. Hearing this, Lin Wan's eyes lit up. Is it really possible? Lu Ming was confused. What's wrong? Isn't it normal for a husband to send his wife to work? No. I'm just worried. Lin Wan didn't finish her words. Ever since Wan Yaolin's incident, she was worried that there would be suitors like Wan Yaolin who would slander Lu Ming in the future. Although Shuangmu Company is her company. But the human heart is hard to predict. She was still worried that some jealous people might be secretly plotting something. Lu Ming saw Lin Wan's concerns and smiled. I have you to protect me. Are you afraid of him, the people in your company? Besides, I'm going there to assert my sovereignty over your company. This way they will know that you are my woman and will not covet you anymore. I heard the second half of Lu Ming's sentence declaring his sovereignty so domineeringly. How could Lin Wan refuse? Okay, then you can go with me. So they washed and dressed up. He got on Lu Ming's Aston Martin 177 and drove towards Lin Wan's company. Even though it was rush hour, there was a lot of traffic on the road, but with Lu Ming's driving skills, they quickly arrived near Shuangmu Group, a 62-story luxurious office building. Looking up, you can see 4 big words Shuangmu Group hanging on the top. That's my company. How about it? Talking about the giant company she built, Lin Wan's face was full of pride. It's pretty good. Lu Ming responded calmly with a smile. Lu Ming has now seen the world. If it were before, he would definitely not be so calm. But after having the system and getting the rewards from the system, he also took these things lightly. After all, he has these too. The scale of Hongyang Group is much larger than that of Shuangmu Group. Even the office building is a luxurious building that is familiar to everyone in Haiban City and is much more advanced than the office building of Shuangmu Group. Lin Wan was a little surprised to see Lu Ming so calm. He originally wanted to show off in front of Lu Ming. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be so calm. He clearly remembered that Lu Ming was very excited when he saw the villa and the sports car. But now? How come? Lin Wan racked her brains but couldn't figure out the reason. But she stopped thinking about it only when she got to the company. That's the parking lot entrance in front of us. Drive down from there. Lu Ming nodded and drove over according to Lin Wan's instructions. Parking lot entrance. The security guard at the security booth saw a sports car driving towards the parking lot entrance. And it can't recognize and can't enter. Obviously an external social vehicle. Although he couldn't recognize what kind of car it was, he knew it must be very expensive just by looking at its appearance. I had no choice but to say, I'm sorry. Non-company vehicles and vehicles without reservations are not allowed to enter. The security guard's eyes were wandering as he spoke. He just hoped that this wealthy or noble man would not make things difficult for him. This kind of person is someone he, a small security guard, cannot afford to offend. What if this person burns him with the fire that can't get in? Then he might lose his job at Shuangmu Group. You know, for a company as big as Shuangmu Group, even the security guard's benefits are among the best in the security industry. But he couldn't ignore the group's rules and allow vehicles to enter at will. Boss Lin, please say something. The security guard heard the man driving the car say this in a trance. It's my car, open the door. After hearing this, the security guard noticed that there was a person sitting in the passenger seat of the car. I lowered my head and looked carefully, and was instantly startled. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Excuse me. I'll open the door right away. Then he quickly returned to the security booth and pressed the switch. The railings go up. The sports car roared and drove towards the underground garage. The security guard couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he returned to the monitoring console in the booth. Unexpectedly, he actually stopped his boss's car today. It almost happened. But the security guard then remembered the handsome guy who was driving. He has also been working at Shuangmu Group for several years. I always see the big boss driving to the company alone. I have never seen the boss appear with other men. Even with his huge team of suitors, no one could get close to her. To put it bluntly, many people are wondering whether their boss doesn't like men. But today, with doubts, the security guard couldn't help but look at the surveillance camera in the underground garage. In surveillance, the sports car stopped steadily. The two got out of the car together. But after getting off the car, the big boss actually took the initiative and walked to the man naturally. Grabbed the man's arm. The security guards who saw this scene were stunned. He rubbed his eyes quickly. I wonder if I am too tired to see clearly. He actually saw the boss walking into the company with a man. It's not blurry, am I dreaming? The security guard couldn't help but slap himself. After Lu Ming and Lin Wan entered the office building, many employees saw the two people. On the surface, they all greeted Lin Wan respectfully. But when the two people walked past, every employee's face lost control of their expressions, showing an incredible and unbelievable look. Fuck. Am I seeing things? Girls. Guess what I just saw? Boss Lin came to the company holding a man's arm. I saw it too. I almost thought I was seeing things. It turns out that President Lin still likes men. What's going on? I don't believe it. Mr. Lin is such an iceberg. Which man dares to get close to him? Damn it. I saw it too. It's real. It's rush hour. Many people are just getting ready to go home after get off work, and now is the time when Shuaimu Group has the heaviest flow of people. Lu Ming and Lin Wan ran into these people. The news spread quickly within the company. Many employees in the company received the news. After all, the news that Lin Wan appeared with a man and was even in love with him was like a bombshell in Shuaimu Group. They all knew that Ms. Lin was a cold and arrogant female boss and most likely didn't like men. But now I'm in love. How could this not shock them? The female employees were fine, just a little surprised. But male employees are heartbroken. Lin Wan is the goddess in their hearts. To exaggerate a bit. Which male employee in the company has not dreamed of being with Lin Wan? I guess that means the orientation is not normal. Who wouldn't want such a rich and beautiful goddess? Although they knew clearly that Lin Wan was not someone they could pursue, no one could catch her. It's better not belonging to anyone than being taken away by another man now. Chapter 28, Predicting the Future. Lu Ming and Lin Wan walked all their way from the garage to the 62nd floor. That was the floor where her office was located, and the two were walking through the office areas of other departments outside. The employees on the 62nd floor were shocked when they saw the two people walking in arm. Just at this moment, Mr. Lin Wan's assistant saw her from a distance and ran over in a hurry. When she ran to Lu Ming and Lin Wan and saw this scene, she felt as if her head was hit hard. Buzzing. Froze in place. I blurted out stupidly, "You are." "Hello, I'm Lin Wan's husband, Lu Ming." Since someone asked, Lu Ming took the opportunity to introduce himself. As soon as these words came out, the assistant's mouth suddenly opened wide. There was an immediate commotion on the 62nd floor. Many employees even suspected that they had heard it wrongly. But then, they heard the voice of their boss again. "Yes, his name is Lu Ming, and he is my husband." Lin Wan turned to look at Lu Ming with a smile and spoke gently. At the same time, she hugged Lu Ming's hand tightly and pressed her body against it, appearing to be very intimate. As soon as Lin Wan said this, everyone's heart exploded instantly. Mr. Lin is getting married. With the development of information transmission today, there are countless groups of all sizes privately established by employees in a company. This blockbuster news began to spread among the Group's employees in various groups. Messages about Lin Wan and Lu Ming were sent crazily in various groups. Fuck. Mr. Lin is married. What's going on? Didn't you see? Mr. Lin brought a handsome guy to the company. I saw it. Isn't that Mr. Lin's boyfriend? What boyfriend? Mr. Lin is already married to someone else. Is this true? Absolutely reliable information. They introduced themselves on the spot. President Lin also admitted it himself. I was there at the time. Yeah, I was there too. God knows I was so shocked, but it looked like Ms. Lin and her husband were a perfect match and so sweet. This is really breaking news. But who is this guy? He can actually melt the iceberg of our general manager Lin. I don't know, but that boy is super handsome. People who love looks like him very much. No wonder he was able to win over Mr. Lin. The news of Lu Ming and Lin Wan's marriage spread throughout the Shuaimu Group. Almost everyone in Shuangmu Group knew about it. Some were shocked and some were heartbroken. But all this is not important to Lu Ming and Lin Wan. The official purpose of their trip has been accomplished. As the protagonist of the incident, Lin Wan had a happy smile on her face after the official announcement in the group. As the president of the group, he knew what people in the group thought of her. But today she came with her handsome husband to shatter all these rumors. Prove how happy she is now. Where are the people from Low Group? Lin Wan spoke up. Her assistant Xiaoyu finally came to her senses and quickly responded, "The people from Low Group are waiting for you in the conference room. Should we go there now?" Lin Wan nodded, and first considered Lu Ming and asked, "Husband, will you go to the meeting with me?" Lu Ming shook his head, "I can't do it, you go." His purpose this time was just to send Lin Wan over and declare his sovereignty at the same time. He is not interested in meetings or anything like that. It's so restrained and boring, I might as well stay outside. Okay, then just look around the company, I'll come find you as soon as I get out. After Lin Wan finished speaking, she leaned close to Lu Ming's ear and whispered, "Hubby, wait for me. I have a mysterious prize tonight. It's thrilling and exciting." Oh. When Lu Ming heard this, he became very curious. But Lin Wan had already walked to the meeting room with her assistant. Soon, a woman of above average appearance, wearing a uniform and black high heels, walked up to Lu Ming. "Hello, Mr. Lu. My name is Ji Weiwei, let me show you around the company." That's it. Under the leadership of Ji Weiwei, Lu Ming took a quick look around Shuangmu Group. Whenever he goes to a place, he undoubtedly becomes the focus and topic of conversation. So handsome. Is he Mr. Lin's husband? Yes. I have to say that Mr. Lin and I are really a perfect match. Kusha. I want this kind of beauty too. After a tour, Lu Ming had a pretty good understanding of the situation. Finally, Ji Weiwei brought Lu Ming to Lin Wan's office. "Mr. Lu, please take a rest in General Manager Lin's office first. Mr. Lin will come over as soon as he finishes the meeting. If you need anything, you can always call me outside." "Okay, thanks." Ji Weiwei then left the office. After Ji Weiwei left, Lu Ming looked around Lin Wan's office. There's nothing special about it, it's just a little bit bigger, more than 200 square meters. Therefore, Lu Ming soon felt bored. I didn't know what to do for a moment. Sudden. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he thought of something. A thought came to my mind. A piece of document appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This document is the event information table for Haiban City in the next 3 days that was previously rewarded by the system. Lu Ming had no time to read it before. It was placed in the system space and not extracted. Now that I have nothing to do, I can just take it out and have a look. Who knows, there might be some surprises. You know, this is equivalent to having the ability to predict the future for 3 days. You can do something based on the above information. Really? The first time Lu Ming opened the document, I saw an opportunity to make money. At 6:05 p.m. on September 10th, Haiban City, Liu Da picked up a lottery ticket while walking in front of a ramen restaurant in Yusen Street. The lottery ticket won the 1.68 million grand prize. All of a sudden, Lu Ming knew the time and place. You can definitely go there in advance and grab this lottery ticket with a jackpot of 1.68 million. But Lu Ming quickly skipped over it and checked the information below. Because now more than 1 million is just a drop in the bucket for Lu Ming. You know, he can get 400 to 500 million in system rewards for free every day when he wakes up. In addition, he believed that this grand prize of more than 1 million must be just a small part in this list of future events. There must be something more beneficial than this. As expected, Lu Ming quickly found an event that could earn him more than 1 million yuan from lottery tickets if he handled it well. That is it. This year, wheat production in most parts of the world has decreased, causing wheat prices to soar. By September 12, wheat prices had soared to 2,890 yuan per ton. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. I immediately checked the current wheat price in the futures market. 2,214 yuan per ton. Compared with the highest price of 2,890 yuan per ton, it has increased by 28.3%. I currently have 50 million in cash, if I can handle it well. Earning 2 or 300 million is not a problem at all. Chapter 29 Shuangmu Group Event. Lu Ming quickly studied the wheat incident carefully. I found out that the surge in wheat futures will start tomorrow, so I have to start buying today. Immediately, Lu Ming took out his cell phone and called his college roommate Ku Zhang. Hey, campus Prince Lu. What's the wind today? It's so windy that our campus Prince Lu actually called me. Ku Chang on the other end of the phone joked. What do you think? Probably the northwest wind. Damn. Northwest wind? You're not going to borrow money, are you? Now Lu Ming continued to act. Yes, how much can you borrow? Ku Chang on the other end of the phone thought for a moment and then said. I don't have much money on me, but if you want to borrow 50,000 or 60,000 yuan, I can still afford it. If there are more, we will have to find a way. Hearing this, Lu Ming laughed out loud. It seems that their feelings from college have not faded yet, and it hasn't been long since they graduated. He estimated that Ku Chang would be lucky to have a savings of 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. I didn't expect that I could lend him 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. But the purpose of his call was not to borrow money, but futures. Ku Chang was very interested in finance when he was in college, and he also did some research on futures and stocks. Okay, let's stop playing. I'm not borrowing money, I need to talk to you about something. Fuck, if you have something to say, just tell me. Why are you talking about borrowing money? You scared me. So what do you want from me? Lu Ming, stop talking nonsense. I am planning to buy some futures and would like you to help me with the operation. I think you know how to operate it. Of course. Afterwards, Ku Zhang also explained the procedures that Lu Ming needed to follow very clearly. It's actually not that difficult. Lu Ming opened an account online and transferred the funds into it. Then Ku Zhang just needs to log into his account and perform professional operations. The gains and losses are all in the account, and no one except Lu Ming can do anything tricky. 10 minutes later, Lu Ming registered the futures account and immediately reported it to Ku Chang. By the way, he told Ku Chang about his next plan. Use 50 million funds and leverage to buy all wheat futures. When Ku Zhang heard this plan, he was completely terrified. Fuck. Lu Ming, are you crazy? Do you know how much wheat is stored in various countries? Wheat futures have been falling for several months in a row, and you still want to use so much money to buy it, and use leverage. You can do anything with this money. Ku Zhang on the other end of the phone complained crazily, trying to stop Lu Ming's crazy idea. Don't talk nonsense. I have my reasons. If you don't help me, I will find someone else. I think you can buy some from me. Lu Ming suggested kindly. Ku Zhang has always had a good relationship with him, and since he was willing to lend him money just now, it was not difficult to give him a hand. However, Ku Zhang obviously didn't quite believe it. He reminded Lu Ming many times. Lu Ming, I don't know where you got so much money. But you really have to be careful. The futures market is really cruel and anything can happen. If you buy it the way you said, you might lose all your tens of millions of dollars. It's okay, I really have confidence. After many unsuccessful attempts to dissuade him, Ku Chang had no choice but to listen to Lu Ming and help him with futures operations. After hanging up the phone, Lu Ming received a text message in his account a long time ago notifying him that he had successfully purchased wheat futures. Seeing this text message, Lu Ming was in a very good mood. After all, with such a simple operation, you can earn 200 or 300 million. Isn't this worth being happy about? This made Lu Ming even more excited about this future information table. Continue to look through it. On September 9th, Mr. Shan, an ordinary tourist, bought a piece of porcelain at Judefang Antique Street for 2,888 yuan. It was later identified as a Qing dynasty antique and sold at an auction for a high price of 6.8 million yuan. More than 6 million, not bad. But that's it. Continue reading below. On September 9th, a piece of land in Yalongbei was sold for 30 million yuan at an auction held by Noor 5-star Hotel, and was later surveyed. The Dreamstar Sea stone was dug out from under the land, worth 4.68 billion. 680 million. Lu Ming immediately took out his mobile phone and checked the information of the Dreamstar Sea stone. It turns out that this Dreamy Star Sea stone is a mineral that was only discovered a few years ago. The current output of this ore is very rare, and the jewelry made from it is very gorgeous. So it soon became an expensive raw material for making luxury goods. Seeing this, Lu Ming finally understood that it was something related to luxury goods. No wonder it was so valuable. Lu Ming decided that he must go to this auction and buy the land. After keeping this in mind, Lu Ming continued reading. Unexpectedly, it actually saw a major event related to Lin Wan Shuaimu Group. On September 10, after the release of Shuaimu Group's new products, a large number of consumers were hospitalized due to skin problems caused by using the new skin care products. Shuaimu Group lost consumer trust due to product quality issues, received a large number of lawsuits, and its stock price plummeted by 30%. Could this be the product that Lin Wan is currently representing with the Low Group? Lu Ming was so shocked that he stood up from his chair. Although the incident only briefly mentioned the consequences of Shuaimu Group. But the consequences are terrifying to think about. A 30% plunge in the stock price means that tens of billions of market value have evaporated. At the same time, with a large number of lawsuits, Shuaimu Group will also face huge compensation. But what is more serious is the loss of consumer trust. Shuaimu Group is a cosmetics and skin care company. Their products are for use on the face. This kind of thing will cause a crisis of trust. Who will dare to use Shuaimu Group's products in the future? This series of reactions, coupled with the competitors taking advantage of the situation. Shuaimu Group might even go bankrupt because of this. Shuaimu Group is Lu Ming's wife's company, so Lu Ming naturally cannot sit idly by. Lu Ming left the office directly. Found Jiyu Weiwei outside. "Where's your CEO, Lin? Is the meeting over?" Jiyu Weiwei thought Lu Ming couldn't sit still anymore, so she spoke quickly. "Mr. Lu, Mr. Lin should be back soon, how about we?" The words were not finished. Lu Ming said anxiously, "Quick! Take me to the meeting room." Seeing Lu Ming so anxious, Jiyu Weiwei did not dare to neglect him. "This way." The two walked quickly towards the meeting room. At the same time, Lin Wan in the conference room had a very ugly expression on her face. The cooperation talks with Low Group this time were not going well. The other party not only reduced their agency profit share, but also set many unreasonable rules and regulations. In this case, Shuaimu Group is equivalent to working for Low Group for free. This was difficult for Lin Wan and many senior executives of Shuaimu Group to accept. However, if we reject this cooperation, it will have a huge impact on Shuaimu Group. So they were in a dilemma for a while. Chapter 30: Refusal to Cooperate. The person who caused all this situation was actually the young man in front of him, Liu Kailei. I don't know what connections he has behind the scenes. Liu Kailei, who had just graduated and entered the workplace, skipped the internship period after joining the Low Group. Moreover, he was promoted 3 times in 2 months and is now responsible for the cooperation with Shuaimu Group. Originally, after Shuaimu Group learned about Liu Kailei's information, they thought it would be easy to deal with such a young man with little experience. But I didn't expect the cooperation meeting to go so smoothly. Liu Kailei was arrogant and demanded more than he bargained for at the cooperation meeting. This completely changed the terms of their previous cooperation with the Low Group. At this time, Liu Kailei was sitting on a chair, leaning back slightly, with an expression that showed he was confident of victory. It seemed as if they had already seen the result of Shuaimu Group signing this unequal contract with them under pressure. He dared to do this because he was sure of himself. Most of Shuaimu Group's profits come from product distribution as agents, and they have no advantages in product research and development. The products of their Low Group have obviously become one of the indispensable pillars of Shuaimu Group. Therefore, it is impossible for Shuaimu Group to give up cooperation with Low Group. No matter how harsh the conditions are, Shuaimu Group could only endure it. And their Low Group can use this to make greater profits. Different from the complacency of Liu Kailei, Lin Wan and the top executives of Shuaimu Group all looked very unhappy. After hearing the harsh conditions and unreasonable profits proposed by Liu Kailei, they wanted to give up the cooperation with Low Group directly. But thinking is one thing, doing is another. On the one hand, after losing the cooperation with the Low Group, Shuaimu Group's profits this year are bound to decline sharply. On the other hand, there are also concerns that the Low Group will turn around and cooperate with the Shiyun Group. You must know that Shuaimu Group and Shiyun Group have always been mortal enemies. If Shiyun Group snatches away their cooperation, it will be a long-term and immeasurable loss. Just when everyone in Shuaimu Group was in a dilemma, Liu Kailei also pressed forward step by step. Boss Lin, you have been considering this for so long. Isn't it time for an answer? If you are not satisfied with the conditions, then let's stop here today. We can also go and talk to Shiyun Group. As soon as these words came out, the people from Shuaimu Group looked even uglier. Liu Kailei is forcing the emperor to abdicate. He even put Shiyun Group on the stage. At the same time, under the leadership of Ji Weiwei, Lu Ming also rushed to the meeting room. Mr. Lu, this is it. Lu Ming nodded. Opened the door to the conference room. It's better not to have this cooperation. Lu Ming's voice attracted everyone. Turning around, he saw Lu Ming appearing at the door of the meeting room. The moment Liu Kailei saw Lu Ming, he was slightly startled, and then a hint of hostility flashed in his eyes. Lu Ming! Liu Kailei! Lu Ming didn't expect to meet his college classmate Liu Kailei here, and it seemed that Liu Kailei was the head of the other party's low group. However, Lu Ming had a very bad impression of Liu Kailei. In college, Liu Kailei was a person who was eager for power and jealous of talented people. He just can't stand people who are better than him. But Lu Ming is better than him in every aspect, whether it is appearance, study, or relationships with classmates and tutors. Therefore, Liu Kailei has always regarded Lu Ming as a thorn in his side and targeted him everywhere. Although Lu Ming had never been fucked by him, it was still pretty disgusting. Don't cooperate with them. After Lu Ming came in and saw that the two parties had not signed the contract yet, he breathed a sigh of relief and emphasized again. Why? Although it was a dilemma, someone still asked this question. If they don't cooperate with the low group, they will suffer great losses. Lu Ming said directly, the new products released by low group have serious quality and safety issues. If Shuaimu Group becomes the agent, it will cause serious consequences. As soon as these words came out, the people from the low group immediately shouted angrily, who are you? Do you know that if you say that, our low group can sue you for defamation? But Lu Ming completely ignored him. He walked straight to Lin Wan. Do you believe me? Lin Wan and Lu Ming looked at each other affectionately, then smiled and nodded, I believe you. Then he looked at Liu Kailei and others from the low group. I'm sorry, but we cannot accept the conditions proposed by your low group. I'm afraid we won't be able to reach a cooperation this time. Hearing this, everyone in the low group also felt a sudden panic. They didn't expect that Shuaimu Group was actually preparing to give up this cooperation. Boss Lin, you have to think about this carefully. We can't give up such an important cooperation just because of Lu Ming's casual words. Have you ever thought about what the consequences would be for Shuaimu Group if it loses the cooperation of our low group? You know, even without you Shuaimu, we can still cooperate with Shiyun Group. But you, Shuaimu Group, will never find products as good as our low groups. Liu Kailei brought up Shuaimu Group's biggest competitor, Shiyun Group, in an attempt to threaten Lin Wan. Lin Wan didn't buy it. This is our Shuaimu Group's business. You don't need to worry about it. Liu Kailei's face froze. I didn't expect that Lin Wan had made up her mind and was so determined that even the cooperation between Zhuantou and Shiyun Group could not threaten her. Now it was his turn to be stuck. It is true that Shuaimu Group would suffer a huge loss if they lost the cooperation of low group. But at the same time, the losses of their low group were also not small. In previous years, through cooperation with Shuaimu Group, their low group made a profit of more than 20 billion yuan a year. This profit accounts for a significant proportion of the low group's annual profit. If the low group loses its cooperation with Shuaimu Group, it will need to find a new company to cooperate with. Not to mention whether the new partner can be better than Shuaimu Group, I don't know how much time it will take to get to know each other and get used to each other. The low group will suffer a huge loss in vain. Liu Kailei originally just wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to seize the weakness of Shuaimu Group. Submit a good performance report to the company's top management. But no matter how much you consider, he couldn't have expected that Lu Ming would be such an obstacle. Just one sentence turned his good situation around. This time, not only did he fail to gain any advantage, he also messed up the cooperation. If the cooperation really fails, he won't be able to hold up even if he has a strong background in the low group. Think of this. Liu Kailei's attitude and tone softened a lot, Boss Lin. Shuaimu Group and low group are old friends who have cooperated for many years. There is no need to be angry for a while. Why don't we discuss the conditions again? We can discuss anything we are not satisfied with. Chapter 31 Perfume Formulas. But this time, Lin Wan had made up her mind and began to see the guest off coldly. I think I have made myself clear, please go back. Lin Wan began to drive away Liu Kailei and everyone from the low group. It has come to this. Just wait and see. Liu Kailei could only leave after saying some harsh words. As soon as the people from the low group left, the remaining executives from the Shuaimu group in the conference room couldn't help but whisper to each other. Fuck that bastard named Liu from the low group. I've been putting up with him for so long. Yeah. I want to just go up and beat him up. His face is so fucking disgusting. We have been working with low group for so many years, but this is the first time we have been so popular. I finally feel relieved now. Let him be so arrogant. Now I have to leave in disgrace anyway. Yeah, the look on their faces when they left was really cool to see. Do you really think that our Shuaimu group is easy to bully? Obviously, Liu Kailei's disgusting face and the disgusting conditions he offered made everyone very angry. Now they were driven away by Lin Wan in shame. They felt relieved. But I'm venting my anger, but I still have to face reality. They drove the low group away, which also meant losing their products. In the second half of the year, Shuaimu Group will face the dilemma of not having enough high-quality products to sell. No products to sell means no profit for the company. But what is more dangerous is that it will cause a series of impacts such as a reduction in market share. Although there are many other companies' products on the market, Shuaimu Group can become their agent and distributor. But it also takes time to find excellent products. The top executives of Shuaimu Group, including Lin Wan, all fell into silence, with frowns on their faces. Their brains were working rapidly, trying to find a way out. Just at this moment. I know what you are thinking. But this is the best option at the moment. If they really cooperate with Low Group and release new products, the situation that Shuaimu Group will encounter will be hundreds or thousands of times more difficult than it is now. What Lu Ming said attracted everyone's attention. They also knew about the relationship between Lu Ming and Lin Wan, so they were still very polite to Lu Ming. But some people couldn't help asking. Mr. Lu, is it true that what you said about Low Group's new products has serious quality problems? Will it cause serious skin problems to consumers? Where did you get this information from? No wonder the people from Shuaimu Group asked this. Because beauty products are almost the most strictly inspected products besides food. After all, cosmetics are used directly on human skin, so they undergo numerous tests before they are put on the market. In addition, there has never been any problem with the products of the Low Group over the years. Also, this new product has not yet been released and is not available on the market. So here comes the question. Where did Lu Ming get this news? Is the news reliable? So in fact, they didn't really believe what Lu Ming said. Lu Ming also knew that what he said was indeed a bit unbelievable. But he couldn't explain it either. Could it be possible that he could predict the future? So Lu Ming simply didn't explain. I naturally have my own channels. Whether it is true or not, we will know in the future. Everyone was speechless. Well, it doesn't matter. After all, we have already rejected the cooperation of Willow Group. It's fun, but it's difficult now. Stop sighing and think about what to do next. We can only quickly find other products, but we can't lower our quality requirements. It's not that easy to find. Everyone discussed what Shuaimu Group should do next. Lu Ming listened for a while and also interjected. Excuse me. I would like to ask something. Shuaimu Group has such high profits every year, has it never thought about developing its own products? Being an agent for other people's products all the time means your lifeblood is in the hands of others. If Shuaimu Group had its own products, it wouldn't be so passive. Mr. Lu, developing your own products is not that simple. We all understand this principle, and Shuaimu Group has never given up the idea of developing its own products. You know, every year our Shuaimu Group invests tens of billions in research funds. However, the foundation of our current self-developed products is still too weak and there has been little progress. Even if they have developed one or two products that they think are good, when they are put on the market, they still fail to gain recognition from consumers and sales are sluggish. So, it is not easy to develop your own products. Without major breakthroughs, our products will not be able to compete with those old products. But our independent research foundation is weak, and the research is not going smoothly, so how can we have a major breakthrough all of a sudden? In response to Lu Ming's questions, the senior management of Shuangmu Group also explained them to him. Now Lu Ming also understood. It's a vicious cycle. Invest huge amounts of money in research, and the resulting products are almost as good as those from big brands. Consumers will only choose big brand products. If you want to win those big name products, you have to develop new products that are extremely groundbreaking. But Shuangmu Group can't develop it. That's true. If it's possible to develop a product that sells well, who would be willing to be an agent forever? Just at this moment, Lu Ming's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. The biggest problem of Shuangmu Group right now is that after losing the Low Group, there are no excellent agent products to sell, and they can't develop excellent products themselves. Lu Ming analyzed the situation and pointed out the most critical issue at the moment. The senior executives of Shuangmu Group nodded. What Lu Ming said was indeed the current key pain point. If I had a top-notch perfume formula that had never been seen before, is this enough to solve Shuangmu Group's current predicament? After hearing what Lu Ming said, the senior executives of Shuangmu Group looked at each other in bewilderment. That being said, but how is it possible? Top-notch perfume formulas are only available to large foreign luxury groups. None of the senior executives believed what Lu Ming said. But the next second, Lu Ming pretended to take out a document from his pocket. This is, Lu Ming replied, the top perfume formula, enough to dominate the market. Lu Ming also emphasized it specially. This recipe was the reward Lu Ming received when he was fed by Lin Wan. But Lu Ming always felt that it was useless, so he threw it into the system space and never took it out. I didn't expect it would come in handy today. Moreover, Lu Ming was not exaggerating when he said that this was a formula that could dominate the perfume industry. This perfume can simply be said to appeal to 1,000 people. 1,000 different smells for 1,000 different people, and each person smells different. Chapter 32 Unconditional Trust. Lu Ming briefly explained the effects of the perfume formula to the senior management of Shuangmu Group. Impossible. How could there be a perfume like this? Yes, Mr. Lu, please don't joke around at this time. That's right. If it wasn't so outrageous, we might still believe it. Hey, if there really is such a product, then our Shuangmu will really be saved. The top management of Shuangmu did not believe what Lu Ming said. Indeed, the effect of the perfume formula that Lu Ming described was too amazing. This kind of perfume has gone beyond the cognitive scope of beauty products, and it can almost be called black technology. But Lu Ming looked at them and spoke seriously. Everything I said is true. Everyone fell silent. Because they saw Lu Ming's sincerity during their conversations and eye contact with him. But what he said was too unbelievable. This is really hard for them to believe. But in their hearts, they hoped that this was true because it was the only way to save Shuangmu Group. Just when they were in a dilemma, a voice came and calmed everyone's morale. I trust you. Everyone looked over and saw Lin Wan reaching out and gently holding Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming smiled slightly and came up with a solution. I know it's hard for you to believe, but we can prepare a sample according to this formula. In this way, you can use the samples to know whether the effect I mentioned is achieved. If so, we will immediately advance the process and start mass production. If not, we can just find another way. Everyone's eyes lit up and they nodded in agreement. Yeah. Why didn't we think of that just now? Whether it works or not, we can know it by sampling it. What are we arguing about here? Mr. Lu is so talented. Fortunately, Mr. Lu came up with this idea. We are all ashamed. I'm so angry today that my brain doesn't work anymore. Those bastards from the Low Group. At this time, Lin Wan began to speak up in support of the overall situation. Okay. Then Lao Wang, hurry up and prepare a perfume sample. Lao Wang nodded and promised solemnly, okay, Mr. Lin, I'll go right away. Just as he was about to leave for the laboratory, he was stopped. Lao Wang, please estimate how long it will take to produce the sample. Lao Wang patted his head and thought for a while, We have all these raw materials in our laboratory. If the formula is complete, I will ask everyone in the department to rush and we should be able to make it tonight. Okay, I'll leave it to you then. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. I'll go to the research room first. Lao Wang took his leave and left, and other senior executives also left the meeting room. They also closed the door of the conference room. Next second, Lin Wan's delicate and flawless face came in front of Lu Ming. A pair of starry eyes blinked, without saying a word. "What are you doing? You keep looking at me without saying anything." Lu Ming felt embarrassed being stared at. "Look how amazing my husband is, and he has such an amazing perfume formula. By the way, I also know that Low Group's new products will have serious quality problems. You have to take a closer look at this." Ahem. Lu Ming coughed a few times, then said with a smile, "I'm telling you, I was dreaming. In my dream, there was an old man with a white beard." Lu Ming talked nonsense. After all, he really didn't have a completely reasonable reason to explain these things. But he couldn't reveal the secret that he owned the system. He couldn't let anyone know this secret yet. Even his beloved, his wife. "It's not that I don't love her, but telling her about this might actually have an impact on her safety. What if she accidentally leaked it out on some occasion?" Therefore, before Lu Ming has the absolute ability to guarantee the safety of himself and those around him, it is impossible for him to expose the secret of the system. So for now he could only talk nonsense like this. He was also prepared that Lin Wan would not believe him, but he believed that Lin Wan would not question him further. But what Lu Ming didn't expect was Lin Wan after listening to his nonsense. He actually nodded, "I believe you." Lu Ming was stunned for a moment. "You believe this?" Lin Wan curled her lips and smiled. "You are my husband, I believe everything you say." Hearing this, Lu Ming held Lin Wan in his arms. "Having a wife like this makes me have no regrets in this life. The most important thing between husband and wife is trust. And Lin Wan has absolute confidence in herself. No matter what he said, he supported himself and believed in himself. She claimed without any evidence that Low Group's new products had safety issues and asked him to give up cooperation, and she believed it. "I just picked up a document and said it was the formula that beat all the perfume products on the market, and she believed it." Even though it was a reason he made up, he believed it without hesitation. Lu Ming was almost embarrassed to continue explaining this nonsense, it was really too ridiculous. Lu Ming became more and more aware of how much Lin Wan loved him. She is so unprincipled and believes in and loves herself unconditionally. This moment, Lu Ming was once again thankful that he and Lin Wan were together and married. Lao Wang, the research director of Shuangmu Group, went to configure the samples. The others had nothing else to do for the time being and could only wait for his news. So Lu Ming and Lin Wan left the Shuangmu Group office building first. "By the way, didn't you say you would take me to a very mysterious and exciting place tonight? Shall we go now?" Lu Ming suddenly thought of what Lin Wan had told him before the meeting. He was very curious. But Lin Wan still remained mysterious. "Yes, you will know later." After saying that, Lin Wan got into the driver's seat of the Aston Martin 177. She then knew the destination and she was the one driving. After a while, Aston Martin 177 stopped in front of the Noor 5-star hotel. After getting off the car, hotel staff immediately came to help with parking. Lu Ming looked at the luxurious decoration at the entrance of the hotel. "The name of Noor 5-star hotel seems to be familiar to me, as if I have seen this name somewhere." After thinking for a while, just remembered now. "Isn't this the hotel mentioned in the future information sheet? It was mentioned above that the Noor 5-star hotel would hold an auction, during which a piece of land called Yalongbei was sold for 30 million. But later, the raw material for making luxury jewelry, the Dreamstar Sea Stone, was discovered underneath. If I remember correctly, the value of those Dreamstar Sea Stones is as high as 4.68 billion. At that time, I said I would take note of it and find an opportunity to snatch the land away. But after the Shuangmu Group crisis suddenly occurred, I was so busy that I forgot about it for a while. I didn't expect that he would come now. It seems that these 4.68 billion are destined to be mine." Chapter 33 Old Witch Liu Xiyun. Led by the staff, Lin Wan and Lu Ming walked into their hotel. On the way, Lu Ming couldn't help but ask, "Wife, the mysterious and exciting thing you mentioned, isn't it just participating in the auction?" Lin Wan was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Lu Ming also knew about the auction held by Noor Hotel. "Yeah, the auction is exciting." Soon, Lu Ming understood why Lin Wan said it was very exciting. After they took their seats, the auction began quickly. The auction started one by one. The people who participated in the auction were not as wealthy as a country, but they were also very wealthy. It seems that money is just an ordinary number in their mouths. The price is increased by 1 million at a time every time. With these people scrambling for the items, all of them were sold at high prices. What made Lu Ming speechless the most was that a 62.8 carat diamond was sold at a whopping price of 168 million yuan. This really made Lu Ming doubt the IQ of the person who bought the diamond. Diamonds are just a waste of money. Now even ordinary people know that diamonds are not a rare thing. On the contrary, their production is not low. It's just that the world's largest diamond merchants have controlled and portrayed diamonds as something that is associated with love. There is even now technology to create artificial diamonds, which are almost indistinguishable from natural diamonds. Even professional personnel and instruments cannot tell the difference. And such a thing was sold at a sky-high price of 168 million yuan. Lu Ming really didn't understand what that person was thinking. However, Lu Ming did understand what Lin Wan meant by excitement. To these wealthy people, money is just a number. They may spend hundreds of millions or even billions with just a few words. Listening to the amount of money continue to increase can really be psychologically stimulating. How about it? Is there anything you like? If so, I can take a picture of it for you. Lin Wan whispered in Lu Ming's ear. Just at this time, the host on stage introduced the next item to be auctioned. The next lot to be auctioned is a plot of land in Yalong Bay. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. This is a great piece of land. It's his. When Lin Wan heard Lu Ming say he wanted this piece of land, she was a little confused. This piece of land. It seems to be of no use. Originally, Lin Wan never thought that what Lu Ming wanted was actually a piece of land. Although this piece of land is not small, its actual value is not that great. Its remote location makes it of little value for development. Otherwise, it would not have appeared at this auction. If it was really valuable, it would have been taken away privately long ago. So for a moment, Lin Wan didn't know why Lu Ming wanted this land. Facing Lin Wan's questioning, Lu Ming did not explain. Instead, he looked at Lin Wan eagerly. I just want it. Seeing Lu Ming's eager look, Lin Wan also smiled. Okay. Since my husband likes it, I will take a picture of it. Although in Lin Wan's opinion, this piece of land has no value and will be of no use after it is bought. But as long as my husband likes it, I have to buy it. Buy it for him. At this time, the land had been auctioned for 30 million, which was the auction price indicated by the system. And no one continued to bid. After all, this price already exceeds the value of this land. No one will continue to bid. But this time, Lin Wan took action and raised the sign in her hand. The host on the stage saw this and said, 31 million. This lady bid 31 million. Is there a higher price? If not, this lady will win the Yalong Bay plot. For a while. At the auction, people's eyes were focused on Lin Wan. As a celebrity in Haiban City, naturally many people know Lin Wan. These people were very surprised that Lin Wan offered such a high price for this piece of land. Is there some inside story about this land that they don't know? They couldn't help but guess. You know, Lin Wan's vision and methods are top-notch. Otherwise, it would be impossible for one person to bring Shuaimu Group to its current level. But this is just a guess. They are not sure, so they did not act rashly. When Lu Ming saw that Lin Wan had offered a higher bid than what was indicated in the system, he felt relieved. This piece of land worth 4.68 billion is in our hands. 4,680 million. This is not a small amount of money. Lu Ming couldn't help but get excited. But at this moment, their host's excited voice suddenly rang out. Oh my God! Another lady offered 35 million. That's an increase of 4 million in one go. Is there a higher price? Lu Ming originally thought that the plot of land that he had secured was interfered with by someone else. This also made Lu Ming look at the person who made the bid. I saw a middle-aged woman who was a bit older but covered with heavy makeup sitting there proudly. When I saw Lu Ming and Lin Wan looking over, his eyes were full of provocation. Lu Ming also noticed it immediately and asked softly, "Who is that woman? She seems to be targeting us on purpose." Liu Shiyun, chairman of Shiyun Group. After hearing Lin Wan's explanation, Lu Ming understood immediately. It turns out that person is the chairman of Shiyun Group. No wonder they were deliberately targeted and intervened when they were about to take over the land. Lin Wan's Shuimu Group and her Shiyun Group are both leading cosmetics companies. As peers, they are inherently hostile to each other. Over the years, the two sides have clashed countless times in order to seize the market. And they both hated each other very much. So when Liu Shiyun saw that Lin Wan actually made a move to buy the land, naturally, he wanted to intervene and discuss Lin Wan. Lin Wan refused to admit defeat and raised the sign again. Bid 36 million. Their host saw someone bid again and was about to shout it out. But the next second, Liu Shiyun also raised her hand and offered 37 million. Lin Wan continued and offered 38 million. Liu Shiyun followed suit and offered 39 million. After a few times, whenever Lin Wan made a bid, Liu Shiyun would follow suit. Obviously, he came here to discuss Lin Wan. Liu Shiyun knew exactly what Lin Wan wanted, so no matter how much she offered, Lin Wan would match her price. She just wanted to raise the price and waste Lin Wan's funds. At this time, Lin Wan couldn't help but want to give up. This bid had already exceeded the value of the land by a lot. If she gave up at this time, it would be Liu Shiyun who would suffer a big loss. Lu Ming obviously saw through Lin Wan's thoughts and said softly, "Give it to her." Although Lu Ming was very envious of the priceless dream starfish stone below, but he actually knew that Lin Wan wanted to give up the competition, allowing Liu Shiyun to shoot herself in the foot and suffer the loss. That would disgust Liu Shiyun. Lin Wan could also breathe a sigh of relief. In order to allow his wife to fight back and kill the old witch in public, Lu Ming asked Lin Wan to give up the bidding. Maybe I can find an opportunity to secretly take over the land later. But the most important thing at the moment is, look at Liu Shiyun, this old witch, making a fool of herself. Chapter 34, The Big Enemy Liu Shiyun. When Lin Wan heard that Lu Ming had voluntarily chosen to give up the land just to vent her anger, her eyes flickered. A different feeling is rippling in my heart. She was really ashamed and touched. Although she didn't know what Lu Ming wanted to do with the land, she could see that Lu Ming really wanted it. She had said that she would take pictures of anything Lu Ming liked, but now this happened. They were forced to give up. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price than this lady? Their host on the stage was still excitedly encouraging everyone to bid, but his eyes were always on Lin Wan. Just waiting for Lin Wan to raise the sign again. The same was true for everyone else attending the auction, because the land had long exceeded its value and no one else would bid. The price was only driven up to this level because of the rivalry between Lin Wan and Liu Shiyun. However, the host talked for a long time and waited for a long time. I can no longer wait for Lin Wan to make an offer. Lin Wan still sat there without saying a word. Their host couldn't drag it on any longer and had to start the countdown. As their host counts down, the hammer is about to fall. Lin Wan still had no reaction. Liu Shiyun is in trouble now. Her face changes drastically. Par. Congratulations to Ms. Liu for winning the Yalongbei plot of land at a price of 39 million. Their host made the final decision and announced that Liu Shiyun had won the bid for the land. Lu Ming and Lin Wan deliberately turned their heads to look at Liu Shiyun behind them, with a teasing look in their eyes, and sincerely applauded and congratulated Liu Shiyun. When Liu Shiyun saw this scene, her face instantly fell. His face was extremely ugly. Liu Shiyun's back teeth are about to break. She clenched her fists tightly in private and didn't care about the pain when her nails pierced her palms. Although she had to smile on the surface, her heart was already bleeding from the pain. She didn't expect Lin Wan to give up the bid. Originally, she just wanted to raise the price a few times to disgust Lin Wan and make her pay a higher price and spend more money to get the land. But I didn't expect that I would get caught in the end. She spent 39 million to buy this piece of land which was worthless to her. In his opinion. At this moment, the applause from the audience was more like slapping her in the face. Mocking her for shooting herself in the foot. Seeing everyone looking at her, Liu Shiyun felt that they were looking at her as if she were being taken advantage of. The more Liu Shiyun thought about it, the angrier she became. She had been fighting with Lin Wan for so long, but she had never been so embarrassed. In a fit of anger, Liu Shiyun stood up and left the auction site. Lu Ming and Lin Wan had been keeping an eye on Liu Shiyun. She had a sullen face after she took the photo of the land, which seemed really refreshing to them. Lin Wan, in particular, felt very happy when she saw her mortal enemy of so many years suffer such a great loss. The smile on his lips never faded. Seeing Lin Wan so happy, Lu Ming was very happy inside even though he didn't win the bid for the land. The most important thing is that your wife is happy. Seeing Liu Shiyun leave in anger, the two turned their attention back to the auction. But neither of them had any interest in the next few items. Just watch quietly as the audience. As the last lot was sold, the auction ended. Lu Ming and Lin Wan left Noah 5-star hotel together. But I didn't expect it. As soon as I walked out of the hotel, I saw Liu Shiyun, who had been waiting at the door for a long time. Lu Ming and Lin Wan looked at each other. It is obvious that Liu Shiyun is here specifically to guard them, and no one knows what her intention is. But the two were not afraid. Walk forward. Liu Shiyun also came forward and was about to say something. But Lu Ming spoke first. Mr. Liu is so polite. Could it be that he wants to treat my husband and me to a meal? Are you thanking us for giving you the land? Actually, Mr. Liu doesn't need to do this. We are not stupid enough to spend 39 million to shoot a piece of wasteland. Hearing this, Lin Wan couldn't help but laugh. Lu Ming's words are interesting. He was sarcastic and even mocked Liu Shiyun. No wonder she suddenly lost her composure. In fact, she had always managed her facial expressions quite well. But Liu Shiyun in front of him was not feeling so well. After hearing this, his face became extremely ugly. Of course, she could hear the sarcasm in Lu Ming's words. If she wasn't the person involved and had a grudge against the other party, it would be a passerby who heard it. She also thought that Lu Ming's words were very nice and that he had a very good relationship with her. Thinking about how she had spent 39 million for nothing, she became furious. 39 million. Why not do something else? But even though I know that I have been wronged this time, she also had to accept the fact. Because there was no way she could escape. You have to know that the person behind an auction of this level must be no simple person. Anyone who buys an item and then regrets not paying will definitely be held accountable. And she was a well-known figure on the seaside. How could I possibly do something like running away from the bill? If this gets out, she will be even more embarrassed. So she has no choice but to bear this loss. Liu Shiyun was so angry that she almost wanted to hit someone, but she still held back. She had been waiting here for so long just to fight back against Lin Wan and vent her anger. It's only 39 million. It's just small change. It won't take long to make the money back. Lin Wan, you know how popular the products of the Low Group are. Come to think of it, I have to thank you, Lin Wan. I really don't know what you are thinking. They actually refused to cooperate with the Low Group. It was just that the conditions were a bit harsh. It's not a slave treaty. It seems that your Shuaimu Group is living too smoothly. Even the Low Group looks down on it. At this point, Liu Shiyun suddenly laughed triumphantly and continued. Our Shiyun Group has already signed a cooperation agreement with the Low Group. Even if you want to save the relationship, you can't. Once we start selling Low Group's new products, let alone 39 million, even if we increase it tenfold, we'll easily make 390 million. And you, Shuaimu Group, are in a bad situation. Can you find other substitutes for the time being? You probably can't. By then, consumers will come to our Shiyun Group to buy products, and I will gladly accept your Shuaimu Group's market. Liu Shiyun laughed very flamboyantly. She had been suppressed for too long. Shuaimu Group and Shiyun Group have always been rivals. But whether in terms of market share or product quality, Shuaimu Group has always been ahead of Shiyun Group. Liu Shiyun dreams of surpassing Shuaimu Group. But no matter how hard she tried, she still couldn't do it. And today, she finally waited for this opportunity. The Low Group did not continue to cooperate with the Shuaimu Group, but instead signed a cooperation agreement with them. Chapter 35 Perfume Samples. This is why she did not leave and waited here for Lin Wan and the others to come out. She wanted to show off and mock Lin Wan. She seemed to have seen Shuaimu Group fall into the abyss. And after her Shiyun Group cooperated with the Low Group, it became a beautiful situation that soared to the sky. Only. She had just finished speaking. Then he saw Lin Wan and Lu Ming looking at him with strange eyes. That look. It was exactly the same look they gave me when they congratulated me at the auction just now. It was as if I was looking at a huge injustice. This left Liu Xiyun speechless. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that again? Why did I say again? Why aren't you talking? Are you sorry and have nothing to say? Lin Wan, just wait and see, it will be quick. My Xiyun group is about to surpass your Shuaimu group. Lin Wan burst out laughing. I don't know what you are so proud of. We rejected the cooperation with Low Group. In other words, we don't want it. You picked up the trash I didn't want, why are you still so arrogant? As for the Beyond Shuaimu group you mentioned? Why don't you think about why I have the confidence to refuse cooperation with the Low Group? As soon as Lin Wan said this, Liu Xiyun was stunned. I can't help but feel that what Lin Wan said makes sense. It was indeed Shuaimu group that took the initiative to reject the Low Group, so their Xiyun group had the opportunity to take on this cooperation. Isn't that just like what Lin Wan said? She picked up other people's trash and was so proud of it. Wrong. Liu Xiyun quickly shook her head. Get those thoughts out of the way. He immediately raised his voice to support himself. Whatever you say. We'll see. After a while, when our Xiyun collection surpasses Shuaimu group, I will come back to ridicule you. After saying that, Liu Xiyun just turned around and left. The steps were quick and hasty. She had been waiting here for Lu Ming and Lin Wan for so long, with the original intention of mocking them and showing off that Xiyun group had won the cooperation with Low Group. But I didn't expect it. Instead, he was ridiculed by them again. This moment. Even though she is a strong woman who is successful in the business world, she couldn't hold it in anymore. Directly broke the defense. She felt guilty, and those last harsh words, spoken in a louder voice, were her last act of stubbornness. As Liu Xiyun walked and thought, she hated Lin Wan even more. After so many years of hard work, I finally got this opportunity. In the past, Shuaimu group could only suppress our Xiyun group with the help of Low Group. Now the Low Group is on my side. My Xiyun group will definitely grab all the market share of the Shuaimu group. The more Liu Xiyun thought about it, the more excited she became. Lu Ming and Lin Wan looked at her leaving back and shook their heads and smiled. I didn't expect that the Low Group would actually cooperate with the Xiyun group. Xiyun group is in a bad situation now. Let alone surpassing Shuaimu, it will be lucky to survive the quality crisis. Lin Wan nodded thoughtfully. This is normal, since we Shuaimu will not cooperate with the Low Group. They will definitely go to Xiyun group, and Xiyun group will naturally not refuse, but will think it is a pie in the sky. But this pie in the sky is poisonous. Lu Ming responded with a joke. Don't worry about her. She's feeling proud now. I'm just going to see how miserable she will be in the future. Lin Wan said with a smile. Lu Ming could see that Lin Wan was in a good mood. Not only did he use a little trick to trick Liu Xiyun into spending 39 million to buy a piece of worthless land. Moreover, Liu Xiyun waited for them at the door for so long just to show off. Instead, they continued to mock me. Thinking of Liu Xiyun's expressions twice, Lin Wan could laugh. The two have been fighting openly and secretly for many years. It was the first time that she slapped Liu Xiyun in the face so happily, and twice. Seeing Lin Wan so happy, Lu Ming was also ready to add fuel to the fire. Said suddenly. I have an idea. It can disgust her even more. How about doing it? Lin Wan naturally would not refuse. Tell me about it quickly. Lu Ming nodded and said, it's useless for Liu Xiyun to hold the land in Yalong Bay. Find someone to contact him. Find a way to buy that piece of land at a low price. I think she should be willing to make some of the money back. By then I will have a way to make him even more disgusted and angry than he is now. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lin Wan couldn't help but look forward to it. There is actually a way to make Liu Xiyun even more disgusted and angry, so we must do it. Then, Lin Wan immediately called someone. Arranged that person to contact Liu Xiyun and buy back Yalong Bay at a low price. After the arrangement, Lin Wan was also very curious. Husband, what can you do? Is there something mysterious about this piece of land? Keep it a secret, you'll know later. Lu Ming did not tell Lin Wan. Only he himself knows. Buried underground in Yalong Bay is a dream starfish stone worth 4.68 billion yuan. If Yalong Bay can be purchased from Liu Xiyun at a low price smoothly, Later, Liu Xian found out that the following fantasy starfish stone was sold for so much money. How would she feel? This would probably make him so angry that he would vomit blood. Lu Ming couldn't help but look forward to seeing this scene. Just at this moment, Lin Wan's cell phone suddenly rang. It's Lao Wang's call. Lin Wan quickly picked up the phone. Lao Wang's excited voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Boss Lin. This is incredible. This is incredible. The perfume samples have been prepared, and after testing, they are exactly as Mr. Liu said. Thousands of people have thousands of feelings. Really? Lin Wan asked in surprise. Yes. It really has this effect. Lao Liu, Lao Zhang, and I have tried it. Everyone smells different. They are all my favorite flavors. They really match everyone's sense of smell perfectly. If we really release this perfume, Shuaimu Group will be saved. Even made a fortune. Lao Wang was obviously too excited on the phone. The voice became louder and louder as it spoke with increasing excitement. Okay. Now that the effect has been proven, you should immediately push forward the process of producing this perfume product. Review, production, and listing are all prepared simultaneously. Pass product approval as quickly as possible, carry out mass production, and launch the product on the market as soon as possible. Lao Wang didn't hesitate. Okay, Mr. Lin. I'll go and make the arrangements now. That's it for now. After saying that, he hung up the phone. After Lin Wan hung up the phone, she threw herself into Lu Ming's arms. Hubby. You're awesome. Your perfume formula is really amazing. Do you know that once this perfume product is launched on the market, it will definitely be a hit? This fragrance is amazing. Lin Wan's spirits were higher than ever before. No wonder. The perfume formula Lu Ming gave was simply too incredible. With this product that is destined to be a big hit, her Shuaimu Group will surely reach its peak. Chapter 36 Messages in the Class Group. You know, product research and development has always been the pain point of Shuaimu Group. Therefore, Shuaimu Group has to rely more on agency cooperation with other companies to make profits. Most of the profits were invested in product research and development, but there has been no improvement. This puts Shuaimu Group at a disadvantage in its cooperation with other companies. No wonder the Willow Group changed its cooperation agreement today. The enemy is strong and we are weak. This kind of thing is bound to happen sooner or later. If Lu Ming hadn't appeared, I am afraid that under the relentless pressure from the Willow Group, the Shuaimu Group will eventually choose to cooperate. But now, after getting the perfume formula given by Lu Ming, Shuaimu Group will no longer have to rely on other companies to sell their products as it did before. Such a magical perfume is enough to support the entire Shuaimu Group. How could Lin Wan not be excited about this? Lin Wan felt more and more that Lu Ming was her four-leaf clover. After being with him, my life became extremely happy. At work, Lu Ming not only allowed her to severely slap the face of his longtime enemy, he also turned the tide and saved Shuaimu Group. It even solved the problem that Shuaimu Group did not have excellent self-developed products. In fact, Lin Wan is not the only one who has this idea. Lu Ming thought so too. After all, his system was activated only when he was with Lin Wan. These rewards were also obtained by living off Lin Wan. These rewards can be used to solve the troubles Lin Wan encounters. Think about it this way. Lu Ming felt that he and Lin Wan were destined to be together, a match made in heaven. Let's go. Go home. Lin Wan suddenly grabbed Lu Ming's hand and walked away. Lu Ming was suddenly pulled and didn't react. What are you doing in such a hurry? Lin Wan responded directly, I'll reward you well when I get home. This made Lu Ming curious. What reward? Lu Ming's question made Lin Wan a little shy, and she spoke in a low voice. I bought a few uniforms online. Hiss. This time, Lu Ming was more anxious to go home than Lin Wan. I didn't have any ideas, I just wanted to help Lin Wan choose a suitable suit. In this case, you have to try out one set after another until you find the best and most satisfactory one. This is very time consuming, I have to go home early. After returning home, it started raining, so Lin Wan changed her clothes. Lu Ming held up an umbrella and walked into the road. There seemed to be some obstacles ahead, but Lu Ming did not give up and mustered up his courage and strength. Keep moving forward, nothing can stop it. The road ahead was dark and slippery, but Lu Ming was not affected at all. There are even legends of sirens with alluring songs that can lure sailors in and send them into eternal damnation. Just like that, Lu Ming fought against the heavy rain for several hours. The next morning, Lu Ming's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up his phone in a daze and saw that it was already noon. There's nothing I can do. I went to bed too late last night. I slept late today. After quickly answering the phone, I heard Ku Zhong's excited voice on the other end of the phone. Lu Ming, do you know? The wheat futures you bought hit the daily limit today. Do you know what this means? This means that the 50 million you bought yesterday has become 108 million. Before Lu Ming spoke, Ku Zhong kept asking himself questions and answering them. He was so excited that his voice on the phone became hoarse from shouting. Fortunately, Lin Wan was sleeping soundly and was not woken up. Ku Zhong on the other end of the phone was still talking non-stop. That's 100 million. You're amazing. Did you know that wheat prices were going to rise sharply? It's so fucking awesome. I'm really impressed. And Su Li heard what Ku Zhong said. Not too excited actually. Because he already knew it. Just 100 million. According to the future information sheet, wheat futures rose by 28.3%. At least I can make another 100 million or 200 million. Not to mention, he gave up 4.68 billion yesterday just to make his wife happy. Now a mere 100 million is nothing and can't cause any waves in him at all. Ku Zhong on the other end of the phone calmed down a little, as if he felt Lu Ming's calmness. I was curious, Lu Ming, why aren't you excited at all after making so much money? Lu Ming paused for a moment and uttered the wise words, I am not interested in money at all. Money is just a number to me. I would rather be an ordinary person if I can. As soon as these words came out, this made Ku Zhong silent. It took a long time for Ku Zhong to adjust his mentality. He said with an admiring tone, Lu Ming, you have only graduated for a short time, but I feel that you are completely different from when you were in school. But no matter what, you are awesome. Can I send a screenshot of you making a lot of money in futures to the group? I've been annoyed with those idiots in the group for a long time. Hearing this, Lu Ming was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, what's wrong? Ku Zhong was very surprised, you don't know anything? They just talked about you in the group. I don't know. Lu Ming rarely paid attention to the class group. Now that I've graduated, it's even more impossible for me to care about it. After Ku Zhong said this, he really didn't know what was going on. It's complicated. I don't know how to explain it. You should go and look at the records yourself. Anyway, I was really pissed off by what those idiots said, and I couldn't help but come out and argue with them. But I found it strange that you didn't give me any news at that time. You didn't even notice it. Since Ku Zhong said so, Lu Ming decided to go and take a look himself. So he said goodbye to Ku Zhong and hung up the phone. I opened WeChat and found the class group with 99 plus red dots. Keep pulling up. After finding out what Ku Zhong said, I read the chat history from beginning to end. Then I understood Ku Zhong's meaning. It's nothing actually. When everyone graduates, the most important thing is naturally to find a job. At first, there was nothing much. Everyone just talked about their status after graduation and complained about work. But I don't know how it will evolve later. A good class group has become a place for some people who have found good jobs to show off. It hasn't been long since then, but I've been infected by the bad atmosphere of society. And among them, a guy named Fang Ziwen suddenly mentioned himself. This guy was very close to Liu Kailei when he was in college. Birds of a feather flock together. He is not a broad-minded guy, so naturally he is not that close to Lu Ming, but he cannot be said to have any grudge against him either. Does anyone know where Lu Ming is working? When Lu Ming saw him suddenly posting in the group, he felt something was wrong. After all, he was not familiar with him and there was no reason for him to mention him. Sure enough, below. Chapter 37, Endless Argument. When other students haven't said anything yet, Fang Ziwen started to act by asking and answering his own questions. I think I saw him handing out flyers on the main road last time. It was such a hot day, I felt so sad when I drove by and saw him. As soon as these words came out, Immediately, there was a storm in the group. Many people popped up and asked in surprise. How could Lu Ming be distributing flyers? Yeah, Fang Ziwen, you must have seen it wrong. That's right, no picture, no evidence. At the beginning, no one believed what Fang Ziwen said. In everyone's mind, it was impossible for Lu Ming to be so poor as to do a job like handing out flyers. But then, Fang Ziwen seemed to have been prepared. A photo was sent out, and in the photo one could clearly see Lu Ming handing out flyers to passers-by under the scorching sun. With solid evidence, Fang Ziwen finally concluded that Lu Ming had fallen to the point of handing out flyers. Many people felt sorry for Lu Ming, but some people began to gloat over his misfortune and add insult to injury. Oh my god, it's really Lu Ming. He's reduced to handing out flyers. How embarrassing. It turns out that Lu Ming hasn't spoken in the group because he hasn't found a job and can only distribute flyers, so he's embarrassed to show up. After all, we graduated from key universities. How did Lu Ming end up like this? Har 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 har, this is so funny. In the past, the instructor at school valued Lu Ming the most, but I didn't expect him to end up like this. At Fang Ziwen, where did you see Lu Ming? I'll pay attention to him next time I pass by. Maybe the campus hunk is more efficient in handing out flyers than ordinary people. I'll take it for his sake. Har 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 har. Lu Ming took a look and found that those who were sarcastic to him were mostly those who were close to Liu Kailei and Fang Ziwen. Seeing how down and out he was, these people couldn't help but jump out and mock him. But there were still some people who spoke up for him, including Ku Chong and a few classmates with whom he had a good relationship. So the two groups started arguing in the group. Lu Ming kept scrolling down and looking at the chat history below. His brows also furrowed. In fact, there was no deep hatred between him and them. I didn't expect Fang Ziwen to make up stories and stir up trouble just because he took a photo on the road. In fact, Lu Ming was just sending it to his family. Unexpectedly, just a short while later, I happened to run into Fang Ziwen and he took a photo of me. Just at this moment, new message suddenly appeared in the class group. It was Ku Chong who posted a few pictures in the group. There is a screenshot of the transfer record of Lu Ming transferring 50 million to him. There are screenshots of the chat records in which Lu Ming communicated with him about futures. There are screenshots of his futures purchase records and profits after the futures surged. After posting the picture, Ku Chong also specifically criticized those people who had been sarcastic in the group before. Come out and take a look. Yesterday, Lu Ming transferred 50 million to me to buy futures. Now it has risen to more than 100 million. The screenshots are all here, they can't be faked. Those who mocked Lu Ming before, how much savings do you have? Do you have a small portion of Lu Ming's account? Obviously. Last time, Ku Chong was really irritated by those sarcastic guys in the group. This time we are fully prepared and are determined to give those people a good slap in the face. After seeing the screenshots sent by Ku Chong, those people didn't dare to respond at all. No matter how many times Ku Chong attacked them, they pretended not to see it. His face was swollen this time, how could he have the nerve to show up? And those classmates who had a good relationship with Lu Ming before and had spoken up for Lu Ming began to show up one after another. Fuck. Over 100 million. Lucian is awesome. Lu Ming hit it too well. He spent 50 million at once. And it has risen to more than 100 million. Big brother, please guide me. I've been feeling very tired lately and have nightmares when I sleep. I envy you for having the spare money to trade futures. My salary is so low that I can't even afford food. Not long after, several of Lu Ming's roommates also saw the message in the group. Especially after Ku Chong sent out the screenshots. Everyone was like Ku Chong, madly attacking Fang Ziwen and his people, determined to vent their anger. They spoke up for Lu Ming yesterday and were very angry. Fang Ziwen, your family can make 50 million by handing out flyers. Are you embarrassed? Don't be silent, if you have the guts, never speak in this group again. Everyone is temporarily blind, har har har. This may be because their faces are swollen and their eye nerves are injured. I wonder how much you earn a month? You have to work for hundreds of years without eating or drinking to earn 100 million, right? I dare say they are definitely peeking at the screen right now, but they just don't have the face to say anything. It feels so good that they dare not show up even if they are teasing you at. Under the concentrated firepower of Lu Ming's roommates, Fang Ziwen could no longer bear it. He jumped out and sent a message, "This is so funny, I just finished my work and I just saw it now. Do you think I will believe you just by sending you a few screenshots? Futures trading is profitable, sure. But is this money Lu Ming's? Not necessarily, there are so many places where you can operate. I have to say that Fang Zuan's angle is quite tricky. When the people in his group saw Fang Zuan appear, they gave them a direction. They also jumped out at this time. What Fang Zuan said makes sense. Who knows what's going on? This money may not belong to Lu Ming. It is possible that the 50 million yuan belongs to someone else. They are just using Lu Ming's account to operate. Yeah, so Lu Ming is just showing off, right? But he still has to return the money to others after showing off, so why is he showing off? I guess Ku Zhang was specially hired to help Lu Ming perform, so he could be exposed to these things. I have to say, Ku Zhang really suffered a lot to help Lu Ming clean up the mess. Fang Zuan and his people started to act sarcastic again. This made those who supported Lu Ming unable to help but quarrel with them again. These people didn't think about it. Even if someone wanted to buy futures, how could they not operate through their own account but use Lu Ming's account? Moreover, even if Ku Zhang had the resources in this area, it would be impossible for him to operate such a large amount of funds at will. If he wanted to put it in Lu Ming's account, then just do it. Perhaps this is the only thing they can explain to themselves and comfort themselves. So these people just seized on this point and held onto it like wild dogs, attacking crazily around this point. A fierce argument broke out in the class group again. Because Ku Zhang and his friends had evidence to refute their claims this time, the argument was even more intense than the last one. Finally, Lu Ming couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He showed up in person in the group and attacked Fang Zuan. You said before that you work in a financial branch of Hongyang Group, is that right? Chapter 38. Lu Ming is the major shareholder of Hongyang Group. Seeing that Lu Ming finally showed up in person, he also talked about the thing he was most proud of. Fang Zuan no longer felt any pain in his waist or legs, and he could talk for a long time without stopping. He replied immediately by operating the phone. Yes, all the classmates know this. After all, my job is the best one among my classmates after graduation. I am from the famous Hongyang Group. I was just a small manager of a financial company under it. I only earn about 30,000 yuan a month, and when my performance is good, I can get 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. Judging from the literal meaning, Fang Zuan does have reason to be proud. Although they graduated from prestigious universities, when they first entered the workplace, their starting salary is generally around 5,000 to 6,000 yuan, with some receiving 8,000 to 10,000 yuan. But Fang Zuan not only earned tens of thousands of yuan a month, but also became a manager and had a position. Perhaps Fang Zuan wanted to show off too much, so he began to reveal his background, hoping that everyone would be more supportive of him. Some people who want to curry his favor will stand on his side at that time. Fang Zuan continued speaking. Actually, I want to start a business to prove myself. But my father, as a shareholder of Hongyang Financial Company, insisted on bringing me into the company. Later, I thought that the companies under Hongyang Group were not bad either. I could take over my father's business and his shares, and receive dividends of 10 to 20 million yuan every year. As soon as these words came out, many students were surprised. Although I know that Fang Zuan was able to become a manager in a company under the Hongyang Group, he must have some background within the company. But I didn't expect his father to be a shareholder. Can I get 100 million or 200 million in dividends every year? This is tens of millions a year. Instead of Lu Ming's money, which he didn't know the source of and could be lost at any time in the futures market. Strictly speaking, these are shares of companies under the Hongyang Group that can be passed down from generation to generation to ensure the livelihood of future generations. The wind direction in the group changed instantly. Just as Fang Zuan thought, some people who had nothing to do with the matter or were just sitting on the fence began to cling to his thighs. I was thinking about building a good relationship with Fang Zuan and seeing if I could get them into the company. After all, with a shareholder dad, it might be possible. As for Lu Ming's money, whether it was Lu Ming's or not was not important to them, because Lu Ming would never give them the money. Oh my god, brother Fang, you are actually a rich second generation. I am so sorry. My brother Fang is so awesome. He has such a background yet he remains so low-key. Shares in the financial company under the Hongyang Group are not something that ordinary people can own. Once you have them, it will be incredible. Yeah, isn't this more reliable than Lu Ming's money that he didn't know where it came from? How can this be compared? What's 50 million? Brother Fang earned that much in 2 or 3 years through dividends. Brother Fang, if you have the chance, please help me, your little brother. Brother Fang, is your company still short of people? I'll go to your company and run errands for you. For a while, there were many comments in the group praising Fang Ziwen. The person who spoke for Lu Ming was suppressed all of a sudden. Fang Ziwen looked at those who were flattering him one by one, and felt very happy while being licked. Then I saw the message sent by Lu Ming. Just see. Your father will no longer be a shareholder of Hongyang Finance soon, and you will be unemployed soon. Fang Ziwen smiled happily the moment he saw the message and replied immediately. Har ha har har, Lu Ming, are you kidding me? You're talking nonsense now. The new lackey immediately agreed. I think Lu Ming is crazy. Does he know what he is talking about? Brother Fang is too good, Lu Ming is just jealous. It's so funny, Lu Ming has come to this day. But it didn't last long. Thump, thump, thump. Everyone received a message from Lu Ming again, but this time it was a few pictures. It looked like a document full of small print. When people click on the picture, I discovered that this was actually a photo of the Hongyang Group's equity acquisition agreement. And they are 2 equity employment agreements. 1 share acquired 48% of the shares of Hongyang Group, and 0 and 1 share acquired 22% of the shares of Hongyang Group. This adds up to 70% of Hongyang Group's shares. This means that Lu Ming is the largest shareholder of Hongyang Group, a 100 billion yuan group. At this time, Lu Ming sent another message. Any comments? The entire class chat group was silent for a minute or two. No one spoke. Everyone was carefully looking at the photo of the Hongyang Group equity acquisition agreement sent by Lu Ming. But after that stage, the group immediately exploded as if oil was poured on it. What the hell? Oh my god. That's a total of 70% of Hongyang Group's shares. Is this true? I'm convinced. This is real. Our company's legal officer happened to be nearby, and I showed it to him, and he confirmed that it was not a fake. So, Lu Ming is really the major shareholder of Hongyang Group. Oh my god, it turns out the billionaire has always been by my side. Yeah. Lu Ming is not only handsome and good at studying, but is also damn rich. How can ordinary people like us survive? It's really outrageous. How rich is Lu Ming? He can actually buy 70% of the shares of Hongyang Group. And this can't be achieved simply by having money. After all, they are all top students, and some of them immediately saw the key point. You know, Hongyang Group is a listed group with a market value of over 100 billion yuan. Its subsidiaries cover a wide range of industries, including finance, real estate, trade, technology, medicine, and many other advanced industries. But it also occupies a large market in the traditional people's livelihood industries of food, clothing, housing, and transportation. That's why everyone was so envious when Fang Ziwen first said that his father was a shareholder of Hongyang Financial Company. Because Hongyang Group is really a huge monster. Not only is the amount of dividends from shares astonishing, it is almost impossible for it to go bankrupt. Unless the world ends. Then the Fang family, which holds the shares, is like the hen that lays the golden eggs. As long as you don't start a business, you will never have to worry about spending for generations. What's more important is that as a huge listed company, Hongyang Group has an extremely dispersed shareholding structure. Some are in the hands of investment institutions, some are in the hands of private shareholders, and some are circulating on the stock market. Many shareholders only own a few tenths of a percent of the shares. Previously, the largest shareholder only held about 18% of the shares. These are all public materials that the instructors used to make courseware when they were taking business courses in school. They all know about them. It is the Hongyang Group whose shares are so dispersed and whose stock price is so high. Lu Ming actually bought 70% of the shares by himself. Chapter 39, Another Rebellious Son. How could they not be shocked? Fuck. Brother, from now on you are my brother Lu. No one can help you. What brother Lu? You should just call him Dad Lu. Sorry, Dad Lu. I misunderstood you before, it was really unintentional. Son, I am willing to accept the punishment. With Lu Ming's 70% stake, the annual dividend would be more than 30 billion. Now I finally understand why Lu Ming could take out 50 million to trade futures. That was just a small amount for fun. So terrifying. All of a sudden, all the gods, Buddhas, ghosts, demons and monsters in the group appeared. No matter if they were friendly with Lu Ming before, or just watching the show neutrally, or even hostile to him. They all expressed their admiration for Lu Ming, which was as endless as the torrent of water in the Yangtze River. Not long after, someone suddenly thought of something. Suddenly I thought of something. Lu Ming is the major shareholder of the Hongyang Group headquarters, while Fang Zuan and his father are only shareholders of its financial subsidiary. Then isn't Lu Ming their top boss? As soon as these words came out, everyone remembered what Lu Ming had just said. Your father will no longer be a shareholder of Hongyang Finance soon, and you will be unemployed soon. Only now did they truly know that Lu Ming was not talking nonsense. He really has the right to kick Fang Zuan and his son out of Hongyang Group. Fuck, that's the truth. Then Fang Zuan is in trouble. Lu Ming has said that he will kick them out of Hongyang Group. Now the golden goose is about to fly away. Who told Fang Zuan to slander his boss all the time? Who can tolerate this? At Fang Zuan, what do you think? Say something. Right now. Fang Zuan was completely stunned in front of the phone screen. The picture of the Hongyang Group equity acquisition agreement sent by Lu Ming exploded in his mind like a nuclear bomb, causing a huge storm. It directly made him lose the ability to think. A few minutes later, Fang Zuan came back to his senses and exclaimed, "How is it possible? I don't believe it. These equity acquisition agreements might be fake. Lu Ming definitely cannot be the major shareholder of Hongyang Group." Although he said he didn't believe it, Fang Zuan still ran to his father's office obediently. Without even knocking on the door, he rushed in a hurry. "Dad." This gave Fang Guowei, who was sitting in the office, a big shock. "How many times have I told you? Knock on the door before entering. Call me Mr. Fang in the company. Don't be in a hurry when doing things. When will you change your temper?" Under normal circumstances, Fang Zuan would bow his head and humbly accept Fang Guowei's teachings. But he didn't care at all now. Asked directly. "Dad, who is the current major shareholder of our head office, Hongyang Group?" Fang Guowei looked at his son's strange behavior and felt something was wrong. He sat up straight and looked at Fang Zuan directly. "Lu Ming." As soon as these words came out, Fang Zuan was so frightened that he took a few steps back and fell to the ground. What happened? Fang Guowei suddenly stood up from his chair with a serious expression. Walked in front of Fang Zuan. I. Fang Zuan hummed and squeaked, not daring to say anything. Fang Guowei seemed to have thought of something bad, grabbed Fang Zuan by the collar and yelled angrily. "What the hell is going on? Why the hell are you telling me? Did you offend someone? If you don't tell me, don't blame me for taking action." Fang Guowei raised his right hand, ready to slap Fang Zuan. Fang Zuan quickly took action to resist and said as he did so, I say. Immediately following, Fang Zuan began to tell Fang Guowei everything that had happened in the classmates group recently. "Give me your phone." Fang Guowei immediately took Fang Zuan's mobile phone and found the equity subscription form sent by Lu Ming in the class group. Looking at the two large characters written in a flamboyant style on the picture, Lu Ming, I suddenly felt a little dizzy. The classmate his son offended was called Lu Ming, and the new major shareholder of his headquarters was called Lu Ming. He never expected it. He was just a shareholder of a company under the Hongyang Group, but his son actually attacked the major shareholder of Hongyang headquarters online. Originally, this relationship is not even remotely related. Although he was a shareholder of the financial branch of Hongyang Group with an annual income of 10 to 20 million yuan, he was already very envied and respected by others. But he still knew clearly how much he had. In the Hongyang Group, he is nothing, let alone compared with the major shareholders. There is a world of difference. He is not even qualified to meet the major shareholder. But my own son. The more Fang Guowei thought about it, the more scared he became, and the angrier he became. Especially when I saw that sentence in the group. Your father will no longer be a shareholder of Hongyang Finance soon, and you will be unemployed soon. Fang Guowei was even more furious. The foundation that I have worked so hard to build throughout my life is about to be destroyed by this rebellious son. He knew that as the major shareholder of the headquarters, Lu Ming had the power and means to clear him out of the company. At most, they will just pay compensation, which is still a relatively objective result. If one is cruel, Such big shots can be made to disappear from the world in a matter of minutes. Fang Guowei could no longer hold back his anger, which erupted like a volcano. He started punching and kicking Fang Zuan, who was lying on the ground. "You rebellious son! I really want to stuff you back in. But you screwed me so much. I have worked so hard to build up this great foundation, but it's going to be gone before it even reaches your generation. You idiot, you don't do your job all day long. Now we have offended such a big shot. We might be finished in a minute." After beating his son, Fang Guowei quickly picked up his cell phone, sent a voice message to the group. And at this time in the class group, many people immediately saw the voice message that Fang Guowei sent using Fang Zuan's mobile phone. And it still looks like a very long section. So they clicked it out of curiosity. Then they heard it. "Mr. Liu. Hello. I am Fang Guowei, Fang Zuan's father. I'm sorry, it was my fault that I didn't teach this rebellious son well, so he actually did such a thing. I have just given him a severe beating. I hope Mr. Liu can give us a chance to apologize. I will bring this rebellious son to apologize to you in person. I guarantee that he will accept the beating and punishment and will never dare to resist." Let you breathe a sigh of relief. After hearing their voice, everyone was stunned. But the next second, this is another picture sent by Fang Zuan. But the protagonist of the picture is Fang Zuan himself. Fang Zuan was seen lying on the ground, his black suit covered with shoe prints and his carefully groomed hair a mess. There were bruises and swellings on his face, and he was bleeding from his nose. It looks horrible.